Ultima is a series I wish I could say defined my childhood, but it did not. For a long time, it remained to me as a series I knew was critically acclaimed and had garnered a large fan base. But for me, it remained as a series I was curious about and read about them on the pages of gaming magazines. Yes, indeed, the ones that were printed on paper. The first one I ever got to play myself was Ultima VIII, and while I enjoyed it, it did not light a fire inside of me, nor did I understand what all the hype was about after playing it. Then I borrowed Ultima IX from a friend, and, well, let's just say that did not end well. Years passed, and I finally was able to play all of them. And when I did, I finally understood. It was like a veil had been lifted from before my eyes, and I could see clearly. Ultima is genius. Except when it's not. In this series, I want to share the experience I had, and explain what has now made Ultima so special to me, and why the experience of playing them will remain with me for the rest of my life. So, without any further ado, let the journey into the mystical land of Sosaria begin. Oh, and I will spoil the entire game, so spoiler alert. Ultima, or as it's now known, Ultima I, the First Age of Darkness, is a video game created by the programmer, adventurer, astronaut Richard Garriott during his time at the University of Texas, ensuring that every gamer student of the future would feel envy at this stroke of genius that created a genre-defining video game series. The setting of Ultima can best be described as the wet dream of every early 80s high school nerd. The world of Ultima seems on the surface to be a very basic Tolkien-esque fantasy world. Castles, kings, imprisoned princesses, orcs roaming the lands, and ominous dungeons littering the landscapes. But beyond the surface... a space shuttle? What? Ultima tells the story of the stranger, or the noble one as they're described in the manual, a wandering hero who acts as the avatar of the player as they roam the lands of Sosaria, a once prosperous and pleasant realm that has been thrown into chaos and ruined by an evil wizard Mondain. Mondaine's reign of terror has released hordes of monsters onto the land and opened up dungeons full of dangers, but also riches for the intrepid adventurer who dares venture deep into the dank depths. As long as they remember to buy food before leaving the villages. It is up to the adventurer to finally free Sosaria from this desperate situation, which one might call let me think, an age of darkness. Yeah, that sounds good. What makes this task more than just the run-of-the-mill kill enemies, get loot and experience, go shank a wizard in the guts is Mondaine's secret weapon. The Gem of Immortality. Thus, our hero has a great problem before them. How do you kill someone who's immortal? Why, it's obvious. You get a time machine to go back in time, break his unfinished Gem of Immortality, and shoot him with a blaster rifle until he turns into a pile of ash. I mean, what else could you do? Before starting the game, you get to create your character. There's a certain amount of points you can add to different stats. You can choose your sex, your class, and your species. Each of these can give boosts to specific stats, and I'll be honest, I'm kinda curious about what the heck is a bobbit. A legally distinct hobbit, most likely, but still, I mean, the manual doesn't help that much here. Ultima is, by today's standards, very basic. The overworld is a classic tile-based top-down perspective where you occasionally encounter enemies and travel from town to town using different means of transportation. Villages act as your hubs where you purchase supplies and new, better gear, while castles are your source for quests. You control your little avatar completely with the keyboard, and the controls are quite extensive. Almost every character on your keyboard does something, and they even make complete sense when you think about it. For example, some of the commands are A to attack, B to board a vehicle, C to cast a spell, K to climb, and Z to see your stats. Okay, they mostly make sense. Each castle gives you a unique quest, and completing some of these are mandatory, as you will receive clues and gems needed to activate the time machine that is needed to travel to the past to finish off mundane. The quests themselves are fairly basic. The non-mandatory quests require you to travel to a specific signpost on the overworld and then return to get your reward. Whereas the, let's call them main quests, send you into the dungeons to kill specific enemies, each being deeper than the previous. The signposts also serve another very important function, as they are the only way to increase the stats of your character. Leveling up with experience instead changes the wares the various stores across the world have for sale, starting from basic medieval weapons and armor and transportation methods such as horses, and at the later levels to powered armor, flying cars, and the aforementioned space shuttle. Thus, the beginning of the game is often spent wandering around the first continent, gaining gold and experience so you can eventually explore the rest of the world properly. But this subversion of the traditional leveling trope also means quite a bit of your time is spent sailing or flying from one signpost to another just to max out your stats, because why wouldn't you? Yeah, it's not the most interesting thing to do. There is also a signpost which gives you a stronger weapon than the last every time you visit it, starting from daggers and such, going one at a time stronger, culminating in weapons like the light sword, a phaser, and finally the ultimate weapon, the blaster rifle. There are numerous dungeons which you can explore in a first-person wireframe view, the layout of which are randomized on each playthrough but always follow a 9x9 grid. It is also completely useless to go to any more dungeons than one, since every required enemy type for the quests can be found in every dungeon, as long as you go deep enough. So to best spend your time, it's recommended to just choose one dungeon to map and explore. The other use of dungeons is gaining more health. In Ultima, health is a resource just like food. You don't gain it passively, and you can't heal yourself in traditional ways like spells. Instead, health points are acquired in two ways, either as a proportional share to the enemies you've slain as you exit a dungeon, or by tithing money to one of the kings. Yes, have my money. I'll take a bag of health, thank you. After maxing out your stats, or at least raising them to as far as your patience can handle, it's the perfect moment to finally tackle the enemy slaying quests. For this, some preparation is good to make the task so much easier. For example, near the dungeon Montor on the first continent, there are two towns, the town of Britain and the town of Pause. One of them sells a spell Ladder Up, and the other Ladder Down. These can be used to effectively skip exploring certain levels of the dungeons when you just want to go further down, or leave the dungeon when you're ready. Each of the required enemies can be found on two levels of the dungeons. For example, the gelatinous cube can be found on levels 3 or 4. And, one thing I forgot, it can eat your armor. So while it means you will take much more damage, it's likely the best to unequip your armor while on those levels, or this might happen. The Carrion Creeper, on the other hand, is on levels 5 and 6, the Lich on levels 7 and 8, and the dreaded Balron... Okay, dreaded by those not wearing science fiction armor and futuristic blaster weapon, is found on level 9. After slaying all of these beasts, it's time to return to the kings to get your well-earned rewards. The kings, pleased with your success, each give you one of the time machine gems, and break the fourth wall and tell you that it's needed to win the game. Now, as long as you have enough gold and you're rocking your blaster rifle and a suit of powered armor, it's time to go to the local blacksmith to buy yourself a space shuttle. And you do need a lot of gold, 1,500 or 2,000 if you want to be safe. Launching into space, you find a space station orbiting the planet. This is your base of operations from which you start exploring the star map in search of enemies to shoot down. And also the reason why you need all that gold. Each time you dock at the space station, you need to pay a docking fee of 500 gold. And you do need to dock, since this is your only way to change the ship you're using, and also refuel the one you're currently in. You're given 3 choices of ships. The space shuttle in which you arrived in is the first, and it's not suited for long-range space travel, or combat for that matter. The second, a quite bulky-looking ship which does have a good range, but isn't that good at combat. And the third, a somewhat familiar-looking and sleek combat vessel, which I recommend using in your quest to become a space ace. Just be sure to have at least 500 gold when you leave for your final outing in this vessel, since you need the gold to get back into your space shuttle, which is the only ship capable of entering the planet's atmosphere. The space segment is played in 2 views, the front and top views. In the top view, which you enter the space in, you can change the direction and speed of your vessel. Left and right turn your ship clockwise and counterclockwise, and up and down change your velocity. This is an important mechanic to learn well, since you need to be exact when you dock into the space station. Even 1 pixel off and your ship bounces away, damaging your ship by a huge amount. And it's also necessary for the space exploration. In the map view, you see several different symbols. There's empty space, space stations, suns, and sectors with enemies. You travel between these sectors by first changing the velocity and direction of your vessel in the top view, then going into the front view and initiating a hyperspace jump. You'll move to the sector which is adjacent to the sector you're currently in the direction where your ship was moving in the top view. So to move up, your ship must be moving up, and so on. Mastering these controls, you're able to explore space and destroy 20 or so vessels that are definitely not familiar looking in any way, shape or form, until you become a space ace, which is required to rescue a princess. After all, a fine lady would not go out with any random guy who can't properly use their space shuttle. Landing back in Caesarea, not much more remains. You go to a castle, brutally murder a jester taunting you about how they have the key, murder some guards, free the princess, murder some more guards, and flee with her. She's then so grateful that she gives you some pocket money and reveals the location of her time machine, which you find just laying around in the woods. Then you enter the mysterious vessel, insert the gems, travel back in time, and face your greatest enemy, the evil wizard Mondane. Try as he might, as long as you've spent some 20 minutes maxing out your stats and getting the best gear, he stands no chance against you, which, unfortunately, he also seems to realize, and turns into a bat and runs around the map, forcing you to chase him. For a long, long, long time. Worst of all, if you're like me and forget to actually destroy the Gem of Immortality, he keeps resurrecting until you do. Albeit, thankfully, not with max health. When the chase is over and you've brutally slain your foe, you've finally won and are given a congratulatory message explaining how you've saved Caesarea and the denizens of the world are eternally grateful for your feat of heroism. While the game doesn't seem that amazing mechanically, what it is a fantastic relic of computer RPGs. This is where many of the CRPG tropes began, and this game and the later games in the series inspired many games and franchises, and as such, Ultima is an important part of gaming history. There are barely any characters to interact with, basically just the kings, the merchants, and, well, that's about it. There's no real talking system either, and the game's length consists mostly of dungeon crawling. The story as well is mostly told in the manual, and the rest you have to put together yourself from the minuscule amount of text that actually fit on the disc. Some hints and lore are supposed to be given by the tavern keepers in town, but while recording footage for this video, all I managed to do was get drunk and be seduced by a lady in the tavern who took hundreds of gold each time that happened. So, unfortunately, I'm unable to show those hints, but they exist! At least in the Ultima transcript. But even so, the world built behind the scenes is full of life and lore, even if very little of it was capable of being in the game due to technical limitations. So for anyone who might be interested in Ultima, reading the manual thoroughly is a must. There's not much to say about the graphics. The footage is from the remake version that came out several years after the original Apple II version, so there's actually multiple colors this time. And you do have your eyes so you can make your own mind, unless you've been listening to this, in which case, yeah, the graphics are traditional, very basic tile-based pixel art. The sound, on the other hand, well, technically even the game doesn't claim there is sound, but instead calls it quite unceremoniously noise. On the PC version, it's beeps and boops and such generated by a PC speaker, so definitely not something to write home about. As the first game in the series, it's easy to dismiss this as an ancient relic, a very simple RPG with barely any features, which, admittedly, I do understand. But as an important piece of gaming history, it's more than worth it to experience a game that acted as a template to a genre that has evolved into something great with so much variety. So, thank you so much for watching, and until next time when I tackle my journey through Ultima II. So, until then, Fintrovert, signing out.
Previously in Ultima I, the final showdown with the evil wizard Mundane. After saving Sosaria from the wizard Mundane, peace and prosperity have returned to the land. Unfortunately, this would not last for long. Ultima II begins as, unbeknownst to all, Mundane had a protege, the sorceress Minax, who is somewhat annoyed at our hero who just happened to turn her mentor into a pile of smoldering ash. In her rage, she decided to take revenge on Sosaria, and also the home of the stranger who struck down Mundane, Earth. Researching magic to twist dimensions and time, Minax learned how to open rifts in time and space, gateways through which creatures and people can travel through. Using her powers to affect time to manipulate the world, twisting the peaceful and wise civilizations into those intolerant and prone to war, she manipulates the course of history, which culminates in the nuclear destruction of almost the entire population of Earth. And here, our hero enters the story, with one purpose in mind: to use Minax's time gates and prevent this tragedy from happening. The world of Ultima II consists of 5 different maps, in different time periods, modeled on Earth in one shape or another, with one exception. That exception is the Time of Legends, an era described as time before time, peopled by creatures of myth and lore. The root of all that governs what is to come. This is where Minax is believed to be, spreading her seeds of evil through all time. Then there is the prehistoric time, millions of years in the past before the Earth had formed into the shape we all recognize it as. The dawn of civilization, where the Earth is now in a recognizable form and ancient civilizations are thriving. The year 1990. The near future of the release date of the game, 1982, where Earth is still mostly as we know it, but with the monsters of legend roaming the lands. Nationalistic countries spying on each other with distrust, preparing for another war. And the aftermath, the future which Minax's manipulations has wrought. Much of Earth has been devastated by nuclear fire, and very few beings still survive. A warning for what is to be our fate if Minax is not stopped. The character creation is very similar to Ultima. You choose your attributes with a minimum of 10 points allocated to each attribute. You choose your species, class, and sex. Again, all of these give some bonuses to the attributes, and choosing between the two magic-using classes locks you out of some available spells. As an update to the character attribute system from the previous game, now attributes also govern which pieces of gear you can and cannot equip. After creating your character, you're greeted by a familiar-looking top-down perspective and an unfamiliar land. All around you is wilderness. A dead and desolate wasteland, only known as Canada. From here, your journey begins, as you explore the lands for settlements and clues for what you're actually meant to do. Compared to Ultima, Ultima II is more advanced on many fronts. For example, now a large portion of the game is spent going from one settlement to another talking to people. This feature, while commonplace now, was a pretty big deal in 1982. Granted, each character in the world only has one thing to say, with a few exceptions. But going around the world, talking to each of these people to find the clues they have for you is an important part of the game, since without prior knowledge or these clues, it's practically impossible to accidentally win the game. Many other characters have fluff text, which has no real meaning to the quest you're on, or some people are even deliberately giving you false information. But it is nice to see the seeds of in-game world building grow. After all, being able to talk to people is a stepping stone to having actual options on what to talk about. This also gives you a reason to travel to all of the time periods, find all the settlements and talk to all the people in them. Something that was severely lacking in the first Ultima, a reason to explore the world. The Tavern Keepers also return to give you hints about the game mechanics in exchange for tips. This time they're not completely random, and while they may seem cryptic, which admittedly they are also extremely important for your ability to complete the game, as they are clues about where to get certain items and what their use is. Which brings us to another advancement from Ultima, an inventory system that contains more than just your weapons and armor. Instead, this time some enemies drop loot items which have differing uses. This new system, while an advancement, is also one of the parts that can cause a lot of grey hairs to the player. Not only do you need specific random drops from specific enemies, there's also an enemy type that can steal items from you. For example, let's take the item called Blue Tassels. They are required to board a sailboat. Not only can it take a while for you to farm a set of blue tassels, it can take another long while for a boat to spawn. And to make it even worse, the thieves in the world can steal the blue tassels from you, making you unable to board your sailboat again until you get another set of tassels. And no, killing the thief will not give you your tassels back. So the save everywhere function is a very good tool for any player. This is mostly a problem at the very beginning of the game though, because when you do get a boat you are practically invincible while you're in it. You can sail around the world, shooting all of the enemies with the cannons of the ship, making farming golden items much faster than it's on foot. And the best of all, on a ship you don't spend any food as you move. Exploring the world is somewhat more complicated than it was in Ultima. Most of it is because you need to figure out how to navigate the time gates that are spread around the world. It can be confusing at first, but the game does come with a map that makes the process of understanding the time gates a little bit easier. The map also starts another mainstay of the Ultima games, the usage of a runic alphabet system. Learning this will be very useful for the later games. While searching the settlements, you're likely to encounter someone telling you to go to Hotel California, and perhaps someone who may tell you to offer the hotel clerk gold. These clues are directing you towards the new leveling up system. In the first Ultima, you gained better attributes by sailing from one magical signpost to another, interacting with them until your stats were maxed, or you got too bored to continue. In Ultima II, however, it's no longer quite as simple. Instead, you go to the Hotel California in San Antonio, Texas, chuck the clerk a bag of gold, and either get a hearty "thank you" or "alakazam." If it's the first, well, congratulations, you've just lost your money. If it's the latter, the clerk has just raised one of your attributes by 4 points. This makes leveling up your character expensive and very random. However, you can make it not random by installing what is called the Ultima II upgrade. The upgrade allows you to choose which stat to raise and removes the random chance of the leveling up not happening at all. I'm partially using the patch as well while recording because this is what the game looks like without it. CGA does have its merits, but these days I prefer my games not to cause me a headache, so the EGA tileset from the upgrade patch is quite nice for me. If you do want the authentic experience, the upgrade allows you to not have the leveling up system changed, in which case it will work the same way as it worked in the original version. Healing, on the other hand, is basically the same as it was in Ultima. You go to Lord British's castle, located in the UK, pay him a tribute, and receive health in return. As you're exploring, you may notice there are plenty of places you seem unable to explore. Yes, you have plenty of skull keys, but you still cannot open any of the doors. Well, of course not. What did you think? Skull keys are obviously used to fly airplanes. That's silly, people. Thinking skull keys are used to open doors. You need completely different kinds of keys for that. To finish your exploring and reach the parts you've been unable to reach so far, it's time to choose a town. Any town, really. And then go on a murderous rampage, slaughtering countless guards to satisfy your need for keys. While going through the settlements, you may also find several people talking about someone called Father Antos, and it seems like they really want you to find him and get his blessing. This frequency of hints is an indicator that this is somehow related to the main quest of the game. Another way to find out more about this quest is to consult the oracles found in several towns. These oracles offer valuable information for a hefty price. 4,500 gold to be exact, or 0 if you just happen to have 900 gold and save before going to the oracle, paying the oracle and writing all of the clues down and then reloading the game. But it's not like someone would do a thing like that, but it's theoretically possible. During your quest, you will again venture into space. Unfortunately, unlike in the first Ultima, you can't just go to the nearest blacksmith to purchase a space shuttle. Instead, the only working space shuttles are now fiercely guarded by the KGB. And to use the shuttle, you'll need some trilithium as well. If you've been farming enough gold to buy better gear and level yourself up, you'll likely already have some. But there is another way, which is to explore the numerous dungeons all over the world. In Ultima II, the dungeons have been in some ways improved from the previous game, but they're also more dangerous and ultimately kinda pointless. There are now two types of dungeons: traditional dungeons and towers. The main purpose of these is to get to the final level where you can find stashes of trilithium. Problem here is that while the dungeons are slightly more appealing to the eye, they're also dark, which means you'll need single-use torches you also get as enemy drops to explore them. The dungeons are also bigger in every imaginable way. The floors are larger and there are more of them, but at least they are no longer randomly generated, so mapping them once will save you a lot of time if you're doing multiple playthroughs. There is also a new feature where the dungeons have traps in them that are automatically disarmed by using tools. Without these tools, the traps trigger and you instantly die. And again, since you cannot buy these tools, they are only gained from defeating enemies, meaning that while farming for equipment you need in order to explore the dungeons, you're most likely getting all the money you need and the items you need. So for the marginal benefit of having guaranteed trilithium at the end versus just going around the overworld farming every imaginable object, well, it's up to you to decide whether entering the dungeons is worth your time. Stealing a shuttle, you are finally able to reach space. Assuming you're wearing powered armor, because if not, you will die. Or in my case, the game will glitch out and just put me back on the ground. Gone is the top view and the combat. Instead, you navigate space using Xeno, Yaku, and Zebo coordinates. Once again, the manual comes in handy, with a map of the solar system marking coordinates of several planets. Landing on the planets, however, is quite risky. You have no control over the craft as you're orbiting it, and you need to land on grassland. Otherwise, the ship will explode and you'll have to start your exploring again. Some of the planets have settlements, where you are given some clues you've likely already seen, and you find, let's say, interesting people. None of these are what you're looking for, though, as Father Antos is nowhere to be found in the known universe. Instead, he's on an uncharted planet you only find out about in the prehistoric times. Traveling there, failing to land several times, causing you to shout at the screen and take a short breather, you find Father Antos, who gives you his blessing. To me, it's a bit of a shame that the space segment has been toned down so much. It is still visually interesting for the time, but feels like in the shape it is now, it could have been dropped in favor of areas unreachable by most means. And instead of a space shuttle, you would steal an aircraft that can travel to these places. Back on Earth comes one of the most cryptic parts of the game, which the game does hint at, but only partially. Yes, the Oracle's riddle directs you towards an old man who will have a clue for you, and it's literally a person behind a locked door who tells you they are an old man and are below text that says a tree. What the game does not tell you, however, is that you need to shove at least 500 gold into his palms, and then he'll give you the ring, but only after you've received the blessing of Father Antos on Planet X. If you give him the wrong amount or you don't have the blessing, he will still happily accept the money, but you will gain absolutely nothing in return. In San Antonio, you can also receive a unique weapon, for which there are no real clues in the game as far as I know. To receive it, you need to break into the prison, murder a guard, enter a specific cell where a prisoner tells you they have the quick blade, and once more you need to have the impulse to give them 500 gold, which will give you the sword in return. Of course, murdering a guard will cause every other guard in town to come after you like a ton of bricks, so it's up to you again to decide whether this is worth it. After receiving the ring, whenever you feel up to the task, it's time to face the greatest challenge so far: the Time of Legends. Even the entrance to the age seems dangerous. Behind mountains, there are already hordes of powerful enemies waiting for you, just waiting for you to get close so they can cast their spells over the mountains, as you slowly try to push your way through. After a long and arduous battle, you're able to explore the rest of the ancient continent. Here is also the perfect time to do some final farming if you feel like it. If you get a ship to spawn, it's actually quite easy, albeit boring, to sail between the continent's eastern and western shores, just waiting for enemies to spawn and then mowing them down with the ship's cannons. When you feel like you've farmed enough, you grip your ring and brave the castle of the evil sorceress Minax. Without the ring, the force fields in the fortress would vaporize you. Pushing yourself through the hordes of enemies, you finally face her, Minax, in her chamber, taunting you. But you know you can defeat her. This is what the entire quest has been about. You get near, strike her with all your might, and she teleports away. It's clear that Minax has definitely learned something from Mundane, making you run around her fortress so you can kill her, as she teleports between two chambers each time you do damage to her, forcing you to try and avoid her deadly minions with the use of strange coins that stop time for a few moves. Finally, you manage to strike the final blow and time immediately starts to fix itself. Gone is the nuclear devastation. The tide of history returns to its intended path, and the world is as if nothing had been wrong in the first place. Even though people may not know about your heroic deeds that have been erased from the course of history, you can rest assured that it's your heroism that has ensured that the world would not face total annihilation. Ultima II in many ways is an improvement over Ultima. The world map remains in function, mostly unchanged, but now there are multiple variations to reflect the time-traveling aspect of the game. The dungeons, while still not pretty, are less visually jarring than they used to be. And there are multiple new mechanics added for traps, stealing and item usage for several different purposes. The talking system also is a massive update over the first game, with there now being an actual story in the game, and instead of just going into a dungeon to kill enemies, there is now an incentive to explore the world and find clues to figure out what your quest is. Here we are really starting to see the proper template of computer RPGs, and how the genre has evolved from these very humble beginnings, and a sign of where the series would be moving towards, slowly morphing the focus from just killing monsters to trying to decipher the world and learn all of its intricacies to find out how to complete your quest and finish the game. Admittedly, in Ultima II, it's still relatively raw, again partially due to technical limitations. It's difficult to have proper clues when the NPCs in the game have one short line of text available for their dialogue options. This does make actually figuring out what to do a bit more difficult than it could be, and the lack of some vital clues in the game do make winning the game a little bit more about chance than I feel like it should be. Still, Ultima II is the first in the series that I'd really say I enjoyed. The first one was a nice relic of gaming history, sure, but Ultima II is already more enjoyable as a game. Sure, it requires being able to put yourself into a proper retro mood, as it's far more raw than many other games. But if you manage to do that, the game can actually be quite enjoyable. Well, that is it for this time, and until next time when I tackle Ultima III. Thank you all for watching, and Fintrovert, signing out. For several decades, Cesaria has lived a peaceful and prosperous existence. Across the land, praises are sung for the stranger, whose actions are responsible for the seemingly unending state of peace in the land. But another evil is about to rise from the dark depths of the underworld. Comets begin to fall from the skies. The ground itself starts to rumble, until one day, in a fiery birth of molten lava, an island rises up from the ocean. The heat of this island is great, and none could approach it. But rumors of a castle on this island spread throughout the sailors. Orcs that had been absent for decades return, pounding on their war drums, attacking settlements and caravans. Pirates once again rule the seas, seizing all maritime commerce. Rumors are told of the great earth serpent having awoken from its slumber, and a mysterious name is whispered with fear: Exodus. Thus, with so many calamities and ill omens, Cesarians began to believe that the end of the world is nigh. Ultima III Exodus was released in 1983, 1 year after Ultima II, with numerous improvements over the previous game. Instead of controlling a single character, you can now form a party of up to 4 characters. While the manual tells you that you can recruit new characters from the world, this seems to be untrue. There have been some changes to the character creation, but one thing remains the same. You need the manual to understand the rules and options for the character creation, since the game itself does not give you a list of classes or races you can choose from. And there are many more options now. You again name your character, choose your sex from male, female or other, and choose their race from a human, elf, dwarf, bobbit or fuzzy. The sex of the characters seems to have no effect on character attributes, whereas the races have a wildly differing attribute limits. For example, humans are the jack-of-all-trades selection, and all of their attributes cap at 75 points, whereas dwarves can become stronger but lack in intelligence. Instead of being limited to the 4 base classes of fighter, cleric, wizard and thief, there are now 11 classes, each of which has their own characteristics. For example, wizards can only wield daggers, wear cloth armor and use sorcery, but one of their multi-class counterparts, the Lark, can wield all weapons, only wear cloth armor and cast sorcery, but only with half the intelligence points a wizard can. This adds a certain level of strategy for creating your party. You can still choose to use only the base classes, which are the strongest in their specific fields of expertise, but are also severely limited in every other.
Or you can use more multi-class options to have more characters wield the benefits of some categories while losing some strengths in another. Still, before choosing a magic wielding class, it's a good idea to browse through the spellbooks that come with the game. Clerics and wizards have their own spellbooks, and these are important to understanding the spellcasting system of the game. The spellbooks give an explanation of each spell written in a style fitting an in-universe spellbook. They also show you the button required to activate the spell in the spellcasting prompt. The player no longer has to go into store to buy spells, but instead all spells are technically available from the very beginning. This means that spell use is not limited by the amount you can afford to buy, but instead by the amount of magic points the spell-using character has. These points regenerate over time and do not need to be replenished by the use of potions or such. After adding characters into your character registry, you can form a party. Forming a party is mildly clunky but functional enough. If you don't remember which character is which, you first need to check the character registry for the number of the character, return to the party menu, view that character, then remember all the numbers of the characters you want to use, go to the Form Party menu and insert the desired numbers there. Of course, at the start it's most likely you'll only have characters 1 through 4, and this ends up being an issue only if you create more characters and want to change them mid-campaign. After forming your party, you once again enter Sosaria, where it is up to the hero and their party to find out what is plaguing the land and how to stop it. The first step in this quest is to equip items to your characters. This is a great introduction to one of the improvements in the game, but also to its limitations. Each of your characters has their own inventory and equipment. There is no unified pool of gear, food, or gold. What there are, though, are buttons to pool the gold to one character and to transfer equipment and food from one character to another. Having a party with different strengths on each character also means that now, when you initiate almost any action, the game first asks you which character you wish to use. This, while understandable, does also get a bit tedious. For example, let's take the equipping of characters. First, you need to check what gear your character has. This is done by checking the stats of the character and scrolling down to their inventory, which, instead of opening up a new screen as in the previous games, now shows up in the text parsing portion of the screen at the bottom right. This, I feel like, is one of the more negative changes in the game. Then you have to press the Ready Weapon button, choose the character, choose the gear item, rinse and repeat to all the characters. While this system is in many ways a humongous improvement, in the sense that now the classes feel more meaningful due to their different strengths, and how the game allows you to take full advantage of these strengths whenever you feel you need them. The implementation has been done in a functional but ultimately not the most user-friendly way. Your journey will once again take you to several different settlements in search for clues and equipment. To help the player do so, the game comes with a map of the world where no settlements or points of interest are marked on the map itself, but many of them are named on the sides of the maps in the runic alphabet system first introduced in Ultima II. Traversal itself is very similar to the earlier games, with the tiled overworld and town maps being presented in a top-down perspective. There is one change though, which is the introduction of a line of sight system, where solid objects such as mountains, tall trees, and walls block the player's view. The talking system is mostly the same as it was in Ultima II, except now the characters can have longer strings of dialogue. This is very useful as the increased length means that some of the clues are much less vague this time around. The world is again full of various characters, many of which have nothing important to say, but their existence still makes the world seem more alive than it would feel without them. Tavern Keepers and the Oracle also return, and their function remains in essence the same as in Ultima II. For a price, Tavern Keepers reveal clues on important topics you should keep an eye on during your travels, while also giving some information on new gameplay mechanics. The Oracle, on the other hand, returns with another expensive poem, which acts as a kind of mini walkthrough. Each pair of lines of the poem can be seen as a kind of quest that the player can use to guide them through the main story of the game. During your adventures, you're also going to be doing a lot of fighting. This is one of the biggest changes in the game, as now you have a party instead of just one character. The fighting is no longer just pressing A to attack, and instead, each encounter with an enemy puts your party into a separate combat screen. These combat screens are static arenas in which your party and the enemy party move with alternating turns. Ranged weapons can be used more effectively than in the previous games, and combat spells are no longer exclusive to dungeons and can be used in any battle. This combat style is reminiscent of tactics-style games, instead of the more menu-based combat systems that became popular in many of the later computer role-playing games. One more negative aspect of the new combat system has to do with the control scheme. You use the arrow keys to move your characters and to aim your attacks. Due to one feature, this puts you at a slight disadvantage, as the enemies can move and attack diagonally, whereas the player cannot. Experience from battles is not equally shared between the party, but instead is gained individually by the character that strikes the finishing blow to an enemy. This is admittedly a somewhat bothersome design choice, since to keep your party at somewhat equal levels, the player must do quite a bit of extra strategizing during battles to properly share the experience. Defeated enemies drop chests that can be trapped, and the character that opens them needs to do a trap disarm roll. Some classes are better at this than others. In the chests can also be new gear, which you can use for yourself or sell at various stores for some extra gold. Leveling up is also finally meaningful, as unlike in the previous games where leveling up did practically nothing except change the types of enemies seen and gear found in stores. This time, levels also affect the maximum hit points of the characters. Hit points are no longer bought from Lord British, but this time he bestows the party members an increase to their maximum health pool if they have enough experience points. As a replacement to the old healing system, party members slowly regenerate health. There are also healers who will restore the health of the party members for a price, as well as spells that do the same. Another new addition is the character status system, represented by a letter in the party view. The characters can now be in good condition, poisoned, dead, or turned to ashes. Poison, as you may expect, slowly causes damage over time until it's cured. Dead and ashes statuses prevent the character from acting, and only very high-level spells or expensive treatments are capable of bringing a character back from these status effects. Continuing your adventures, there are several places you are unable to access. To reach some of these places, the player needs to once more gain access to a ship. To get one, you need to wait for the pirates to attack you, defeat them in battle, and repurpose their old ship for your own purposes. The ships are no longer the super vehicle they used to be. The first large change is the addition of a wind direction system. Now your ship can sail in every direction except the direction from which the wind is blowing from. And in calm winds, the ship is completely unable to move. As such, sailing is now more time-consuming. The cannons of the ship as well are still useful, but not as much as before. They cannot be used to grind anymore, as firing upon an enemy disintegrates them, giving you no experience or loot. Another way to reach some otherwise unreachable places are the moon gates, similar to the time travel gates in Ultima II, except these only move you through space. Each gate appears at a specific phase of the first moon and takes you to a gate designated by the phase of the second moon. Unlike the map in Ultima II, there is no guide to these gates in the documentation, so the player needs to deduce themselves which gate is which. Now, with more access to the locations across the world, you're likely to collect clues about things called marks. Lord British as well will refuse to raise your maximum HP after a certain point until you present to him a Mark of Kings. These marks are a new mechanic where acquiring a mark to a character will give them special powers related to the mark. For example, the Mark of Kings allows the character to raise their maximum health, the Mark of Fire prevents lava from damaging the character, and the Mark of Force allows a character to pass through force fields. There is also a Mark of the Serpent, which is required to pass the giant snake protecting the island, from whence all the evil plaguing Caesarea emanates from. And to acquire these marks, the party must venture into the dungeons. The first thing you see is once again darkness, and to explore the dungeons you need either spells to create light or torches. Torches are no longer random drops from enemies but can be purchased from a special shop called the Guild. The guild sells other useful tools to the intrepid adventurer as well. In addition to torches, you can purchase keys to unlock doors, powder to stop times, and gems that show you a bird's eye view of the location you're currently in, thus meaning you no longer have to murder innocent civilians to gain items you need to win the game. After stocking with supplies and lighting up a torch, you can see some changes that have been made to the dungeons. This time, the dungeons are in color, instead of being simplistic wireframe representations. The wandering enemies have been replaced with a random encounter system which, to me, is not the most pleasing change, as being suddenly taken from the front view to the combat view is somewhat jarring. Many things do not have a visual representation in the first-person view, but by using the overhead view provided by the magical gems, you can see each interactable square on the map. Some of these can be traps and some treasure chests. There are even fountains that can be drunk from, but this can be a dangerous risk, as a fountain can heal you, but it can also do you harm. But the most important thing to find are the marks. These are most often found at the very bottom of the dungeons, and even when you do find them, the marks themselves are not safe. Touching a mark will brand it to the character who touches it, but this also causes damage to them, making escaping the dungeon even more dangerous for an unprepared adventurer. Another important thing to find in the dungeons is the fabled Time Lord, who has a vital clue for the party. It is possible to feel unprepared to explore the dungeons thoroughly, as despite raising the maximum health of the characters, they have not become any stronger. This is because the attribute raising is once more hidden behind several clues. The attribute system in Ultima III is somewhat of a combination of the systems in the two previous Ultima games. There are now 4 shrines, each dedicated to one attribute. To raise a character's attributes, you need to journey to these shrines and donate 100 gold for each point you wish to raise. This, you can imagine, will be very expensive, especially if the player wishes to max out all the attributes for the characters. These shrines also act as your only way to receive some special items that are required to complete the game. Several sources in the world mention items called cards, and even their names. You're also told to search the shrines. This points to another new feature in Ultima III. There is now a function called Other. This allows you to write a custom command to execute. Whenever a clue points you to one of these commands, the other command is marked in the dialogue, denoting there's something special about this word. The one problem the party has is that the shrines are not in Caesarea. Instead, to find the shrines, the party must venture into the hidden continent of Ambrosia. This is done by sailing your ship into a wandering whirlpool that moves around the seas. Thankfully, the whirlpool is also marked on the map shown by the magical gems, making finding it relatively easy. If the whirlpool finds your ship though, that will be a problem, as if the whirlpool happens to enter the same square as the parked ship, the ship will be destroyed, requiring you to find another one. The continent of Ambrosia itself is in essence a maze, which would be annoying to explore without the use of the magical gems. There are also several locked doors, most of which lead nowhere. The game does not allow saving in the continent, as technically it is considered an indoor area. This is likely because it's possible to get soft-locked in Ambrosia. There is only one way out of the continent, a whirlpool visible from the very beginning. But since the party's ship was destroyed during the trip through the whirlpool, a new ship must be acquired. Once you do acquire a ship, there is one locked door between you and Caesarea, and if you do not have a key, well, tough luck. At the very least, you have now learned where the inspiration for Sierra Softlocks came from. Returning from Ambrosia, there are still many things to do in Caesarea. From the very beginning of the game, it is possible to find clues about exotic equipment and a town called Dawn. Dawn is a magical town that only appears when both of Caesarea's moons are new. The specific location of the town can only be found by talking to a jester in Castle British, who is surrounded by a field of lava, thus almost necessitating the acquiring of the Mark of Fire before talking to him. Once you do find Dawn, you're given another command you can use with the other function, Dig. Unfortunately, this is where the clues about exotic equipment end, making this, in my opinion, worse than the quicksword in Ultima II, even though that had absolutely no clues in the entire game. But at least for that, there was an NPC you could have an impulse to talk to, unlike with the exotics in Ultima III that are in two unremarkable spots on the overworld map, and where you have to use a specific command that's undocumented and only found from a town that's hidden behind several clues. With the party having been upgraded, wielding powerful weapons and armor, having found the magical cards, it is the prime opportunity to finally assault the castle of the mysterious evil Exodus. Who is Exodus? No one knows, but they must be defeated to restore peace to Caesarea. Even with the mark, the snake will not let the party pass. Instead, the party must once more follow clues to find out the last remaining piece of information to proceed, as only an invocation given by the gods themselves will open the path forwards. The final assault into the lair of evil is daunting, and also the home of one of the most baffling design decisions I've ever seen. After braving many dangers only passable with the use of the marks branded into the party's skins, they are attacked by the floor. Yes, the floor. I understand that the point here was to make an invisible enemy, but why name it the floor? These fights can be somewhat difficult, as you have to basically guess in which square the enemies are, and there's no indication of how many there are. The lack of diagonal attacks does not make this any easier, as the enemies can still attack you from squares you cannot retaliate to without moving. Through adversity, the party perseveres, finally reaching the lair of the enemy, the evil Exodus. Spawn of Minax and Mundane, the most horrible thing you've ever laid your eyes on. A punch card computer.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
After recovering from the shock, the party inserts the magical cards into Exodus. Preferably in the order the Time Lord mentioned, since inserting the wrong card into the wrong slot will kill the person holding the card. As the final card enters the diabolical machine, everything around the party begins to collapse. The evil is vanquished, but the future is left unclear. In Ultima III, you can really see the template for computer role-playing games come into being. Many of the features and tropes of CRPGs are now in place, and the basic form for many games of the following decades has been set. The biggest problems I had with Ultima III were on two fronts. First is the story. While there is more content when it comes to solving clues and finding a way to defeat the final foe, actual story development is still quite lacking in the game itself. The premise of the story is still told in the manual, which is fine, but you learn practically nothing about Exodus or his motivations during the game. In that sense, the motivation to find the clues and beat the game are not driven by learning more about the world, but by the game being a game. And that's just what you do in a game. The second is the grinding, which is still a large part of the game. Having a larger party and making the attribute raising more expensive means that you need to grind way more gold than before, and it can be really time consuming. I'm sure the idea was that as you explore the world and slowly learn what to do and where, you'd be able to gain a lot of gold doing so, but from my experience, that's not even close to being enough. This necessitated farming specific dungeons for gold just because that was the most efficient way to do so. Otherwise, the game is quite enjoyable and does feel pretty good to play. The jank of the controls doesn't take too long to get used to, and exploring the world does feel quite rewarding. So, in conclusion, I'd say that Ultima III is a pretty good game. Even though it is still somewhat raw on many fronts, it is still quite fun to play if you really do enjoy retro games. Anyway, that is it for this time, and the next time I'll tackle the game that really sold me on the series. But until then, Fintrovert, signing out. Ultima IV: The Quest of the Avatar was released in 1985, and represents a massive change in the direction of the series. So much so that this is the game that many consider the beginning of the Ultima series. Up to this point, the games in the series were mostly disconnected, and in a way, all of the links between the stories were more conjecture than canon. But Ultima IV begins to wrap everything together,
to create a consistent story and universe across the games. The first 3 games are now called The Dark Ages of Britannia, and the manual retells the story of the games leading up to Ultima IV, rewriting some of the events of the games or keeping them intentionally vague, such as not mentioning the true nature of Exodus. And so, the story of Ultima IV begins, from the ruins of the devastated lands, laid to waste and transformed irrevocably by the 3 evils. Lord British rises as a leader, unifying the people of the lands under his rule, leading warriors to drive away most of the remaining minions of the Triad of Evil. With this newfound peace, many societal changes are undertaken. 3 important locations were built: the Lyceum, a place of learning; the Empath Abbey, to foster the good nature people have within them; and the Serpent's Hold, where great warriors would train to protect the realm from whatever evils that may be. The realm of Caesarea, now known as Britannia, seems to be heading to a new age of peace and prosperity, with philosophers contemplating that instead of looking into the aggressive and violent past, the people of the land should look inwards into ourselves. How can we live in peace with the world if we are not in peace with ourselves? Wondering whether there is someone in the world who could walk the path of true enlightenment. This path is the quest of the Avatar. As you begin the game, you are faced with the first noticeable change. The game now has an introduction sequence where your story is told. And that indeed is the purpose of this sequence. The main character is not intended to be some random fantasy character, but a representation of you, the player. You might say, your avatar. Indeed, one of the accolades Ultima IV can claim is popularizing the term avatar in reference to a player character in video games. As you wander in a park, contemplating your fast-paced 80s life, a blue moon gate appears and disappears, leaving behind some important items: an ankh, a map, and 2 books. These refer to the materials that came with the game itself: the cloth map representing the world, the manual, and the spellbook. The game even emphasizes that you, the player, should read them instead of interpreting this event as something that happened to the character you're playing. After, hopefully, reading the manual, you wander off further. Hearing tunes of a flute, you follow it to a mysterious Renaissance fair, from whence you find a fortune teller who calls you into her carriage. This is where you create your character. Well, kind of. Instead of the character sheet presented in the previous games, this time you're not dabbling with numbers trying to min-max a specific kind of character. Instead, the fortune teller presents to you a series of moral questions. These questions are not only meant to make you think about what you would do in such situations, but the way you answer the questions determines the character class of your avatar. Having answered the fortune teller's questions, the world around you begins to darken. Her voice grows more distant, and suddenly you find yourself in a strange new land. The game is once more played from a top-down perspective, and navigating the world should be familiar to a player who's played any of the previous Ultima games. But once more, the world has changed and is unfamiliar. This is explained as being a result of the time distortion of Minax and the various calamities caused by Exodus. The place from which you start your exploring from depends on which character class you were assigned to, based on the answers in the character creation, as each character class is linked to a specific town. To begin your journey, it would be best to find the castle of Lord British. This time he serves multiple functions in the game, and his castle is likely to become a sort of base of operations for the player. In a sense, Lord British serves functions that are a combination of the 3 previous games. First of all, when asked for help, he will give a line of text that acts as a sort of quest the player can embark on, replacing the function of the Oracle and returning to his function in Ultima I. Secondly, when asked for healing, he will heal the party for free. And third, he will once again bestow a party member a level up, as long as they have accumulated enough experience. Here, you can also see one of the massive improvements from the previous games: the talking system.
No more is the talking just a simple talk to a person, get a line, and that's it. But now there's an interface to type keywords and get various responses from the inhabitants of the world. This is a key feature in the game and massively shifts the focus from just gaining experience and gold into a more fleshed out adventure. Depending on the character, they can have many different topics they are willing to discuss, and many quests in the game require you to learn a keyword from one person who will also guide you towards some other person, potentially in another city, who will then respond to the keyword you learned, giving you a clue important to your quest. This turns the exploring into a much more involved experience, and using a notebook is practically required, unless you have an extremely good memory, which I don't. The first quests you receive from Lord British are to gain experience and to gather a party of companions. Since in Ultima IV you no longer create a full party of characters, the incorrect fluff text from the Ultima III manual telling you to hire companions you encounter around the world has now become a core part of the game. The possible combination of your party is dependent on 3 variables. What level you are, since the size of your party can only be as large as your level, up to the maximum level of 8. What your class is, as there are 8 companions, and the one who matches your class will be unavailable to recruit. And whether your journey within the correct virtue is far enough. This brings us to the most significant new feature of the game, the virtues. There are 8 virtues in the game: honesty, compassion, valor, justice, sacrifice, honor, spirituality, and humility. Each of the 8 major settlements follow one of these virtues, and is home to the class of characters that is based on this virtue. For example, the city of Yu follows justice, and is the home of the druids, and the city of Trinsic follows honor, and is the home of the paladins. Using this knowledge, readily available in the manual, you can seek out your first companions. While doing so, you are faced with some changes in the overworld map system. Now there are multiple types of landscape. On basic plains you move normally, but there are also areas of limited movement, such as bushes and hilly landscapes, where it's possible that instead of moving, you may lose a turn. The poisonous marshlands of Ultima II also return, but this time it is much more dangerous, especially for the beginning adventurer, as getting poisoned without the appropriate spells can be a death sentence. This thankfully is not the end of the world, as dying in this game is merely an obstacle. Whenever you die, your party will be resurrected by Lord British, and you find yourself in his throne room. Unfortunately, this also resets your food and gold to 200, so dying is still not preferable in most situations. To aid the party in their travels, the moon gates also return, and they are functionally the same as in the previous game. The phase of the first moon determines which of the moon gates is open, and the phase of the second moon determines the destination. And to make this even easier, all of the moon gates are marked on the map with a symbol determining the phase of the moons linked to each of the gates. Other means of transportation include things like the ship, which can now turn and only fire its cannons from the sides, or horses, which allow the party faster movement, and a hidden hot air balloon that can be used to reach otherwise inaccessible areas. Combat has also received an overhaul. Now the arenas you fight the enemies in are not just cosmetically different depending on where you fight, but even in the arenas there can be similar obstacles you encounter in the overworld view. Tiles that can make you lose progress, and tiles that will block your projectiles and movement are now scattered around the arenas. The player is still at a slight disadvantage, since the movement and attacks of the party are limited to the 4 main directions, while the enemies can attack diagonally. As a new feature, when you damage enemies enough, there's a chance that they will turn tail and try to flee the battlefield. Allowing them to do so will end the encounter, but this will not reward any experience points, since experience gain still works in the same way it did in Ultima III. Experience is not shared and is only gained from kills by the character that strikes the final blow. If a fight seems too much for you to handle, this new feature also applies to the player, and by moving past the edge of the combat arena, you can flee from the enemies. Once you have found a companion to join you in your quest, Lord British will bestow to you another quest, this one consisting the bulk of the game. He directs you to seek the Runes of Virtue. No, not the Game Boy game, but runestones linked to each virtue. These runestones will give you passage into the Shrines of Virtue, where the player can meditate using the appropriate mantra. He can also be questioned about the purpose of the quest of the Avatar and of each virtue and principle that are the bases of his new moral philosophy. Finding each of the required objectives can be considered like a small quest. Some are simpler than others, such as talking to someone who reveals they know someone who knows the location of a rune and then just going to find it, or rescuing someone from unjust imprisonment who will then reveal the location of another rune. This, to me, was the most enjoyable part of the game, trying to talk to everyone to slowly gain more information, not only about how to complete the game, but about how the virtues link together and also connect with the other features of the game, how each of the classes follows a specific virtue and what it means to them, how all of the principles combine to create the virtues which you're trying to follow. It truly felt like I was on the path of the Avatar, being thrown into this unfamiliar world with its own rules and rationales, learning about them, and then trying to follow these guidelines on how to be a good person. This is the root of the quest, not the becoming a great warrior who can use brute force to face any adversity, even if that too is part of the game, but the introspection and the joy of learning how to connect all the pieces together into a coherent whole. Journeying to each of the shrines to meditate, you will find out how to increase your connection to the virtues. Not only can you increase your connection, but you can also drift further away. For example, a technique that was somewhat easy and in the first two Ultima games also absolutely necessary, the murdering of innocents for easy loot, will also be dishonorable. Stealing is not just, fleeing from battle is not valorous, and so on. This too changes the game from a simple RPG into a more introspective journey. Not only do you need to do so in a way fitting the avatar of the virtues, fight with honor, help those in need, and be a good and just person in general. There were many reasons why this focus on morality and being a good person was chosen for the game. One of them being how at the time of development, especially in the United States, a new wave of the sort of satanic panic was alive and well, and role-playing and video games were a target for these, what Richard Garriott called in an interview, extremists. As such, Ultima IV can be seen as a reaction to this kind of attitude the people had. A game to show that not only are games not evil, but they can teach the players the exact opposite by punishing the taking of the seemingly easy way that harms the innocent and rewarding the player for doing good deeds. To keep track of your progress, Castle British has a character called Hawkwind, who evaluates your connection to each of the virtues. If he deems you in tune with a specific virtue, you are then ready to venture back to the shrine to meditate. Doing so, while your virtue is fully attuned, you receive a vision of a runic alphabet and become the avatar of that virtue. Do not get too comfortable though, since doing bad deeds can still break that connection, and you can lose your avatarhood, requiring you to repeat the process. For your next quest, Lord British guides you to learn of the Stones of Virtue, and leads you into the dungeons to find them. Once more, the dungeons are dark, necessitating the use of either torches or magic. Torches can once more only be bought from the guild shop, far from common travel routes. Despite reaching the store being a bit of a chore, this does highlight one humongous improvement over the previous game: the inventory system. In Ultima III, each character had their own inventory, and to scroll through them, you had to do it manually for each character, while scrolling through a long list of stats and items each character had. This time, the main inventory is unified, and the party shares the same pool of gold and food. The inventory view also doesn't appear in the text parser segment, but instead in the party window, where you can turn pages with the arrow keys to easily scroll through your entire party and inventory without having to reuse the inventory command for each character. This makes equipping your party and checking your equipment vastly more efficient and user-friendly than it was in the last game. The guild store again sells other useful items such as keys and peering gems that serve the same function as they did in the previous game. And if you find the correct clues, the guild shop may also sell a very useful secret item. The second option to light up the dungeons is to use a light spell. The magic system of Ultima IV has received a complete overhaul, and the spellbook that came with the game is necessary. In the spellbook, the first thing you're introduced to are magical reagents. These are the basis for the new spell system. Each spell requires specific reagents to be mixed together to create the spell, which is then added to your inventory. The amount of spells that can be cast is dependent on the magic points of the character casting the spell and the amount of mixtures in your inventory. Reagents can be bought from magic stores, and some reagents used for the most powerful spells can only be gathered from the wilderness, and finding out from where is one of the quests presented to you by the game. There are also some hidden spells that can be found with thorough exploration. Unfortunately, the mixing of reagents is a bit tedious. Let's say you want to mix 20 pieces of a spell. You have to press mix, select the reagents and accept. Then repeat that 19 more times, which I'm sure you can see will become slightly annoying as you prepare for more dangerous dungeons. The dungeons as well have once more received an overhaul. There are more sprites to show different features and interactable squares, and the dungeons themselves are now in solid colors in the traditional wireframe view. The dungeons also have specific handcrafted encounter rooms, which are traversed in the combat view. These rooms can have any of the secrets and dangers the overworld and city maps also have, from poisonous floors to hidden passages. All of these changes make exploring the dungeons even more intense than they were before, and to survive the perils, the party must be well prepared. The dungeons are also the home of the new character advancement system. Within the dungeons you can find magical orbs that the characters can touch. Doing so will raise one or more of the 3 attributes of the character slightly, while also dealing a sizable amount of damage. Which attribute or attributes get raised depends on the dungeon you are in. This is best explained by a thorough examination of the philosophy of the virtues. The virtues are based on 3 principles. Each of the principles is also represented by a specific color: blue for truth, yellow for love, and red for courage. These 3 principles are the basis of the 8 virtues, which also receive their color based on the principles it's based on. Honesty is pure truth and blue. Compassion is pure love and yellow. Valor is pure courage and red. Justice is a combination of truth and love, making it green. Sacrifice is a combination of love and courage, making it orange. Honor is a combination of truth and courage, making it purple. Then there is spirituality, which is a combination of all principles, making it white. And last, humility based on none, making it black. These are linked to several aspects of the world of Britannia. For example, the attribute of truth is intelligence, which is linked to mages. The attribute of love is dexterity, which is linked to bards. And the attribute of courage is strength, which is linked to fighters. What defines which dungeon raises which attribute depends on which virtue the dungeon is the opposite of. For example, the dungeon opposing honesty is deceit, the dungeon opposing honor is shame, and so on. This interconnectedness of practically everything in the world makes the universe easy to understand after you've started to draw all of these links together. In addition to the attributes being linked to the dungeons themselves are physically linked together via a system of tunnels deep beneath Britannia. There are 3 altar rooms below the dungeons, each dedicated to one principle, linking the dungeons that are related to that principle. Understanding these connections with the features of the world, completing the quest for the Virtue Stones becomes much easier, as does the next quest, where Lord British requests you to venture back into the very depths of the dungeons to the altars of the principles. Inserting the correct stones in the altars, the player receives the 3-part key used to unlock the chamber where the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom resides. The Codex of Ultimate Wisdom is the end goal of the quest of the Avatar. It is a book of infinite knowledge that is only reachable by a complete understanding of the virtues and by someone whose essence is fully attuned to them. This person is the Avatar. The chamber itself is located at the bottom of the Stygian Abyss, a dangerous and impenetrable dungeon. To succeed in reaching the Abyss, the player must travel to the 3 strongholds of the Principles to learn their mysteries and find the magical items of each principle: the Candle of Love, the Book of Truth, and the Bell of Courage. After the player has attuned to all the virtues and has obtained all of the magical items required, it is possible to breach the defenses of the Abyss and venture deep inside. But before that, while searching the world for the mysterious items, it is also possible to find clues about the Skull of Mundane, which is told to still contain great evil within. The player can find the skull, the existence of which is already causing a great turmoil within the earth. The skull can be destroyed to receive a boost in the virtues, but it can also be used to destroy all life around it, with a few exceptions. This obviously lowers the attunement to all virtues. The mystical weapons and armor also return, with a quest reminiscent of the one in Ultima III, but this time you're given more clues you can use to actually find the locations in which the equipment is hidden. The Abyss itself plays out like a regular, albeit very difficult dungeon. It is divided into 8 levels, each of which is dedicated to one of the virtues. Once reaching the exit, the player must have the appropriate stone and also answer a question pertaining to the virtue the level represents. Without one or the other, passage further below is blocked. At the very bottom lies the chamber of the Codex, and to reach it a final quiz must be answered. For this, the clues in the game are lacking. But they are there if you look closely enough. When fully attuning to the virtues on the shrine, there were those visions with runic alphabets in them. All of these form a word. To get the correct word, the player should remember which alphabet was shown for which virtue, and then arrange them in the order the virtues appear in the Abyss, or the little ankh on the side that fills in each time you reach full attunement with a virtue. As you answer the final question and enter the chamber using the 3-part key, you finally reach the Codex. Ultimate wisdom is at your fingertips, and so your quest is complete. Finally, Britannia has gained an avatar, someone whom all subjects of the world can look up to, in the knowledge that enlightenment is attainable and to be strived for. Thus, you can rest assured that life on Britannia will flourish, and the people of the world will only get better. Well, at least you could, if there weren't several more games in the series. Ultima IV to me represents some of the best moments the series has brought me. Not only is there no big evil in the game, and most of the struggles are internal. How do I act? Should I slaughter the fleeing enemies for easy XP? Should I let them flee because it's the honorable thing to do? Yes, there's a lot of easy loot to steal, but it is wrong to do so, and you would have to make up for those actions in some other way, and so on. From a technical standpoint, the game has improved plenty, and addresses many of my issues with some of the previous games. For example, the character status screen and inventory system is now much more user-friendly. The combat is more varied with weapons that have different attributes and landscapes that are more than just visual fluff. The new talking system was also a very welcome change. With this one addition, it was possible to make the questing and exploration much more in-depth and interesting. I thoroughly enjoyed moving through the world, talking to people, trying to understand all of the virtues while simultaneously finding out about hidden magical items and other secrets the world contains. This also marks the point where RPGs as a genre started to move away from a straightforward and cookie-cutter storyline about destroying the great evil, and moved the focus more towards having side quests and branching pathways that not only create a more well-rounded universe, but make the journey to the end much more engaging. I would definitely recommend trying Ultima IV, the way it was originally envisioned to be played, reading the manual, going in as blind as possible, just enjoying the world and the path of enlightenment the game is offering the player. Anyway, that is it for this time, and next we will see another of the entries I see as one of the greatest RPG experiences of all time. But until then, Fintrovert, signing out. Ultima V, Warriors of Destiny, released 3 years after the Quest of the Avatar, is a direct continuation of the story of the Avatar. While not exactly the first time a game in the Ultima series is a sequel to the previous game, this marks a point in the series when the stories are becoming more connected, instead of being kinda sorta connected, like the first trilogy of games was. Sure, the motivations of the villains in those games were connected to the previous games, but the world and the characters varied wildly between the games. But from this point onwards, the connections between the games become more direct and more uniform. Once more, as you begin the game, you are tasked with creating your character. Just as in Ultima IV, there are no character sheets, but a questionnaire asking you to choose between specific moral choices which define the primary virtue of your main character, which in turn decides the class you will play. This questionnaire is again given by the fortune teller, and within the context of the story, these choices you make are happening prior to the events of Ultima IV, making this a kind of flashback to the questionnaire in the previous game. Another option is to transfer your character from Ultima IV. This gives you a boost in your starting level and stats. Unfortunately, in the GOG versions that I'm playing, getting that to work is a bit of a chore. You need to download a utility that can be used to fix the save files, which can then be used to transfer your character into Ultima V. Link in the description. From the main menu, you can also view the introduction to the game. After the events of Ultima IV, you, the Avatar, had returned back to Earth, hoping to one day return to Britannia to see all of your friends again. You've taken frequent trips to the Circle of Stones, which acted as your portal into Britannia, but the portal had never returned. Then, one night as you lie in bed, you see a vision which solidifies and falls onto your bed. It's an amulet depicting the symbol of the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom. Feeling like this is a sign, you quickly recover your equipment and your Ankh and rush to the Circle of Stones. By a sheer act of fate, you open the portal into Britannia using the amulet and the Ankh and step through. This time, you're back in a familiar land, but something is amiss. Shamino arrives to warn you of danger and implores you to hurry, but alas, it is too late. 3 figures appear out of the darkness of the night and strike a magical blow to your friend before fleeing the scene as they are faced with your Ankh. Shamino calls these 3 figures the Shadow Lords, and it is now clear that the hopes of a more peaceful Britannia have been shattered and the world needs a hero once more. After helping Shamino to the hut of Iolo the Bard, Iolo recants to you what has happened in the world of Britannia since your departure. All seemed well at first. The world was hopeful as an avatar had been found, and people were embracing the philosophy of the virtues and working together to make their world a better place. With Lord British at the helm, the dungeons were sealed. The Codex of Ultimate Wisdom was magically raised from the bottom of the abyss, so its knowledge would be accessible to those on a true spiritual journey. This was shown to be a mistake, as the immense magical forces required to achieve this feat also caused a great change. The land beneath Britannia was forever morphed into something different. Earthquakes opened new passages, and a vast network of caverns was unearthed. From these new passages, monsters stronger than anything seen before began to roam the lands. To investigate these new passages, Lord British formed a large force and delved deep within one of these passages, but he did not return. Only one person managed to return to the surface, retelling the tale of great beasts and dangers. In the absence of a ruler, the land still needed guidance, and this role was filled by a confidant of Lord British, Lord Blackthorn. During his rule, at first everything seemed to be well, but slowly things started to change. The virtues, still at the core of the new Britannian society, were reinterpreted. No more were the virtues a blueprint for self-improvement, but instead they were codified into law, and breaking the laws was punished. Even your old companions are now outlaws, as they had walked the path of the Avatar with you and still hold on to the values you learned during Ultima IV. The introduction presents to you a few scenarios that act as a starting point to your journey. What happened to Lord British? Why is Blackthorn corrupting the virtues? Who are the Shadow Lords? Another interesting feature involving the intro can be seen before you even enter the main menu, and which can be returned to using the Return to View option, is an animated version of the introduction story that plays in the demo window and showcases the new graphical style of the game. Immediately we can also see the first major change in the game. Whereas the previous games had more of a focus in building the worlds and the main quest you are meant to embark on, Ultima V is the first game in the series that starts to shift focus more on personal interactions with the characters and the struggles of the people within the world. For example, you've likely met Shamino and Iolo in multiple previous games, and it's also quite likely that you don't really remember doing so in any other game than Ultima IV, where they were recruitable party members. But in Ultima V, you are immediately thrust into a scenario where it's made clear that you and the characters have a long history together, and they are starting to get proper personalities. This same theme of character development is also shown in the lore book that came with the game. At the very beginning, the Book of Lore tells the story of Lord British and how he came to arrive in Sosaria the same way you did, via a moon gate from Earth, and how the fates of your companions were intertwined with that of Lord British from his very first moments in this new land. As you begin the game, you find yourself where the introduction left off, at Iolo's hut with Shamino and Iolo in your party. Examining the attributes and inventory of your current party, you can see that the system works basically the same way it did in Ultima IV. Their status view is displayed in the party window at the top of your screen, and you can scroll the pages with the arrow keys. There are though a few additions that are immediately available. First of all, your party now has a pocket watch. As you may expect, you can use the watch to see the exact time in the world, which is a part of a new and important feature in the game. The day-night cycle, which affects multiple things in the world, including whether certain characters are available to talk to, whether shops are open, and some more magical features of the world. For example, now moon gates are only available at night, and the moon cycles and approximate time of day are shown at the very top of the screen in place of the moon phase display. Other new features shown by examining the inventory are magical scrolls, which contain a single use of a spell, and magic potions that serve several uses you might expect in a role-playing game. How the magic scrolls are displayed also highlights some changes to the magic system. In essence, the magic system is very similar to the one in Ultima IV, with a few additions. First of all, the spells are now identified by words of power, each of which is explained in the lore book. For example, the spell Anzu translates to negate sleep, which can be used to wake a character up, whereas the spell Inzu translates to create sleep, which does the exact opposite. Therefore, identifying the spell scrolls is dependent on two factors. First, understanding the meanings of the words of power, and second, knowing enough about the runic alphabet system to be able to identify the first letter of each word of power. The spells still require reagents to be mixed together for casting, and the mixtures required for each spell can be found in the spellbook. But this time, my largest issue with the magic system in Ultima IV has been remedied, and you can mix batches of spells instead of having to do them one at a time. Journeying further into Britannia to learn more about the evils plaguing the land is going to be dangerous, especially with one of the characters being nearly dead. Here, the manual comes in handy, with a feature that did exist in Ultima IV but I didn't talk about since I just completely forget about it. Camping. Camping is your primary means of recovering health and magic, as Lord British is now gone, and as such is unavailable for his role as a free healer. The amount healed seems to be somewhat random, and you are not guaranteed to fully heal during camping. Resting this way is also a good way to pass time, which can be extremely useful, especially due to the new day-night cycle, since nights in the game are extremely dark, limiting your visibility severely, necessitating either traveling practically blind or using torches to increase your range of vision. Unfortunately, camping is not necessarily safe, and your party can be ambushed by monsters as they are resting. This is why the game gives you an option to leave someone awake to keep guard. Of course, this character will not rest and thus not recover health or magic, but they can wake up the party if an ambush happens, giving you a better chance of defeating the ambushing monsters. If you are ambushed, you are directly thrust into a combat scene, which acts out in the same screen as the camping scene did. This highlights the improvements made to the combat formula. The combat scenes can be even more varied and complex than they were before, and there are several other changes and improvements. For example, now the attacks are targeted using a crosshair. This finally allows you not only to attack diagonally, but in every direction that is in the range of the weapon the attacking character is currently using. This is a great addition, as with some weapons such as halberds, you can attack over obstacles, being able to harm the enemies before they even reach your characters. Your initial party is built to show you another new feature with the combat system, which is the addition of several equipment slots, allowing you to equip weapons in both hands for multiple attacks, or wear helmets, shields, accessories and such. Equipment also has weight, and the maximum amount a character can wear at once is dependent on the strength attribute of that character. The experience gain works just as it did before. It is not shared, but experience is gained by the character that strikes the final blow to an enemy. This, I think, is one of the worst parts of the game, especially since it felt like compared to the previous games, this one required the most grinding to reach higher levels. And reaching those is practically a requirement since health gain per level is much smaller than previously, while the enemies felt more strong. Another new feature is that the loot is dropped in the combat scene instead of being found as a chest after the battle in the overworld view. This also means that combat does not automatically end, but you must move your party out of the combat scene manually. But since chests are considered a physical object, they can be used as cover from the other enemies still remaining in the combat scene, allowing the player to funnel enemies to certain kill zones, for example. A problem the player will face when entering the world of Britannia is figuring out where they even are. This is slightly easier if you're already familiar with the world of Ultima IV, as the world of Britannia in Ultima V is, while not exactly identical, extremely similar, with towns and the general layout of the landmasses being easily recognizable. Thus, the large forest you find yourself in is probably a good clue to your approximate whereabouts. Whereas for the new player, the process of starting to learn about Britannia is made slightly easier by having the location designed to naturally guide you towards certain landmarks. For example, going north will lead you to a dead end, and if you go west you will stumble upon a road you can follow to 2 settlements. If you go east you will see a signpost that can be used with a map to find your approximate location. Going south leads you to a clearing, which leads towards the capital city area, and going west leads to the coast, forcing you either north towards the road or south towards the capital. Whichever settlement you may find first, that is where the main part of the game begins. Just as in Ultima IV, the key component of the game is talking to as many people as possible to find out what to do and where. The talking system returns mostly unchanged, and you are expected to learn keywords you can use to find out more information. For example, based on the introduction segment, you can immediately guess that talking to people about Blackthorn or Lord British will reveal to you information not only about what you're meant to do in the game, but about what has happened in Britannia during your absence. And there is a lot to talk about. Since the game is also meant to be accessible to new players, many things you can learn are things you are familiar with if you've played Ultima IV. You can get a crash course on the virtues, their connections, and there are small quests related to once more learning about the mantras for each of the virtues. And since the game is also made with returning players in mind, you can skip these conversations completely if you already know about the virtues and their respective mantras. Traveling the world and talking to people is also the way to find new companions to join your party, which is now limited to 6 characters. Most of the people you recruit are returning characters, but in the twisted world of Ultima V, not every recruitable character is going to be your friend for long. Inns found on most major cities can be used to change characters in your party. Trying to learn more about the fate of Lord British, you eventually hear rumors about the Resistance, a group of people who remained loyal to the crown, fighting in the shadows against the reign of Blackthorn. Figuring out that aligning yourself with this resistance is probably a good idea, you journey across the land to find their hidden fortress. This is not an easy task to accomplish, since their fortress is located on a mountain that dominates a lonely island in the ocean. Reaching this fortress gives an opportunity to examine some of the improvements and additions in Ultima V. As mentioned with the potions and scrolls, now the game has several more usable items than in the previous games, one of which is a grappling hook that can be used to climb mountains and reach plot-important areas. Many of these objects can be found through quests that take you around the world. This adds a great amount of depth to the world of the game, and the amount of things to do and find out not only makes the exploration feel rewarding, but it keeps the player more engaged as you never know what you may find when you reach the next settlement. Different transportation methods also return. For example, you can once more buy horses to travel the world slightly faster, and the ships also return. This time though, you can purchase them, instead of having to wait for a pirate ship to spawn for you to commandeer. Other than that, these work almost identically to those in Ultima IV, but there is one major addition to the ships. The expanded tileset of Ultima V has allowed the overworld map to have more landscape features. We've already seen things like roads that sometimes connect major settlements, and more detailed rivers and such, and even the oceans now have a few different types of tiles. Previously, oceans had two sets of functional tiles, ones you can sail on and shallows you cannot. These return in Ultima V, and there's now also a tile for deep ocean. The purpose of these is to work with a new addition to the ships, the skiff. Each ship now has one that you can deploy, and you have to, since frigates still cannot sail in the shallow water, but the skiff can pass these tiles. You also end up in a skiff if your frigate is destroyed in battle, but this can be very dangerous, especially due to the deep ocean tiles, which the skiffs are not equipped to travel, causing constant damage to your party while on those tiles. Another new addition to the transportation methods is a hidden magic carpet. Finding it requires you to not only find out it exists, but also the exploration of indoor areas. This is also much more of a feature in the game thanks to the expanded tile set. Buildings now look more lived in. There can be torches, furniture, and many other kinds of objects in rooms now, instead of just blocks that you have to imagine as furniture. Some of these are surprisingly interactable for their time. For example, you can sit on chairs and sleep in beds, though if the owner of the bed wants to use it, they will just unceremoniously throw you out of it. Even the mirrors have a secondary state that shows your character when directly in front of it. This also links to the day-night cycle of the game, as objects that emit light in the game world dynamically illuminate the landscape. The interactivity does not stop there, as you also have a look function which can be used to gain more information from objects, such as reading signposts, and the search function which is now targeted that can be used to look for hidden objects in other objects and reveal hidden passages. The tileset also shows you whether doors are unlocked, locked, or magically locked, each of which requires the player to perform a different action to open them. A new push function also allows the player to move some objects in the world, which can be used to do things like reach otherwise unreachable passages, block the passage of enemies, or sometimes to come up with alternative solutions to problems. Once you've reached the base of the Resistance, you are given one of the main quests of the game, finding the crown jewels of Lord British, 3 magical items that have either been stolen or lost as a result of his disappearance in the underworld. The crown, which is told to negate the use of magic by the wearer's foes, the scepter, which has the power to negate magical fields, and the amulet, which has the power of the moon gates within it. In addition to finding the crown jewels of Lord British, another line of questioning that was introduced at the very beginning is to learn more about the 3 mysterious Shadow Lords and how to rid the world of their influence. As you talk to people, it is made clear that these entities are the true reason why the world is as it is, that they have corrupted Lord Blackthorn and his interpretation of the virtues, creating an oppressive world where neighbors spy on each other and people are constantly afraid. The Shadow Lords are also a clever way to explore the idea that sometimes good deeds may have far-reaching and unseen results, as it is revealed that in a sense the existence of the Shadow Lords is in part your doing. The Shadow Lords draw their power and evil nature from 3 shards of Mondane's Gem of Immortality, which you shattered long ago during your quest to free Cesaria from his evil grasp. Many of the calamities and the current plight is a direct result of that action, and the act of shattering the gem was thus not enough to rid the world of that evil. So to destroy the Shadow Lords, you must fix your past mistake and find out how to destroy the shards of the Gem of Immortality once and for all. Unlike in many other games, including the previous Ultimas, the Shadow Lords are not a passive force in the game. This is partially due to criticisms Richard Garriott had about the role-playing games, including his own ones, where you are told to go defeat a great evil, but instead end up doing more harm to the world by stealing and murdering than you ever see the supposed evil of the game do. This kind of a passive evil that just waits inside their impenetrable fortress for the hero to arrive and kill them was something he wanted to move away from. Thus, not only is the world full of the agents of Blackthorn actively trying to find the resistance, but the Shadow Lords themselves are roaming the land, occasionally arriving at one of the settlements and distorting the people within. Depending on which Shadow Lord is in the city, the citizens may become hostile, deceptive, or thieving. This is because you eventually find out that the Shadow Lords are a representation of the antitheses of the three principles. Instead of truth, love, and courage, the Shadow Lords embody falsehood, hatred, and cowardice. Not only that, the Shadow Lords themselves can find you and attack you if you decide to remain in a city where a Shadow Lord is spreading their influence. Especially at the start, this would not be a terribly good idea, as if a Shadow Lord makes contact with you, they will pull you into another dimension where you are unable to flee from and have to fight them. This is most likely to result in the death of your party, as without appropriate defenses, you are easy prey to the powerful Shadow Lords. Once more though, death is not the end, but it is far more punishing than it was previously. This time, each death also removes a portion of your gained experience, which can be very daunting considering the increased need for experience and the speed at which you are able to gain it. How much is removed depends on a feature that's adjacent to the virtue system from Ultima IV, Karma, which can be seen as a combination of all the virtues from the previous game. The higher your Karma, the less experience you will lose whenever you die. This is a good way to incentivize the player to still act like a good person and refrain from deception, theft, and murder. Leveling up works basically the same as previously. Once you have enough experience, Lord British increases the level of the character, which in turn increases the maximum health pool of that character. You may now be asking, but how can Lord British do that? Isn't the game about finding him? Well, yes. You are correct, and this is another part that I'm not the biggest fan of, as this time the opportunity to level up is random. Every time you sleep, there is a chance that Lord British appears as an apparition in your camp to automatically heal and level up your party. This, as you may guess, can get kind of annoying, and sometimes getting him to spawn may take quite a long time. Raising attributes is no longer about finding orbs in dungeons, but instead they raise as you level and via quests from the shrines. The shrines of each virtue still exist in the world, and as in Ultima IV can be used to meditate at if you know the appropriate mantra. Doing so will initiate a quest that will also lead you to the current home of the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom. Once completing this pilgrimage and returning to the shrine, the attribute or attributes linked to that virtue are slightly raised. The dungeons also return, and in many ways work as they did before, but once more, they are visually more appealing. They are also used to reach different parts of the underworld, where your search for the shards leads you. Unfortunately, as mentioned in the introduction, the dungeons have been sealed and can only be opened by uttering the appropriate word of power linked to that specific dungeon. These words are only known by the members of Lord British's Great Council, who were responsible for sealing the dungeons in the first place. And to learn them, you must lead your party around the world in search of these people, some of which are in hiding or imprisoned, as everyone loyal to Lord British is an outlaw in a world ruled by Blackthorn. Another part of the game also expects you to betray one of these council members, so the party can gain access to Lord Blackthorn's castle to acquire one of the magical relics of Lord British. This, in addition to the fascistic way Blackthorn interprets the virtues, is one part where the player is made to think whether following the virtues religiously is even possible, and perhaps sometimes you have to bend your morals to reach a greater good. Yes, it's perhaps not just to sacrifice someone else, nor is it honest to lie about being on the side of Blackthorn. But what if it's the only way to rid the world of an even greater evil? Is a literal adherence to the virtues the correct path to take then, if it leads to untold suffering in the hands of a despot? If you do not do this and still enter the castle of Blackthorn, it's more than likely that the party will be caught and imprisoned. This leads to an interesting scene that has rarely been replicated in a video game, where Blackthorn tries to convince you to reveal the mantra of a virtue. For the most part, he doesn't talk like a villain here, but comes off more as a misled person who really admires you and your adherence to the virtues. Of course, knowing about the influence of the Shadow Lords, you know this is not the current reality, so the desire to resist giving one of the mantras is completely understandable. Blackthorn then threatens to kill one of your companions if you do not do as he says. But whether you cooperate or not, he will follow through, and a contraption slices one of your companions in half. If this happens, no amount of resurrection spells will bring that companion back, but they are gone forever. I'd really like it if more games did things like this, where your choices can lead to the final death of a companion, even when you act in a way that you think is the right thing to do. Giving Blackthorn a mantra will still cost you a companion, and the shrine you gave the mantra to will be destroyed, and to restore it you must complete another pilgrimage quest. After scouring the world for the crown jewels, even assaulting the lair of the Shadow Lords for one of them, the one place left to explore is the Underworld, which is basically a second overworld map available for exploration, kinda like Ambrosia was in Ultima III, but much larger and more difficult to explore. To be able to find everything you need from the Underworld, including the 3 shards of the Gem of Immortality and the mystic weapons which return, the player must use several tools and magics, without which exploring the entire Underworld is impossible. The final parts of the main quest lead you to learn how to exorcise the Shadow Lords, and to delve even deeper into the Underworld to rescue Lord British from the final dungeon, Doom. This acts similarly as the Abyss did in Ultima IV, just without the quizzes, as the final challenge of endurance and preparation for the player. Doom is long and difficult, and death lurks behind every corner, sometimes even behind a wall, which may or may not work to your advantage. Reaching the very bottom, you find Lord British trapped in a mirror, and you're stuck, since you're missing a vital item, which, up until this point, has not been hinted at well. A feature that became a sort of a running gag in the Ultima series is a character called Smith, the talking horse, who could also be found in Ultima IV, but had really nothing to say. He tends to give you hints about the previous game, and acts as sort of cheeky apology from the developers type of character. For example, in this game, Smith reveals to you the final word needed to complete Ultima IV, Infinity, while apologizing that he was meant to give you hints about it earlier. Why mention it now? Well, because another set of clues that was left out of the game. To rescue Lord British, you need not only his crown jewels, but a sandalwood box he keeps in a hidden room within his bedchamber. There's really only one clue about it in the game that can easily be missed by choosing the wrong options when talking to Sadouj, a hidden agent of Blackthorn in Castle British. Doing it all again, this time with the box with you, you rescue Lord British and return to the surface using the contents of the sandalwood box. Lord British is restored to the throne, and Blackthorn is exiled into the unknown, perhaps never to be seen again. Ultima V is in many ways a significant improvement over Ultima IV. While I do have some issues with the game, mostly with the leveling up requiring massive amounts of grinding, for the most part I consider this game to be one of the best RPG experiences I've had. The world building is fantastic, helped by the world staying consistent from the previous game and building upon what had already been laid down, making it truly feel like returning to a world you're familiar with, making all of the differences and corruptions by the Shadow Lords seem even more striking. Little details like seeing Lord Blackthorn's castle being built on the landmass that was created from the volcanoes that mundane skull agitated in the sea during Ultima IV is a masterpiece of symbolism that makes sense if you've played the previous game. How even after the removal of the skull, the Shadow Lords clearly were attracted towards the evil energy that mundane skull radiated everywhere around it. On a technical level, Ultima V is much more advanced than the earlier games. The addition of the day-night cycle, which includes daily schedules for the NPCs, and a dynamic lighting system that works not only with the light emitted by the player, but by other objects in the game world. The graphics of the game are much more advanced with a larger tile set and more animations, and sprites that take a better advantage of the 16-color palette. The combat system feels much better than before, even though the base functionality is basically the same. Still turn-based where you move using the arrow keys, but the aiming system added to the attacks and the selection rectangle denoting which character you're currently controlling make a surprisingly large difference to the fighting. The story itself is still very clever, and I appreciate whenever a storyteller does something like what Ultima V did, playing expertly with the player's knowledge and expectations. Since the world is meant to seem familiar to accentuate the differences, it also accentuates the message of how fundamentalistic belief in your philosophy can be easily twisted into something evil, even if you think that the root of it is ultimately good. How those with good intentions can be mistaken and misled and end up doing a lot of harm while still following the same philosophy you do, just by having a very different interpretation of some of its fundamental features. If Ultima IV made me appreciate the series, Ultima V made me fall in love with it. Anyway, that is it for this time, and I'd like to thank everyone who's been watching these videos, sharing and commenting, watching the streams and supporting this weird creative journey I'm on Ko-fi. Thank you. But until the next time, when we'll have a look at Ultima VI, Fintrovert, signing out.
After the events of Ultima V, you have been living a peaceful life back on Earth. Over a year has passed since your last adventure in Britannia, and despite having many distractions from the mundane existence, you've dreamt of one day returning and meeting all of the friends who remain in Britannia. A sudden storm appears, and in the circle of stones from whence the portal to Britannia rises, a lightning bolt strikes the ground. Rushing into the storm, you reach the stones and notice something laying in the center of the circle. It is a stone, such as you last saw in the hands of Lord British, that acted as the means of your escape from the underworld and as the tool of Lord Blackthorn's exile. As you pick up the stone, a portal rises in the circle of stones. This time, though, something is very different. Instead of the shimmering blue of the moon gates, this portal glows red. The portal begins to rumble and close, and you dismiss your apprehensions. Hoping to finally see your friends again, you enter the portal. Ultima VI, the False Prophet, released 2 years after Ultima V, immediately aims to hook you with this cliffhanger. Why is the portal red? Did you end up in Britannia? The only way to find out? Start the game. There are once more 2 ways to begin. For the new player, you can create a character as you've done before. This works basically the same as in the previous 2 games. First, you choose a name and the sex of your character, the latter of which only seems to affect which character portraits you can choose from. Then you enter a scene with the fortune teller, once more as a flashback before the events of Ultima IV, and answer questions about your morality that decides your character class. The scene has been slightly changed to make it visually striking, as this time the game has capacity for more animations and supports a 256-color VGA palette. As such, the fortune teller is now animated and mixes a totally safe drink mixed from liquids that correspond to the virtues, each in the specific color of the virtue. After answering the questions, you drink the liquid and pass out, entering Britannia to begin Ultima IV. Of course, this part is skipped with a few lines of text, basically saying play the previous 2 games if you want to know what happened between this character creation and this game. The second way to create a character is to import your character from Ultima V. This time, the transfer does not need any external tools to work, even with the GOG versions, but I did notice one interesting thing. If I transferred the entire save folder from Ultima V into the DOSBox instance I played Ultima VI in, the transfer was somehow broken and only let me transfer Maria. But when I used only the saved.gam file, then it worked properly. After having created your character, the introduction sequence begins, unless you already have a character, in which case you'll just end up back in the main menu. This is one of the more tedious parts of the new game engine. If you already have a character, to start a new game it's not enough to just create a character and start the game.
Instead, from the menu before you enter the game, you have to go into the settings, set up the graphics and audio of the game, then erase the character information. If you do not do this, the game still allows you to go through the character creation process, only to tell you after the fact that you already have a character and need to remove old data. This could have been significantly improved by having the "Does character already exist?" check before going through the character creation instead of after. After the character creation, you emerge from the Red Moon Gate and find yourself in a moonlit clearing, facing an altar with strange symbols on it. Feeling uneasy, you attempt to leave, but find yourself surrounded by a horde of demonic beings. These giant winged creatures take a hold of you and tie you to the altar. Another being arrives, seemingly a priest of sorts, with a ceremonial knife in one hand and a book in another. Whatever these creatures are, it is clear they intend to kill you. Believing this to be inevitable, you close your eyes. A scream of death accompanies a splatter of blood, neither of them yours. Another moon gate has risen, and from there your old friends have emerged. The priest beast has been shot, and in the chaos your friends hold the monsters at bay and rescue you from your predicament. As the four of you retreat through the moon gate, you also take with you the book the priest was holding. Perhaps it will have answers to explain this predicament you found yourself in. You manage to escape the horde of creatures just before the moon gate closes again and find yourself in the throne room of Lord British. Unfortunately, 3 of these creatures were fast and brave enough to follow you. This thrusts you quickly into what you could call a tutorial fight, during which you will likely be extremely confused, especially if you've never played any of the previous games or spent time reading the manual and getting familiar with all the commands beforehand. There is one negative thing about this introduction segment though. The 256 color VGA graphics support animated introduction segments, and they are nice, but that also means that making them represent player choices would have been a lot more work. And as such, regardless of your character, the animations always represent the avatar as a brown-haired male. Compared to the previous games, some things are familiar. The party window is at the top right, and the moon phases and the approximate time of day display is at the top. The text parser window is at the bottom right. The date has been moved to be with the wind display at the bottom of the game window. Below this is a new feature. The command bar is used to control the game with a mouse, and can be used as a replacement to the more traditional keyboard controls, which are also still available. As you fight the 3 creatures, now known to be gargoyles, thanks to the text parser, there are some changes that are evident. First off, the combat scene is playing out in the throne room of Lord British in the game world, instead of being in a separate combat screen. Second, you can now move diagonally, which gives even more freedom to the player movement. And third, by default you only control the avatar, and the rest of the party acts independently. This can be changed though, by examining your characters more closely. By clicking a character in the party window or using one of the function keys, you can enter a more detailed view of the stats of the character. From this screen, you can also view the equipment and the inventory of each character, as once more, each character has their own inventory and their own maximum amount they can equip and carry, both of which are clearly marked in the inventory screen. In the inventory segment, you can also find the combat behavior setting for each character. For the avatar, this setting is locked in the command mode. But for every other character, you can choose whether you want to control them manually or if you want them to act on their own, for which there are several different behavior settings you can choose from. Using these settings, the player can choose for themselves how active of a role they want in the combat segments of the game. After the battle, you can turn off the combat mode, which will allow you to move the entire party at once, regardless of the combat behavior settings. Looting corpses has been revamped quite a bit. In the previous games, you had to wait for a chest to drop, which you could then loot. But now you can use the look command to examine all the corpses for potential loot and equipment. Perhaps the best way to do so is to choose whichever character you want to take things into their inventory and set them into solo mode by pressing the appropriate number button. This sets the rest of the party into a passive mode and allows you to move only the chosen character, preventing the rest of the party from getting in your way or accidentally stumbling into traps or such. As you examine the lootable corpses, they drop all of the items on the ground, which you need to pick up one at a time. If for any reason you don't want to take all of the items and something you want is at the bottom of the pile of lootable objects, you can use the move function to move the objects at the top away from the pile without having to pick them up and then later drop them from your inventory. It is also possible to pick up the corpses, which can be useful if a party member dies and you need them resurrected. Or if, for example, someone annoys you enough and you want to shove their dead corpse into somebody's chest as a nice little surprise. The move function can also be used to transfer items between characters, which is a useful feature that helps with managing the carry weights of each character. After indulging in the basic gamer desires of taking everything that's not bolted to the floor, you can talk to Lord British, who is happy to see you again and wishes to tell you everything that has happened since you left Britannia after Ultima V. But only after introducing you to another new feature, the copy protection system, in which Lord British asks you 3 questions, to which you can find the answer from the compendium that came with the game. If you do not do so, he will just be in a talking loop and will not give you the items needed to enter the world of Britannia properly. After answering the questionnaire correctly, he finally explains to you the current situation. Since your departure, the underworld from whence you rescued Lord British has collapsed. This might sound like a good thing since it was full of dangerous monsters anyway, but that is not the case. Ever since the collapse, gargoyles have been swarming from the dungeons, assaulting the overworld and capturing the shrines of the virtues. The forces of Britannia are barely able to keep these assaults at bay, and your help is needed to resolve this situation, as Lord British's people have been unable to take back the shrines, and you are directed to talk to the captain of the guard, Geoffrey, who led the latest attempt to free the shrines. He directs you to the town of Cove to talk to the soldiers who survived the assault. You can also ask Lord British about the black stone you have, as it is identical to the one he used at the end of Ultima V. He tells you it is called the Orb of the Moons, and when used correctly, it can open moon gates. To open one of these gates, you merely drop the stone to a location around you, and depending on the relative position between you and the stone, a gate to a specific location will open. Unfortunately, Lord British cannot tell you which positions open gates to which locations, and you must experiment yourself to learn the mysteries of the orb. As he is not trapped within a mirror this time, Lord British also informs you that he returns to his role as a healer for this game, making his castle a good base of operations once more. Other ways to heal also return, including spells, healers in several towns, and camping. Camping works somewhat similarly as previously, and you choose the amount of time to rest and someone to stand on guard in case enemies wander close to ambush the party. To gain benefits from resting, the party members need food in their inventory. This feature retains the use of food in the game while not being a constantly depleting resource that results in almost immediate death. Camping and healers do become somewhat pointless though, as when you learn to use the Orb of the Moons properly, you can just teleport to Lord British for free and full healing whenever you so wish. Next to Lord British is also the Royal Mage Nistel, who informs you that with his magic, he was able to detect the danger you were in, allowing your companions to arrive and rescue you. He also wants to examine the book you took from the gargoyles, and suggests you should go to the Lyceum to find the Mage Maria, who might help you with deciphering the mysterious language in which the book has been written. Here, another new feature of the game is shown, where the companions you have with you can sometimes participate in the conversations. With this new feature, your companions will get even more of a personality than they began to get in Ultima V, and they are now more than just characters to use in combat. During these conversations, the game also introduces a clue highlight feature, where certain keywords are written in a different color from the rest, denoting that these words are very important. Be wary though, as they are not the only useful words to talk to people about. After discussing the situation with Lord British and Nistel, you're free to explore the castle to borrow everything you want, before embarking on the quests you received. After all, Lord British told you can take anything you want, so why wouldn't you? Exploring the castle is a good way to familiarize yourself with the new game engine and some of its new features. For example, some of the old commands have now been combined. For example, the open command, which is now gone, and is merged with the use command. Look and search are both under the same look command, and so on. This does make the game far easier to learn, as not every action has its own separate command, and the combined commands still make intuitive sense. You can also find books and scrolls that you can now read. The text of these is shown in the text parser window and also marks the point in the series that makes reading a valuable part of the gameplay experience. For example, in Nistel's room you can ransack his chest, from where you can find a note that directs you to the Serpent's Hold. Of course, not all books are useful or important in any significant way, but act as a way to make the world of Britannia seem just a little bit more alive. From your own room, you can find more equipment, food, and your spellbook. From the chest, you can also find 2 bags full of magical reagents. These are once more used for spellcasting, but this time you just need to have enough reagents to cast a spell instead of having to mix the spells beforehand. But, unlike the previous 2 games, all spells are not available from the beginning, but you need to learn spells from other people. Most often, this means you need to purchase the knowledge of a spell from someone else, but some spells are only found through a quest, such as the Armageddon spell, which gives you the option to completely exterminate all life in Britannia. Spells are also linked to a specific spellbook, which means each book you find is a valuable asset. The bags are also a new feature which allows you to better manage the inventories of your characters. In Ultima III, the separate character inventories were a pain to manage, and with the new graphical interface this could still be extremely annoying. But being able to find containers you can use to organize your inventory makes the inventory management much less annoying. As you exit the castle of Lord British, you're free to explore the rest of the world. This too has seen a rather massive change, as now the world is basically completely open. No more are the castles or towns their own separate maps, but they are part of the world map and you can move from one place to another seamlessly. The towns of Britain are once more full of different kinds of stores in which you can buy and sell many necessities for your travels. This time the variety of stores has been significantly increased, which from a world-building perspective is a great feature. The interface for buying and selling has remained virtually the same, and all transactions are handled through the dialogue interface. This does have one rather major downside though. Just like in Ultima III, where each character had their own money and inventory, that applies in Ultima VI as well, which does add somewhat to the tedium of managing loot. But the big negative is that when selling items, the interface looks at all the applicable gear the character has, which includes everything they have equipped, creating a situation where you can accidentally sell something your character was wearing. Thankfully though, the saving feature has been improved as well. Just as in the previous game, you can save your game basically everywhere, but this time there's also a button combination for loading the game without having to first exit the game. Trying to liberate the nearest shrine will put you against a group of gargoyle warriors defending the shrine, whom can be dispatched with moderate difficulty. Still, this is not enough, and the shrine has been disabled by a magical field. Once more, the runes of the virtues must be found, and the mantras of the virtues learned. Clues for these can be gotten from the leaders of each of the major settlements, and many of them can be considered a small quest. These quests tend to make the player get more familiar with the inhabitants of each settlement, while also being thematically linked to the virtue the settlement represents. For example, gaining the Rune of Humility requires you to find the most humble inhabitant of New Beginsia, which leads you to talk to the people to learn more about them to find the person you're looking for. You can also learn the mantras by talking to the people in the settlements, but this part you can skip if you already know the mantras from the previous games. This is one of the features of the series I find fantastic. Much of the games is about knowledge. If you already have the information you need, you can skip what in the first playthrough is the vast majority of the game. This to me shows how well the worlds of the games have been built. All of the runes, for example, are where they are from the very beginning, and often actually getting those runes is the easy part, as they are usually just lying around somewhere. But the real journey is not the getting of the rune, it's learning more about the world so you know where to look. Finding one of the runes also introduces another feature, and one of my favorite companions in the entire series. The Rune of Valor has been taken away by a rat into a small hole, and somehow you must recover it. Unfortunately, humans are just too large to fit into a small hole. Thankfully though, in the castle of Lord British there is a helpful talking mouse called Sherry who can be used in solo mode to enter places where your human companions cannot go, as she fits into mouse holes and through the bars of gates, allowing for creative approaches to some problems you may face in your travels. Liberating the shrines is not only an important part in defeating the onslaught of the gargoyle menace, but serves as a very important function in the game. Just as in Ultima V, character attributes are linked to the virtues, and increasing those attributes is done by meditating at a shrine when a character has accumulated enough experience to level up. This also allows the player to strategize how to improve the available party members. Sure, a spellcaster would definitely benefit from intelligence, but perhaps strength would be more useful to carry more equipment, or dexterity to be able to use non-spell ranged weapons more effectively. Experience gain works identically to the previous game, where only the character that strikes the final blow to an enemy gains experience, requiring some creative fighting to somewhat evenly level up the party. Dying as well is similar to Ultima V. Upon death of the Avatar, the party is resurrected at the castle of Lord British, with a hefty experience point penalty dependent on the karma of your party. This makes death a significant obstacle, and it's instead recommended to save often rather than risk death. Liberating a shrine also lets you take the stones used to magically seal the shrines. These are moonstones, which are the focus of the moon gates. Each moonstone correlates to a phase of the moon, during which the gate linked to the stone opens. This also explains why the moon gates are not where they used to be, because the stones required for their operation were taken by the gargoyles, so they can use their magic for their own purposes. This does allow the player to create their own fast travel points by burying the stones themselves in locations they'd like to revisit later, without having to travel across the world by more traditional means. Beware though, since moonstones can only be recovered when neither of the moons is visible in the sky. After having liberated the shrines, it is time to follow up on the second line of investigation given to you at the very beginning, learning more about the book your party took from the gargoyles. In Lyceum, you find out that the book cannot be translated without a silver tablet containing the necessary information to read the language within. Unfortunately, the tablet was broken in half by a band of pirates, and a large portion of the tablet is missing. This takes the party on a treasure hunt around the world, looking for pieces of a map that shows the location of the other part of the tablet. Traveling across the world requires the player to once more sail on a ship to reach places outside the Moongate network. To use a ship, the party needs to purchase the deed to one first, as stealing ships is not possible. Sailing is basically the same as moving on foot, and the wind system doesn't seem to affect sailing in any significant way anymore. Horses are also available for purchase, but as in the previous games, I've found little practical use for them and merely find them a curiosity. There are also rafts and skiffs. These work almost identically to their predecessor, but another quite brilliant feature has been added to them. As long as a character has enough weight free in their inventory, they can just pick up a skiff and carry it in their inventory, so they can be used to pass obstacles not only in the overworld, but in the peril-filled dungeons of Britannia. And the player needs to explore these dungeons once more, as some of the map pieces can only be found deep within these locations. The dungeons as well have now changed massively from all of the previous games, as the first-person dungeon crawling is now gone. Instead, they are also played out in the same view as the rest of the game. This does allow the dungeons to be more complex, as the first-person exploration was based on a very strict grid system with relatively little variability, with the exception of encounter rooms that were played in the combat interface, where the rooms could be quite detailed with puzzles and environmental details. After finding the map pieces, you still need to read the map, and this, I think, was cleverly done, as it uses the new engine of the game well to its advantage. You need to place the map pieces on the ground in order, lining up the sprites on the map pieces, all of which combine to a map that shows the location of the missing half of the silver tablet. Now, with the ability to translate the book taken from the gargoyles, you find out what the contents say, and this, to me, was one of the best parts of the entire Ultima series. The book contains the prophecies of the gargoyles that tell of the extinction of their entire species. When all three of the prophecies are fulfilled, the gargoyles will be no more. First prophecy tells of a false prophet who desecrates the holy temple of the gargoyles and steals the sacred book within. the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom. The second prophecy tells of the return of the false prophet into the underworld. This return marks the time when the underworld begins to collapse, and a time of famine and hardship begins. The third prophecy tells of the false prophet returning once more, this time wiping out what remains of the gargoyles, a fate which can only be averted by the sacrifice of the false prophet. Finding out that all of the deeds you've done since Ultima IV were not as good as you were led to believe, but instead, as you were trying to do good for the people living on the surface, you were causing massive harm for a civilization you didn't even know existed. It's one of the brilliant storytelling twists of the Ultima series. Now, the gargoyles are fighting for their survival, trying to prevent you from bringing the final prophecy about, which would destroy their entire race, and Lord British wants you to do so, actively trying to get you to commit actions that would doom a civilization to extinction. Knowing what you know, the Avatar would not knowingly destroy a race of sentient beings if any other options are available. Therefore, only one option remains: to try and broker peace with the gargoyles, ending the conflict, preventing the final prophecy from being fulfilled, and save two worlds at once, with or without help from Lord British. Once more meeting Sinvral, a gargoyle living on the surface whose help was useful in the previous game, you find your way into the gargoyle home and learn some of their language, allowing you to communicate with those living underground in the last remaining city of the gargoyles. Since you are seen as the false prophet, a harbinger of doom, the gargoyles are understandably suspicious of your motives, but decide to give you a chance as you make a pact with them. If you fail, you will submit to the ritual of sacrifice willingly. Unfortunately, neither side of this conflict is willing to let the other possess the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom, and the situation seems unlikely to be resolved without more bloodshed. However, there is a possibility, one which is not what either of the sides truly desires, but if neither side is willing to compromise, someone has to step in and seize the slaughter. The Codex of Ultimate Wisdom was originally located in the Void, another dimension that is not well understood. If the gargoyles were able to once pull the Codex out from the Void, it only makes sense that the Codex could also be sent back. With the help of a gargoyle scholar, you find out all that is needed to conduct the ritual to send the Codex back, and create a situation that would force coexistence of the humans and the gargoyles. The ritual requires multiple things such as the Vortex Cube, which has gone missing, all of the moonstones that were used to seal the shrines, two magical lenses, one of the gargoyles and one of the humans, and of course the Codex itself. As before, the Codex can only be reached by someone who is on a spiritual journey, so the next step is to ensure that this is the case by visiting the Temple of Singularity, a gargoyle temple reachable only by those who can fly. This part of the game shows off even more of the interactivity and the extensive use of props in the new engine. You're required to find out how to construct a hot air balloon, which uses several mundane objects you've seen all over the world, without even thinking about them as anything but fluff. But now, even those fluff items have an actual use. Reaching the shrine, you receive your sacred quest, and you need to learn more about the value system of the gargoyles, who also follow a set of virtues and principles, but one's very different from ones you've learned. As the Codex teach those who read it what they need to know, different civilizations in different situations will need different teachings to survive and prosper. A great example of this are the statues within the gargoyle shrines, as they depict the three villains from the first Ultima trilogy. To you, these characters were evil, causing death and destruction for their own benefit, but the traits that made them do so are also traits that form the central value system of the gargoyles. During your conversations with the spirits of the Triad of Evil, now trapped in the statues, you find out that each of them embodied their respective gargoyle principle, but just like Blackthorn, lost sight of the true meaning of the principles. These conversations have a unifying theme to them, as each of the Triad of Evil have now learned what their mistake was, and as such they remain as teachers of the true way of the gargoyle principles, having not only the knowledge of the principle, but experience of where the misinterpretation of them can lead one astray, showing the player that from failure can come greater understanding and purpose. Journeying around the world again, collecting everything you need and completing the ritual, the codex is sent back into the void. Unsurprisingly, Lord British is not that pleased with what you've done. After all, you just sent the most sacred of all books into another dimension. But eventually, he is able to see the wisdom in your deed, as now with the codex back in the void, the only way to read the book is via cooperation, while using the magical lenses crafted for this purpose, one lens to be used by the humans and one by the gargoyles. This may not be the kind of peace that's brought by diplomacy, but instead by necessity, and as both sides were unable to compromise on this matter, the options were between an uneasy peace of necessity and a bloody war that would likely end up in the total destruction of an entire society, and as the Avatar, the latter was never an option. In my opinion, Ultima VI is one of the best role-playing games ever made. Not only is the new game engine quite phenomenal, especially for the age, capable of showing the player an extremely detailed world full of characters who go about their business on a schedule, with an immense amount of objects that can be moved or otherwise interacted with. Often just for visual detail, but still a part of the world instead of being just a static, unmovable prop. But the story is a masterpiece as well, playing with the expectations of the player and the tropes of role-playing games. The twist about the gargoyles and the recontextualization of the previous games was fantastically done. Having played through many adventures as the Avatar, having done so much good, and now finding out that all of the cataclysms and issues you've already known about, tangentially, as they only moderately inconvenienced the human society on the surface, were causing massive extinction-scale events, harming another society you've encountered in battle before, but never even knew they were a society, just brushing them off as demons. For the first time as well, the IBM PC version of the game supports the usage of a sound card, allowing the players of those versions to hear the fantastic music made for the Ultima games. There is a downside to this though, at least on the IBM PC version, as there doesn't seem to be proper dynamic music system, which does create some extremely awkward situations where the music and the actual situation don't really match. Still, actually having audio that's more than the PC speaker making noises is a massive improvement in and of itself. Anyway, that is it for Ultima VI, one of my favorite games of all time. I would also like to apologize that this video took so long to make. I've been quite ill for the last month, and I also managed to screw up my recording settings, requiring me to delete all of the video material I had and restart the game. Still, thank you so much for watching. Thank you everyone who's been supporting this creative journey on Ko-fi and on YouTube, and thank you everyone who's been popping in on the Twitch streams. That is it for this time, and I hope to see you next time when we tackle more of the world of Britannia in Ultima VII, The Black Gate. Until then, Fintrovert, signing out.
After forging a peace between the human and gargoyle societies of Britannia, you've once more spent time back home on Earth. But one day, you feel Britannia beckoning you to return. You grab the Orb of the Moons and rush to the Circle of Stones, where inexplicably a moon gate is already waiting for you. So begins Ultima VII, The Black Gate, released 2 years after Ultima VI, and you're thrust into a pitch-black main menu with ominous music playing in the background. What kinds of troubles will you face in Britannia this time? To find out, you need to create a character, which is now the only choice as the character import function does not exist in this game, which, admittedly, is understandable. Especially since the character class system for the player character had been becoming less and less important, as the Avatar had been its own class since Ultima V, and the character creation had more of an effect on your starting attributes than anything else. Following that logic of let's cut the fat from this process, the character creation consists of choosing a name and the sex of the character, after which you're immediately thrust into the world of Britannia.
The way in which the shorter introduction segment was made, in comparison to the one in Ultima VI, also addresses one of my criticisms of the cutscenes in that game, as this time the only thing you see of your character is a quick animation of a hand pounding a monitor. There's more of a feeling of immersion that isn't broken by showing your character looking like something completely different from what you chose in the character creation. Granted, it's not all positives, as the minuscule options also mean that you no longer choose from multiple portraits, and as such the only meaningful aesthetic choice you can make is to choose between the two available sexes. In Britannia, you arrive to interrupt a conversation between Iolo and a local peasant. This scene immediately shows you a few additions and changes to the game engine. The major change that is immediately evident is how the user interface has received a complete overhaul. Since Ultima III all the way until Ultima VI, the user interface followed a very specific design with some minor alterations. The game window was on the left, taking the majority of the screen space, and on the right were the party and text parser windows. This time, the party and text parser portions are gone, and the game world display takes the entirety of the screen. This has also necessitated the redesign of many other features, such as how conversations work. The first part of the conversation before your arrival is shown via floating text above the character saying the lines of dialogue. This allows the engine to show conversations that you're not a part of in a way that doesn't interrupt the flow of the game, allowing for situations such as eavesdropping on conversations or just having fluff text for characters, which can be used to add more depth to the game world. The second part of the conversation shows how it works when you are a part of the conversation. In this mode, the dialogue is split between the top and the bottom segments of the screen, with a portrait of the character before the text denoting who is saying the lines or doing the actions described in the text. Another thing that has now changed, and thus changes some parts of the game flow, is how the removal of the text parser means that the player can no longer skip segments in the same way they could in earlier games, and most quests must be done in a specific order so you can unlock the necessary keywords to proceed with the quest. Having reacquainted with Iolo, the mayor of the town also arrives to present to you the first quest of the game, to investigate a tragedy that has happened in the nearby stables. This scene immediately sets the mood which you can expect going forwards. While the other games in the Ultima series have tackled delicate and uncomfortable subjects at times, this time the new engine and improved visuals allow for the game to show you the horrors of the world in more detail. This to me was the first real indicator that the world of Britannia would be far more brutal than before. Sure, in Ultima V, Lord Blackthorn could chop your companions in half, and there were people chained to walls and held in stockades, but in general the world felt like a somewhat standard fantasy world where people were going about their business without too much worry about the state of the world. But now, that is clearly not the case anymore, and the evils of the world are going to impact the lives of the everyday inhabitants of the world more than ever before. Investigating the ritualistic murder acts as a kind of tutorial that is meant to get the player used to the completely new user interface. In Ultima VI, a mouse was a viable secondary means of controlling the game, but the entire interface was built on top of the already existing functionalities of the previous games. Thus, playing Ultima VI on the keyboard alone was likely more comfortable for many Ultima veterans, as the game worked practically the same way as Ultima V did when played on a keyboard. Ultima VII, on the other hand, has a completely new style of controlling the game, made with the intention that the entire game could be and would be played with the mouse alone. This extends to the game actually having a pause menu, which includes some basic options and a save load menu that has also been significantly improved, giving the player multiple save slots for the first time in the series. The equipment and inventory systems have also received an overhaul. Each character has their own status window with a full body character portrait. Around this portrait are the slots for equipable items. One interesting feature here is how you need to also equip containers in which to carry other items, meaning that there is no magical inventory that exists out of time and space, but most characters come equipped with a backpack that can be removed or replaced. As an extension of this system, the inventory windows as well are representative of the container you're viewing. For example, opening a backpack opens a new window that looks like an opened backpack, and items can be placed freely within that window. You move your characters by holding the right mouse button or double right-clicking on a space to make your characters move to that location. Left click is used to investigate and activate things, and objects in the world can be dragged and dropped to either just move them or pick them up into someone's inventory. Due to the new parcelless keyword system, new conversation topics can be learned from these actions as well, in addition to learning them from other characters. Almost everything in the game world that you think is in some way interactable or movable is that, and the ability to drag and drop objects makes rearranging items either in the game world or in containers an integral part of the game. Many other interactable parts of the world do not serve much purpose other than making the world seem more real and giving the NPCs in the game jobs to do. For example, you can use a bucket to draw water from a well, which can be used to fill throws, or just dumped into the ground. Mostly pointless, yes, but still a fascinating feature to have in a game. Even though the gameplay window size has been increased compared to the previous game, so have the sprite sizes of everything in the game. This allows for an incredibly detailed world, but it does also have a negative side to it. All of the previous games have been turn-based, where player actions, or just waiting long enough to pass a turn, moved the time forwards. This time though, the world moves in real time independent of the player actions. Despite this, the gameplay has not been completely adjusted to this change, and player movement is still grid-based and instant. This, to me at least, made movement feel somewhat confusing sometimes, especially when moving at faster speeds, as the world just snaps into place at each step you take, instead of scrolling smoothly. Every game before has worked this way, and it wasn't as much of an issue, but the new closer camera angle and how the rest of the world is constantly moving makes this feature somewhat disorienting to me, and trying to navigate around doors or to narrow staircases felt like a little bit more difficult thing than it could have been. Food is also an important resource once more. In Ultima VI, the usefulness of food was diminished immensely, as you only really needed it if you were camping. But since the Orb of the Moons made camping rather pointless, food was something that didn't really need much consideration. Now though, the characters in your party get hungry as time passes, and being extremely hungry is detrimental to the health of the characters, requiring you to feed your party periodically. Not only will your party perform better when fed, but you will not have to look at the constant "I'm hungry, I could eat something" dialogue pop-ups on your screen if you do so. Unfortunately, the characters do not know how to automatically feed themselves, so it has to be done manually, and honestly becomes a little bit tedious the longer you play the game. Food is also an example of the interactivity and logic of the world, as you can not only buy food, but you can go hunting wild animals or someone's livestock if you're so inclined for meat. Or you can use the water you can draw from the well to mix it with flour and bake yourself some bread. Continuing the investigation by talking to the inhabitants of the city, you find out that the two most likely suspects in the case are a man with a hook for a hand and a wingless gargoyle companion. Since the town has been in lockdown and the only ones who've left the city were on board of the ship called the Crown Jewel, it is your only clue on where to continue your investigations. You find out more about the potential motivation for the murder from the son of the murdered blacksmith, who also decides to join you in your travels. Before the murder, his father had had an argument with some of the members of the group called the Fellowship, a new religion that has been formed since your last visit in Britannia over 200 years ago. Talking to the chapter leader of Trinsic, you find out more about their philosophy. The Fellowship follows a triad of inner strength, strive for unity, or how we should all work together in harmony towards a common goal. Trust thy brother, or how you should have trust in your fellow man and not treat them with hatred and fear. Worthiness precedes reward, or how you should strive to be worthy of the good things you wish to attain in life. Using these three principles, the Fellowship has created a new way of life different from the path of principles and virtues already familiar to the Avatar. Instead of being strictly a personal philosophy of self-improvement, the Fellowship concentrates on the potential of the collective over the individual. teaching the people of Britannia how unity and support for others is more important than concentrating solely on improving yourself. This philosophy is not the only thing that the Fellowship is intending to change in Britannia, but they are actively striving to leave behind the old-fashioned world you know of. This is shown not only in the dialogue of some of the Fellowship members, but in how the manual that came with the game is written. From the very beginning, the Ultima series manuals have been written in an in-universe fashion, often as a compendium written by a historian or something similar. Ultima VII is no exception, and the manual of the game has been written from the perspective of Batlin, the leader and founder of the Fellowship. Thus, reading the manual thoroughly gives you a better perspective on the philosophy and point of view which you can expect. For example, in the part describing the history of Britannia, the deeds of the Avatar are not described with unwavering praise, but instead the negative aspects of what your deeds wrought are also mentioned and rightfully criticized, while also admitting that perhaps for the time this was the best approach. But there is also an underlying thought of why should we rely on the Avatar, who comes and goes as he pleases, when we could unify together and face adversity as a collective, instead of relying on a hero to do it for us. Thus, the cause of the Fellowship is to bring the people of Britannia to a new age of enlightenment, and shed the past reliance on a few powerful individuals and old traditions. So much so that even the writing system based on the runic alphabet is seen as a relic that should be replaced. This too is shown in the game world, where many signs are written in plain English, but many other things still use the runic alphabet, showing a contrast of the old and the new, and the changes the world is currently going through. Concluding your investigation intrinsic, having a lead to follow, and answering a copy protection questionnaire, you're free to explore the rest of the world, which is once more an open world where you can travel seamlessly from one place to another. Even dungeons and caverns are now a part of the world, and can just be walked into instead of entering a square which loads you into another map. This kind of an open world also means that there's a new height axis in play, and multi-story buildings and such are also directly in the game world, and you can use existing stairways or ones you create yourself by stacking in-game objects to climb over obstacles or reach otherwise unreachable areas. This time you're also given an in-game map you can use to find your bearings in the game world. Granted, for those unfamiliar with the world, this unlabeled map is not initially of much use, but acquiring a sextant unlocks a feature that shows your position on the in-game map, which makes exploring the world so much easier. The gameplay loop from this point onwards is very similar to the formula created in the previous trilogy of games, where most of the journey is about traveling across the world, learning about the current state of Britannia, and eventually figuring out what to do to reach the end. This time, the thread that guides you through this journey is the gruesome murder, as you gather more information about the murderers and their motives. First place the investigation takes you is the capital city of Britain, this time a bustling metropolis full of stores and other services. In Britain, you can visit the museum, where numerous items from your previous journeys and from the history of Britannia are on display, such as the runes of the virtues and the lenses used to view the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom. There are carnival games, pubs, and even a theater that is preparing for a play based on your exploits, with the most accurate dialogue for the Avatar character that you could ever think of. Unfortunately though, the investigation reaches a dead end, as the ship carrying the suspects never reached Britain. Therefore, it is time to visit the main attraction, which is once more the castle of Lord British, where you can gain more information about the current predicament faced by Britannia. Many things have changed since your last visit, most notably the appearance of the Fellowship, whom Lord British holds in quite high regard. Despite them representing a new wave of thought and philosophy, it is only natural that the people would change as the world does, and you hear they're doing much good for the community. On the more negative side of things, magical forces in Britannia seem to be breaking down. Not only is magic more difficult to do, as even Lord British has to strain himself to perform magical feats. Many of the older mages have begun to lose their senses. The court mage Nistel is a sad example of this, barely capable of understanding where he even is anymore, a far cry from the wise, prescient mage whose abilities once saved you from a gargoyle sacrifice. Despite this, Lord British is still capable of healing your party and resurrecting party members, making his castle a good base of operations once more. The moon gates as well are no longer as predictable as they were, but are unstable and dangerous to use. It is as if magic is slowly disappearing from the world. The only clue Lord British has for why this might be happening is to guide you towards another old acquaintance, the mage Rudium, who was experimenting with a material called Blackrock, and believed this material was somehow connected with what was happening to the magical forces in Britannia. Lord British also gives you two forms of transportation, his Orb of the Moons and a deed to a ship. The orb works similarly to the previous game but is far more limited. Instead of having options to gate travel to the shrines and the moon gates of each major settlement, now the only options are the town moon gates, which are represented by the same directions as in Ultima VI. There is another drawback as well, as the moon gates aren't working as reliably as before. This applies also to the gates opened by the orb, resulting in a possibility that a gate repels you, potentially dealing damage in the process. The ship works basically the same as before as well. There is no need to consider the wind, but a specific deed is required to commandeer a specific vessel. Therefore, the deed given by Lord British can only be used to sail his personal ship, and if you lose the deed, you also lose access to the ship. A new feature with the ships is a cargo hold that can be used as a portable storage, which is a very useful thing to have, as inventory management takes a very important role. The backpacks your characters have, for example, can only fit so much stuff. Not only because of the carry weight limit, but because they also have a new hidden value that determines how much space the containers have. You might want to grab several bags and use them to organize your inventory, but it is not possible, as several bags just do not fit inside a backpack. This also makes another thing somewhat difficult: organizing your keys. In Ultima VI, all keys were marked with a letter or a number, making organizing them somewhat easy. This time, the differences in keys are visual, sometimes extremely minuscule, and sometimes non-existent. And as you don't have a key ring, if you don't keep track of which key is which, you can end up trying each key to a lock before finding the correct one. Another thing that makes this more of a chore is how the contents of your backpacks shuffle on their own, so organizing items in specific spots doesn't work either. Therefore, organizing items in external containers like the ship's cargo hold is an extremely useful way for keeping track of items you may need later and don't want to accidentally misplace during your travels. Personally, I kind of disliked sailing. Because of the field of view being so narrow and the ship taking so much space on the screen, I never felt comfortable sailing, especially as even the ship just snaps into place, and I never got comfortable with how the turning of the ship worked. So instead I preferred another means of transportation, such as the magic carpet, a hidden transportation method which is arguably the best way to travel the world. Yes, it shares the same issues I have with a ship, but since you can fly straight to where you want to instead of having to navigate the contours of the continent, it was not so much of an issue to me. Talking to the other people in the city begins to throw some suspicion over the Fellowship. The stories of the merchants and beggars seem to point towards the Fellowship using shady tactics to gain funds and resources, which are then distributed to members of high status. With these suspicions in mind, you can join the Fellowship to see if you could find more about the organization. This can be done by talking to the Fellowship leader Batlin, who subjects you to a questionnaire, deeming you a troubled person in need of the organization, and gives you a test of loyalty, delivering a sealed box to Minok. This is where the game truly opens up. Yes, you've been able to go anywhere since leaving Trinsic, but haven't really had any reason to. Now there are multiple lines of investigation to go for, and a few directions the game points you at. Where did the murder suspects go? What's the deal with the Fellowship? What is happening to magic? It is a brilliant way to get the player to experience the world while having direction, but also retaining the player's ability to just explore freely. During your travels, you will also do a lot of fighting, and to be honest, this in my opinion is one of the worst changes in the game. Since everything works in real time now, so does the combat. With the jerky movements and characters being able to bundle together, fighting tends to be chaotic and quite confusing, and it feels like you have very little to do with the process of fighting itself, and most of your influence on the fights has to do with how you've equipped your characters. The exception to this is magic and potions, which can be used during combat. And that is easier than actually fighting, as opening the inventory to reach your spellbook pauses the game, allowing you to easily select the spell you wish to use. This time though, the avatar is the only one capable of using magic during combat, as the magical capabilities of Britannian natives have been severely diminished. Pausing the game also allows you to use the potions, whether on yourself or on other characters. This does allow for one of the cheesiest ways to win battles, by having an abundance of sleeping potions and using those on dangerous enemies that would otherwise be difficult to deal with. The magic system itself is very similar to that of Ultima VI. Once you receive a spellbook, it comes with some basic spells, but to open up more spells you have to purchase them or receive them by other means. The spellbook also shows you the amount of times you can cast each spell, which is dependent on how many of the required reagents you have in your inventory. Another negative thing about the combat is that there are no good visual indicators of the health of your party members. In the previous games, it was a simple thing to check the status of your party, as they were constantly listed on the top right of the screen. But this time, to check the status of your party members, you have to check them individually from their character status window. Dying is once more not the end of the game, but instead on death your party is resurrected by Fellowship mages, and you end up at their homeless shelter near Pause, being mostly a minor inconvenience. Leveling up happens automatically, giving your characters training points. This is the new system for character attribute improvement, and there are several trainers spread around the world. Each of them has a different training routine that improves different character attributes, of which there are now 5, and costs a different amount of training points. Following up on the clues takes the player on a long journey around the world, encountering more murders, and by investigating them, finding out more about the events plaguing Britannia and the parties involved. The story in Ultima VII is definitely one of the best in the series, and despite my dislike of the combat system, I hold this game in very high regard for the story and how fleshed out and interactive the world is. What starts as a seemingly simple murder mystery evolves into a story about events on an apocalyptic scale. As you follow each of the clues, you also encounter new murder scenes with new clues that begin to point towards a specific direction. Even though you're always one step behind the murderers, the clues start to amass and you learn more about everything else going on in the world as well. Eventually, it is revealed that the Fellowship is not at all a benevolent organization, but is in fact behind the ritualistic murders, done as a way to stop those who defect from the organization or are in other ways in opposition to them, from revealing the deepest and darkest secrets of the Fellowship. One of which is that the Fellowship is trying to summon a godlike being from the void, called the Guardian, into Britannia. If they would be successful, this being would have the ability to take over the world and subjugate everyone under his rule. Even the disturbances in magic and the moon gates are the doing of this entity, by the means of 3 hidden devices called the generators that disturb the magical ether. After all, if the people of the world are deprived of magic and easy transportation, they are far easier to control. This is where the game could have been even more brilliant than it already is, as I've been a little bit dishonest so far. In reality, there is no mystery about whether the Fellowship is evil or not, since the game practically spoils that revelation before you even get into the game, by having the Guardian taunt you as you launch the game.
For I shall be your companion, your provider, and your master.
From the very beginning, you're also given ample references to the Guardian and his choice of words, linking all of these together before you even reach Britain. In my opinion, this could have been so much better had the mystery of whether the Fellowship was evil or not actually been a mystery, and you could have had the chance to ponder whether you're just resistant to change and if this new philosophy is doing good just in a way that's unfamiliar to you, or if they are indeed connected with the ritualistic murders. In a way, I think this might have been the idea at some point during development, as at one point in the game, Batlin sends you on one more test into the dungeon Destard. Knowing that this dungeon used to be the home of the dragons, there's obviously some apprehension. But Batlin tries to convince you that it's all fine, the dragons have left long ago. Of course, this is not the case, and the dungeon is full of dragons and is more dangerous than ever. This to me feels like the perfect spot where it could have been finally confirmed that the Fellowship is up to no good, and the occurrence of 2 Fellowship members in the town where the murders happened wasn't just a coincidence. Despite this, I still love the game and the story, I just believe it could have been even better with some changes. Some parts that make this world so brilliant is how during your travels you get to meet many familiar faces and plenty of new ones who have their own lives and stories, making this game feel even more fleshed out than any of the previous Ultimas. So much of the game has to do with the personal problems of the people who live in Britannia, even if in the end it all leads to the larger underlying plot that concerns the fate of the world. For example, you can meet a prisoner in Lord British's castle who talks about how poverty and class division have become large problems as the growth of Britain drained the commerce from his home of pores, and how he's now being unjustly prisoned. In Skara Brae, the forgetful mage who acted as a merchant in Ultima VI finally went full megalomaniac and became a lich, resulting in a sequence of events that destroyed the entire town and trapped the spirits of the inhabitants to be his eternal slaves. Each town has its own story, and the people in them are much more fleshed out than before, whether it's how logging is causing the extinction of another sentient race, or how the gargoyles are still experiencing prejudice and discrimination, with some of the humans even having an organization specifically meant to drive away the gargoyles. There are so many little stories to encounter as you follow the trail of the quest breadcrumbs. This is an amazing feature, and the game brilliantly leads you to experience as much of it as possible by having the quests of the game chained together into what could also be seen as one really long quest with several smaller steps. Eventually, with the help of the Time Lord, you're able to destroy the Guardian's devices, which unfortunately disrupts the magical ether so much that the moon gates stop working completely. These devices and the other evil forces of the Fellowship also contain an Easter egg of sorts, which some gamers even today may find appealing. Finally, you travel to the hidden fortress of the Fellowship, where you catch up with the murderers you've been chasing since the very beginning, finally bringing justice of the sword upon them, and destroying the Black Gate, which the Fellowship intended to use to bring the Guardian into Britannia.
No, you cannot do that! You must not! Damn you, Avatar! Damn you!
Once more, you've saved the realm from peril. But, unlike the previous times, you are unable to go home, as the moon gates no longer function. Despite this, you can rest assured that for now Britannia is safe, and after all, sacrifice is a virtue. Unfortunately, Batlin was able to escape, but without the aid of his deity and organization, he must surely no longer be a threat to be reckoned with. Ultima VII is a fantastic game, even if I have some issues with the mechanics of the game. Yes, I would prefer the combat to be more into my taste, and I would like to feel like I'm contributing to the fights in some meaningful way, but at the very least, most of the fights are generally not that difficult, and I was able to concentrate on the absolutely fantastic parts of the game, namely the story and the world. Not only is the world of Britannia much more detailed than ever before, and the amount of interactable objects is even by today's standards incredible. Almost everything can be moved and the world has been made to feel lived in. There are even quests that continue the style started in Ultima VI with the hot air balloon quest, where an item you've likely walked past before, looked at it and deemed it unimportant, still play a large part in the story. Of course, this interactivity and freedom do come with their drawbacks, and it is very much possible to softlock yourself by not managing your inventory properly. Because of this possibility of seemingly unimportant items having a purpose, if you happen to grab something important and then drop it somewhere, it can be extremely difficult to find that item again. The story, even though I believe it could have been better, ranks as one of the best in the series. Compared to the previous games, the mood of the story is far more dire. The closest it really got was in Ultima V, but even then it didn't feel like it was quite as dire, because you weren't able to properly see the poor situations the inhabitants of the world were in. Sure, there were some instances, but far less than in Ultima VII, which is understandable considering all the technical improvements since then. Now, the individual stories of the people of Britannia are far more fleshed out, partially due to the environmental storytelling, and partially due to there just being so much more space for their dialogue, and there being many more characters to interact with. Even the amount of books you can read is quite massive, even if most of them just give a synopsis of what the book is about. But what books a person has in their possession acts as another way for the game to tell you more about them. And it's these stories that made me feel like the main story held even more importance than it would have had it been separate from these individual stories. Is it a huge story just saving a world from a superpowered deity trying to take over the world? Of course, but it hits much more when you get to actually know those you're trying to save and get to help them with their problems while you're doing so. After all, many of the issues you end up helping people with would have been problems even without the Guardian's influence. It's just fantastic. The audiovisual presentation is again miles above the previous game. Ultima VII is absolutely gorgeous and sounds beautiful, especially when using Munt, a Roland synthesizer emulator. The GOG version of the game also comes with the expansion pack, The Forge of Virtue, which is a really nice throwback to the first Ultima trilogy and deals with the resurgence of the island where you defeated Exodus. Not only does the expansion give a bit more insight into Exodus and many other things in the past, such as confirming that the Balrons you've fought in previous games were in fact gargoyles, it also allows you to make your avatar far stronger than you could in the base game. And relatively early on as well, which I admit is part of the reason why I felt the combat was on the easier side. Being a super powerful character with a demon-powered sword that can kill things in one blow was fun, even if you could sometimes be not very Avatar-like with it. Finally, I have to give massive credit to the Ultima fanbase, since everything I've mentioned as a negative thing has been in relation to the vanilla game available on GOG. But many of those issues can be resolved by downloading Exult, a project aiming to recreate Ultima VII for modern operating systems. That is a fantastic project which takes a great game and not only makes it work well on modern computers without much hassle, but also adds some very good improvements, such as the ability to have character health information on the screen during combat, a quick button to try all of the keys you have in your inventory on a door without having to do it manually, or even play the game on a higher resolution, showing you more of the world on screen at once, which makes sailing far less annoying. Granted, due to how the maps were constructed, this can show you things you were never supposed to see, as the game was built for a smaller resolution. Of course, Exalt is not perfect either, but for a first-time Ultima VII player, they might find that version a little bit more comfortable to play with. In conclusion, Ultima VII is one of my favorite Ultima games, and deservedly so. It's also where I'd suggest people start trying the series for themselves, if starting from Ultima IV feels like going too far back in time. Anyway, that is it for this time. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope to see you next time. But until then, Fintrovert, signing out. As you're asleep, you're faced with a ghostly visage of an old man, a wizard called Garamond. He warns you of a terrible future that his brother is intending to unleash on the world.
Treachery and doom.
Suddenly, you find yourself transported from your comfortable bed into the bedchamber of a baron's daughter, where a mysterious figure confronts you before disappearing. The daughter is gone, being carried away by a troll, but before you're able to do anything, guards burst into the room and, quite understandably, blame you for the kidnapping. You're taken to the lord of the castle, voiced by Richard Garriott himself.
They say thou didst drop her to a troll waiting below. What sayest thou?
Who is doubtful of you being the Avatar, and of your story on how you ended up in his daughter's room, but is willing, perhaps facetiously, to give you an opportunity to prove yourself. Go after the kidnappers into the Stygian abyss and bring back his daughter, proving in the process that you indeed are the Avatar. So begins Ultima Underworld, released the same year as Ultima VII Part 1, both of which were influential games in their own right, making their mark in video game history. After the introduction segment, you're thrust into the main menu, and as this is not part of the main series, there is no character transfer function in the game. What there is, though, is a character creation system. Unlike the main series of games from Ultima IV to VI, there is no fortune teller with a questionnaire, but a more traditional system reminiscent of the first trilogy of games. You choose your sex, your character's looks, the character class, an additional skill to add to your repertoire, and a name. The character class and skill selection are extremely important in this game, as the character attributes are chosen based on your class selection and cannot be improved during the game. The class also determines which of the numerous skills in the game your character has points in, and also the options for which extra skill you can add the additional skill points to. Having done so, you're thrust into the dark depths of the Stygian abyss and can immediately see how different Ultima Underworld is from the main series of Ultima games. Instead of an overhead view, Ultima Underworld is entirely played from a first-person perspective. The central portion of the game window is taken by the first-person view display, which is surrounded by other important user interface elements. Just below the first-person view is the compass. That also includes some basic movement controls in its base. On the left are the action selection icons. These are used to select which action is active and usable with the right mouse button. On the right is the paper doll view of your character, which will be used to equip your character. Below that are 8 slots which represent your inventory space. The inventory space is also limited by carry weight, the remaining carry capacity of which is shown within the stone icon next to your character's paper doll. Examining the starting area, you find your first container, a bag which contains a few important items to help you survive your journey, such as your first weapon and a blank map. The bag itself is also an important piece of equipment, as the limited inventory space can only be increased by finding more containers within which you can place more items. Even so, as objects also have weight, you can't carry an infinite amount of items. Thus, being able to juggle which items to keep on your person and which items to store somewhere for later use is an important part of the game experience. After all, you're now alone in the darkness of the abyss, with only your wits and skills to help you survive. The map will be a useful tool not only for navigation, but for keeping track of items and landmarks that you find, or for storage areas you wish to create for yourself to keep more inventory space available. This is made possible by having one of my favorite mapping systems in any game. While the map begins blank, it fills automatically with every move you make, similarly to how the auto map in games like Doom works. This, to many, might seem very basic, which admittedly it is, but that is not the best part of the mapping system. What makes this map so fantastic, and in my opinion also adds to the feeling of exploring an unknown area on your own, is how you can add your own notes into the map. The map has 2 modes, write and erase. This system allows the player to write anywhere on the map, and as the right side of the map has been left intentionally blank even when you've completely explored a level, this leaves you a decent amount of empty space as a margin where you can add more details about the markers you've drawn on the map. Light as well is an important mechanic in the game. Without a light source, you can barely see in front of you, and the map is revealed in very small portions. Whereas with more light, you're obviously able to see more, and at the same time, more of the map is revealed when you move. Light can be created from many different sources. The most basic of them is by using torches. There are also lanterns which consume oil and magical sources of light. All of these are consumable resources in one way or another, playing yet again into the nature of survival that the game is based around. Unfortunately, light is also something that everything else in the dungeon will see with ease, making stealth impossible if you illuminate your surroundings. This mechanic allows you to choose which you deem more important, the ability to sneak around enemies or the ability to map the levels more effectively. Soon after wandering from the safety of the entrance, you will encounter your first enemy. In the RPG tradition, many of the enemies are hostile wildlife you've seen in many a game, rats, bats, and so on. These are a relatively safe introduction to the combat system of the game. To enter combat, you need to activate the combat mode, either by pressing the appropriate key on the keyboard or by pressing the combat mode button on the action tab of the screen. This raises and lowers your weapon, allowing you to engage in battle. The combat itself is somewhat simple in execution. With the combat mode on, you right-click and hold somewhere on the screen and your power gem starts to charge. The color of this gem shows you the approximation of how much damage you can do if you land the strike. While the gem is red, releasing the button aborts the attack, while yellow means partial damage, and green means the maximum damage potential of your weapon and your related combat skills. There are also 3 different kinds of attacks you can do depending on where on the screen you have the cursor as you click to attack. The bottom of the screen you do a stabbing move, middle of the screen has you do a sideways slash, and at the top of the screen you do an overhead slash. Admittedly, during the game I didn't notice much difference between these moves, but according to the manual, different moves do different damage based on the weapon you're using. When using missile weapons, the cursor is used to aim your shots, instead of the projectiles just being launched towards the center of your screen, as you may expect in a first-person game. Since this is an older RPG, attacking an enemy does not automatically mean you're going to do damage. Attacking with a fully charged power gem is still subject to a dice roll, the success of which is dependent on the skills of your character and the attributes of the enemy. This means that at the start of the game, it is very likely you will miss many of your attacks, resulting in prolonged battles with enemies that would quickly die if you were just able to hit them. This is an important mechanic to understand, specifically to avoid frustration about how you may sometimes seem unable to either deal damage or even hit the enemy, as battling with an enemy that's much stronger than you are is likely to result in missing hits and instead of dealing damage to the enemy, causing damage to your equipment. If this happens, a savvy dungeon crawler might mark the place on their map and return later when they've grown stronger. Equipment damage is another important feature of the game and is a part of your difficulties in surviving using all means at your disposal. There are ways to repair equipment which are not immediately available to you, so taking care of not only your current equipment, but of any spare equipment you may want to use later if your current gear breaks becomes a prime concern. Survival in the Abyss is not only dependent on your gear, but sleeping and eating are also necessities. To sleep, you can use a bedroll, which restores your health and mana while also passing time. This is made less effective if you're starving. Thankfully though, food is quite plentiful in the Abyss and can be found lying around, bought from vendors, or you can even fish to replenish your stocks of food. If you fail to do so, eventually you will starve and start losing health. Sleeping is obviously not the only way to restore health, and the traditional RPG tropes of healing spells and potions can be used. An issue with the potions and magical scrolls highlights the importance of the skill system, as without the appropriate amount of points in the skill lore, you will not know what each similar-looking potion or scroll does before using it. Later on in the game, you can also identify items with the use of a spell or with the help of an NPC who identifies items for a price. Dying in the game can be a big deal if you're not prepared for it. By default, if you die, you lose the game and have to reload a save. This, of course, means that saving is an important thing to remember, and for that, the game gives you several save slots to do so. Another way to prevent death from being a massive obstacle is the silver seed you can find from the first level of the dungeon. Planting this seed into a level allows you to be resurrected at the sapling that grows from the seed if you die. Picking up the sapling, you can get the seed back and replant it in another place. This means that while you're carrying the seed, you are vulnerable to death, but moving the seed as you go deeper allows you to return back to life closer to where you died. In the Abyss, your progress will quite often be blocked by locked doors and other obstacles. This follows the traditional dungeon crawler formula, where items such as keys are an integral part of progressing through the game. Keys, though, are not the only way to get around the obstacles, but the game expects you to use your wits or brute force to solve various problems. These kinds of alternate solutions include things like breaking down damaged doors, using long poles or rocks thrown with a sling to activate buttons that are otherwise unreachable, and so on. There are also more straightforward lever puzzles and such in the Abyss. This adds a layer of variety into the game, and solving these kinds of environmental puzzles does feel quite nice. Some of the environmental puzzles require the usage of another feature in the game: jumping. Instead of just walking around on one level, the three-dimensional nature of the Abyss allows for a variety of exploration options, and also hazards. Sometimes to reach new areas, you must carefully jump around from one platform to another, but this also adds the threat of fall damage, or losing time by having to backtrack to your starting position after a missed jump. Missing jumps can also make you hit a wall, which can also cause damage to your character, making imprecise jumping even more dangerous. The jumping itself is not that easy due to the nature of how the controls in the game work. You move your character in the game world either by using the mouse or with a keyboard. You can turn around, walk, run, strafe, or walk backwards. This may sound quite standard for a first-person 3D game, but it is hard to explain why it's not quite as simple. While you do have all of the basic movements you'd expect in a 3D game, something about them feels a bit off. Even though you can turn around smoothly, the walking directions do not always seem to correspond to the direction you're looking at. But it feels like there's a hidden movement axis that only lets you move in some specific directions. This means that you can look in one direction, press forwards, but instead of moving straight ahead, you move in a slight angle that's almost the direction you want to go into, but not quite. This is made even more annoying by how the game reacts when you bump into things like corners. Doing so can bump you away from where you were trying to go and turn you around slightly, making for a somewhat disorienting experience, especially when trying to run. Once you reach higher levels, you can eventually also float or fly, allowing you to reach previously unreachable places or to bypass obstacles that are more time-consuming to bypass by foot. There is another useful control feature which for the time was absolutely fantastic, especially considering another very popular genre-defining 3D game, Doom, was released over a year after Ultima Underworld, and even that didn't have this feature: the ability to look up and down. Using the appropriate keys, you can adjust your view or snap the vertical rotation back to the center. The usefulness of being able to look around becomes almost a necessity in some portions of the game, where you either want to get as close to an edge as possible without falling, or when you're trying to walk on thin platforms or pathways where diverting from the path can be hazardous to your health. The game also includes an alternate movement control setup, which may be more pleasant in some situations. In the manual, this is called the Easy Move function, where pressing the Shift button while pressing a movement button snaps you to a grid, such as turning in a 45-degree increment, instead of the smoother-looking default movement. This feature allows you to, for example, line yourself up directly for a jump, or make another feature of the game more bearable. The Abyss has multiple areas with water, and instead of being instantly deadly, the avatar now has the ability to swim. Swimming is not only necessary for getting out of some predicaments you may end up in, but there are several locations only accessible by swimming to them, many of which contain very useful items. Unfortunately, at least at lower levels, swimming is, to me, somewhat nauseating. Not only is swimming slow, but the head-bobbing movement is not pleasant to look at. Thankfully, for those like me who have an issue with it, the easy movement option makes swimming more pleasant, as even while swimming, the snapping to grid style stays the same, allowing you to not only move faster in water, but moving this way also eliminates the head-bobbing effect. Later in the game, this can also be completely negated by the use of a spell which allows you to walk on water, removing the necessity to swim completely. Spellcasting in Ultima Underworld is in some ways familiar to Ultima veterans, but in execution is quite unique. Spells are once more divided into 8 circles and are composed of words of power, which describe the nature of the spell. The spellbook that comes with the game, as a physical document, or in the case of modern version, as a PDF file, describes most of the available spells. Unlike many of the mainline games, you do not need magical reagents to cast any of the spells, which, in the depths of the abyss, is a blessing, as resources are already very limited. Instead, spells are cast using a rune bag you find from the very beginning of the game. Using this bag, you choose the appropriate runes for the spell you want to cast, which are placed into your rune shelf. Clicking on this rune shelf will attempt to cast the spell, assuming the runes correspond to an existing spell. All of the runes themselves aren't immediately available, but have to be found from the abyss and added into your rune bag. Having more runes does allow you to cast more spells, but first you need to know them. While most of the spells are included in the spellbook, some spells can only be learned inside the game. As Ultima Underworld follows a similar logic to the other Ultima games, this means that the first playthrough of the game is likely going to be the most difficult one, as the spells exist in the game regardless of whether you've already found the instructions to cast them during that playthrough. Therefore, once you've written down the runes for a spell, as long as you have them in your inventory, you can attempt to cast that spell. Whether you can cast a spell successfully or not is governed by your casting skill. Having a low casting skill can mean your spellcasting fails, and that adds a chance that the casting will backfire, causing damage to you instead. Raising skills like your casting skill requires you to level up your character. The first part of this process is to gain enough experience. This alone does nothing, which should come as a no surprise to Ultima veterans. Instead, each level nets your character points that can be used to improve your skills. This is done via the altars of the virtues that are scattered across the abyss, and also shows one of the more unfair and annoying parts of the game. At first, your character starts relatively weak, and from the altar on the first level of the abyss you can find 3 mantras, and chanting these at an altar will improve your skills. Unfortunately, these mantras are for skill categories and not for specific skills, and these mantras choose the skills to raise at random, potentially giving you points to skills that you have no desire to raise. When you go deeper into the abyss and explore more, you find more mantras, which are specific to one skill in particular, allowing you to level up your character in the way you want to level them up. Some of them are found very deep in the abyss, making finding them for the first time a potentially harrowing process. For a repeat player, or for someone who doesn't mind googling the mantras, the adventure into the abyss will be therefore easier, as all of these mantras work from the very beginning. You just don't know about them until you've found them. Despite the abyss being full of danger, that is not everything you will find. Instead, the world of the abyss is inhabited by several less hostile factions that may help you with your quest if you stay on their good side. Talking is an important part of this, and works very similarly to most RPGs. Instead of the text parser style of the preceding mainline Ultima games, Ultima Underworld relies on giving you full lines of dialogue to choose from. There are some instances where a text input system is used, such as when you meet the lizard folk, who understand the human language but are physically unable to speak it, requiring you to learn their language with the help of a mute prisoner whose signing gives you an approximate meaning of each word you ask him of. Being on the good side of these factions living in the underworld is not only important if you wish to learn more about the history of the underworld and why all of these people are living in probably the most inhospitable place in the entire Britannia, but also to finding out more about your current quest and how to complete it. Of course, having fewer people wanting to brutally murder you is also a decent reward for taking a diplomatic approach in your interactions. Talking to the different factions reveals that the colonies within the abyss were built with the ambition that all of the races could follow the virtues and live together in peace. For a while, things seemed to go well, but when the leader of this pursuit, Sir Cabirus, died, the fragile alliances between the races broke down, and each faction withdrew into isolation within their own strongholds. By talking and seeing more dreams of the mysterious wizard who pulled you into this world, you find out that his brother, Wizard Tibble, is behind the kidnapping of the Baron's daughter, and he intends to use her as a sacrifice to summon a demon into Britannia. To stop this from happening, you must stop the wizard Tibble and banish the demon to whence it came. So finding everything you can that can help in your quest is a good idea. During his life, Sir Cabirus held many talismans linked to the virtues, but since his death, these talismans were scattered across the abyss, some being held in reverence by the factions and some being completely abandoned and lost to time. While using brute force is sometimes an option, finding these talismans to use them in your quest is made easier by having good relations with the less hostile factions of the Abyss, many of whom are more than willing to help you in your quest if you prove yourself trustworthy. As you delve deeper and deeper into the Abyss, discovering the lost talismans of Sir Cabirus, you eventually find the lair of Tibble. You evade the magical defenses he has set up, free his slaves and destroy the source of his power before striking the evil wizard down. With his last breath, Tibble taunts you, saying how you've now doomed Britannia, as he had planned to bind the demon he and his brother had released, the Slasher of Veils, into the Baron's daughter, Ariel. Now that his plan to capture the demon and drain its powers using the orb he had used to protect his lair has failed, the demon is free to leave the Abyss and cause untold destruction once the bindings that hold it in place are completely gone. While for any mere mortal, the quest would now be over. You've defeated the evil wizard and freed the Baron's daughter, completing your agreement that got you thrown into the abyss in the first place. But you are the Avatar, so obviously the demon must be defeated as well. So begins the final gauntlet of the game, during which you need to fight hordes of monsters to reach the 3 parts of the Key of Infinity. Each piece of the key requires you to complete a small quest received from each of the 3 remaining prisoners in Tibal's dungeon. You also help the wizard Garamond find peace by burying his hidden bones into his own grave, which allows him to communicate with you properly. Finally, he explains to you that by releasing the power of the talismans of the virtues, by throwing them into a lava pool near the Slasher of Veils, a practice which is very familiar to the Avatar, the talismans will release such potent and pure power that he can use it to trap the demon into its own dimension. You do so, and get caught in the wake and dragged into a weird dimension, where the demon immediately attacks you. Thankfully, you had seen a vision of the future, and follow this vision to escape the dimension before it's too late. The power released by this struggle causes the volcano within which the abyss is located to erupt, destroying all that remains within it. Garamond had taken his time to help the inhabitants of the Abyss to relocate to a new place, and for once, you have not committed accidental mass murder while trying to save Britannia. Finally, you're free from the Abyss. The Baron is grateful for the return of his daughter, and Britannia is once more safe. And you fall into a slumber, ending up in your own bed, again back home on Earth. Ultima Underworld is another landmark game that has had a rather large influence in the video game industry at large. Without Ultima Underworld, it's unlikely there would have ever been a system shock, which in turn resulted in games like Deus Ex and BioShock. As a game, it was leagues ahead of its time. While there were multiple dungeon crawlers before and after, Ultima Underworld was the first that was in proper 3D and gave you a massive amount of freedom of movement. The amount of interactable objects in the world and the amount of ways with which you can interact with them is of course a continuation of the same features in the numbered Ultima games, but so far unheard of in a first-person game, paving the way for immersive sims. It is not perfect by any means, and the jankiness of the free movement is sometimes annoying. The spellcasting system is also quite slow, and often it feels safer to just keep a healing spell equipped instead of trying to swap to offensive spells mid-combat. But as a whole, the exploration of the Abyss does feel fantastic, and learning about the history of the colony was very interesting. While the start of the story is not the greatest, it's what's between the beginning and the end that hold the game together, as there are again little stories for each settlement, and you get to know the lives of many other people you interact with. Anyway, as a finale, first off, I'd like to apologize for this video having taken so long to make. IRL has not been so kind these last few months, and there's been way less time to do all of the fun things I wanted to. I'd also like to thank everyone for watching these videos. There's far more of you than I ever expected, and I feel humbled and grateful. Thank you. But that is it for this time, and next time, which should come sooner, when we delve again into the dungeons with Ultima Underworld II. Until then, Fintrovert, signing out.
For the last year, you've been living in Britannia, after becoming stranded in the land as the destruction of the Guardian's generators during the events of Ultima VII disturbed the magical ether, preventing the moon gates that acted as your passageway between Earth and Britannia from working. As a hero of the people, you've lived comfortably, knowing that you willingly sacrificed the ability to return home in exchange for restoring peace to Britannia. Now, as the anniversary of Guardian's defeat is nearing, Lord British is arranging the Festival of Rebuilding to celebrate not only your victory, but the hard work of Britannians who have been working hard to rid the world of the remaining influences of the Guardian's false religion and restoring the world to its former glory. You're invited into this celebration to join your companions and Lord British on a grand feast in his castle. There is music, dancing, plentiful food, and copious amounts of wine, and after the celebration, you retire into a room in the castle to rest. Exhausted but happy, the citizens of Britain sleep, confident that the future is bright. But that is not to be, as while the city is sleeping, a giant black dome appears over the castle, completely isolating it from the outside world, with you inside it. So begins Ultima Underworld II, that was released in January of 1993, less than a year after the release of the first Underworld. Considering the rather short development cycle for the game, it's actually quite surprising how many differences there are to its predecessor, both in game design and in the improved game engine. In the first Ultima Underworld, there are relatively few in-game references to the main series of Ultima games, and as such, the position of the game within the timeline isn't exactly the most obvious. But it's also mostly irrelevant, as the story of Ultima Underworld is very much self-contained. However, in Ultima Underworld II, this is no longer the case, but the introduction alone specifies that this game acts as a direct sequel to Ultima VII, the Black Gate. To begin the game, you once more create a character, which works practically identically to the character creation in Ultima Underworld. You choose your sex and handedness, after which you choose your character's class. Similarly to the first Underworld, the character class affects which skills you can choose to add skill points to. The amount of skills you choose is dependent on the class, as some classes have more skills that always get points, whereas some have more selectable skills. Your class selection also sets your character attributes, which heavily affects what could be seen as the most optimal way to play your class, as the attributes cannot be raised. Instead, they will be somewhat randomly chosen based on your class selection, making each playthrough give you a slightly different character. After choosing your class and skills, you get to choose the look of your avatar from a selection that is largely the same as in the previous game, before ending up with the most difficult choice of any RPG: the name. Minutes of contemplation later, after which you probably just pick the one you always use, you're thrust into the game, where the avatar wakes up in their room, very naked, and very unaware of what has happened during the night. As you enter the world of Britannia, you're greeted by the first-person dungeon-crawling interface, which has received a facelift. The user interface now has a stone-carved look, which, in my opinion, looks much more clear than the interface in the previous game. The main game window has been moved slightly to the left and has been increased in size. The command icons that took a large portion of the left side have been made smaller and moved to the bottom right of the screen. Above that are the health and mana bottles, which are now more vibrant in color, and above that is the paper doll view, which functions the same as in Underworld, with armor being put directly on the paper doll, while weapon and accessory slots surround the paper doll. At the bottom are your 8 inventory slots, and the available carry weight is clearly marked next to the paper doll. The compass is one of the largest changes from the previous game's interface, where it also served as a way to use some of the easy move functions directly from the graphical interface. But now it has been made smaller and those buttons have been removed. The power gem is no longer its own element either, but has been incorporated into the compass. Where the power gem used to be, now lies a shelf that holds your currently active magic icons, and on the opposite side of the compass is the rune shelf, where your selected magic runes are held. Moving around the world works practically the same as before. You can walk, run, backstep, strafe and turn smoothly using the control keys. Pressing down shift while doing so moves the character in the easy mode, which is more reminiscent of the movement style of grid-based dungeon crawlers. Having basic movement down, you can explore your room and use the command icons to recover your gear, which you've haphazardly thrown onto the floor after retiring to your room after the very wet party. Amongst your gear is a note from Miranda imploring you to come quickly to the throne room of Lord British, informing you that there's a crisis afoot. You can also find the invitation letter that acted as the narration for the introduction segment of the game, which is a nice bit of world building in my opinion. Having read the note, you decide it's best to find Lord British and ask what this new crisis is all about. His castle is a veritable maze, and finding your way might seem like a daunting task at first. Fortunately, in the bag you found in your room is a handy map which comes pre-filled with notes about where to find some of the most important places in the castle. The map functions have not been changed since the last game, and it's still extremely useful. As you wander through an area, you automatically map the parts you explore. How far from your position you reveal the map depends on the amount of light you emit from whatever light source you have active. The note function also returns and can be used to write anywhere on the map. Using this map, it's simple to locate the throne room that is teeming with people and talk to Lord British, who reveals to you that the Guardian has surrounded the castle with an impenetrable dome of black rock, trapping everyone inside. Knowing that this is likely just one part of the Guardian's plan, and knowing the prejudices of the human population against the gargoyles, Lord British commands those in the castle to make finding a way to escape the dome a priority. As you're formulating your plans, the Guardian projects himself into the throne room, saying that those who will submit to serve him will be freed from this predicament, while those who oppose him will be trapped here forever. Obviously, no one in the castle would take this deal from an obviously deceptive and evil entity, right? In the castle, you can explore and talk to all of the NPCs, most of which are familiar from older Ultima games, and are willing to tell you of their life between the last time you met them and the present. Some of these people will be extremely important to you during your quest. The mages are investigating what happened and hypothesize that since the Guardian is a sloppy caster, there will be smaller echoes of the large dome somewhere, in a similar way that the generators in Ultima VII had smaller echoes of themselves within themselves. Those echoes could then be used to weaken the main spell and thus allow the people to destroy the dome, while others in the castle are concerned with seemingly more mundane tasks. Sure, Dupre, I'll go down into the basement to kill some rats. As long as I... Where is the basement? Here we get into the first annoying part of the game, and since it's so early on in the game and effectively locks you out of any progress until you solve it, it has to be pointed out. Your path forwards is in the sewers of the castle, and the only way to get there is hidden behind a secret door. As long as you've explored the castle, you've likely seen that there are some hidden doors here and there, but those are locked and they seemingly have no way to open them. No one in the castle seems to have any more information for you either, and nothing inside the game tells you that, hey, there's a secret door right there that you need to open to get to the sewers. Understandably, this could be extremely disheartening to new players and might sour the entire experience going forwards. But there's another secret: arcane knowledge which has been lost to time. The solution is in the manual, which has a how to play section that walks you through the basic controls and functions of the game. One of these sections guides you directly to a secret door in your room, behind which you can find your rune bag, some runes, and a button that opens another secret door, which leads to a tunnel section that surrounds the entire castle, within which you can open all of the other secret doors and find the locked door that leads into the sewers. The rune bag again acts as your means of casting spells and hasn't changed in any meaningful way from the first game. Most of the spells are listed in the manual and you need to level up to cast higher circle spells. You choose the runes corresponding to a spell, as long as you've found those runes, and click the rune shelf to try and cast it, success of which depends on your casting skill level. The first floor of the sewers shows you some of the additions, improvements, and other changes into the game engine and game design philosophy. The graphics of the game have been, in my opinion, significantly improved. Not only are the environments more detailed, there seems to be more of a variation to them. There's less of everything being grey because you're in a dungeon, but even in the sewers there are several different kinds of environments, and even water can have multiple different textures to it. The enemy sprites as well have been improved, and things like bats are no longer just a practically single-colored shape that kinda resembles a bat, but instead the sprites are much more detailed. Combat against these enemies works very much the same as before. You draw your weapon and hold the right mouse button to charge your attack. Depending on which third of the view window you click, that changes the type of attack you do. Some of the attacks are more powerful depending on which weapon you're using. Slashing weapons do more damage with slashes, piercing weapons like daggers do more damage when stabbing, etc. In practice though, it just looks cool to do different kinds of attacks. How long an attack takes to charge to maximum power also depends on the weapon you're using, and heavier weapons take a longer time to charge their attack to the full potential. One of the early examples of the changes in design philosophy comes almost immediately after reaching the sewers, as one of the first rooms you can find has an enemy called Headless. At this point in the game, with a barely awake hungover avatar who's forgotten how to fight and has left all of their magical gear at home, these enemies are far too dangerous to fight. Because of the way skills work, it's unlikely you'll be able to do any damage to the Headless yet, but instead when you hit them, you damage your weapon. This doesn't only show how the developers decided to add reasons for players to backtrack in some levels, but highlights some aspects of the skill system. Even if the combat is basically point and click, there is still an RPG dice roll system in the background, and whether you succeed in an attack, miss an attack, or critically fail with an attack, they are all dependent on your skill level with that weapon type and the defensive capabilities of the enemy you're trying to attack. This means that to be in any way an effective combatant, you have to raise your skills. Thankfully, that has also been improved from the previous game. Instead of having to find mantras from mostly random places in the Stygian Abyss, and then go to a shrine and hope that you have some points you can use for training, the skill points you can use for training are now marked at the top of your skill list in your character sheet. The mantras have been replaced by trainers, the first ones whom are the vast majority of the named NPCs in the Castle of Lord British. To level up a specific skill, all you need to do is have skill points, go talk to the person who teaches the skill you wish to learn, ask them to teach you, and you're done. I tried saving and loading multiple times before training skills to see if the amount of skill points you get changes. But either it's predetermined by a random number seed which doesn't change on reload, or it's just dependent on other variables I'm not aware of, but to me it seemed like you always get a certain amount of points from a certain trainer at a certain skill level. For example, at one point I was trying to train my sword skill with a trainer in the castle, and I was able to receive only 1 point to the skill, even when reloading a save. But when I reloaded and went to another sword trainer, I always received 2 points to the skill. Skill points are received by leveling up, which works in a very traditional way. Experience is gained by killing enemies and reaching certain milestones in the game, and those milestones can also give you extra skill points without leveling up. Immediately after the room with the Headless, you encounter an engine improvement: changing geometry. This feature was used somewhat in the first Underworld, but in places where you were never able to look at the changing geometry. In Underworld II, though, there are platforms that change on their own, and in the first level it creates a platforming segment you need to solve to proceed forwards, and later on sees use as things like elevators and breakable hazards. It's not the most smooth, and instead is very jerky, but it's functional and kind of amazing to see in an early fully 3D game world. The sewers are also home to the second kind of annoying part of the new game design. Finding a way even further down is not the most intuitive, but is most likely to happen in one of two ways. Either you'll encounter another instance of changing platforms where a part of the floor disappears when you step on it, which drops you to a lower level in the middle of a cavern of spiders, which are likely to brutally rip you to shreds if you engage them in combat. Or you'll run around the level, encountering locked doors and a segment of platforms on which you can run around in circles, wondering where are you meant to go to proceed. Eventually deciding to just jump in the water and explore, and you might find that one corner in which there's a small cavern which leads to the caves below the castle's sewer system. This was not the best game design. Even if it kinda sorta makes sense in universe, since these caverns are old, far older than the castle, and the sewers were built on top of the caverns without any care about their existence, so of course there would be no clear pathway down below. But from a gameplay perspective, this is potentially another part which can sour the experience to new players who aren't already familiar with the world of Ultima Underworld II. This is made even more annoying as swimming is still very much a thing, and it's still just as nauseating as it was in the first Underworld. Thankfully, the easy move function makes swimming more tolerable in this one as well, and you can negate the head bob almost completely by using this function while swimming. As you delve deeper into the dungeon, you eventually find a cavern which seems different from the areas around it. Here, a small black rock dome sits in the middle, and as you try to touch it, it repels you. One side of it looks different though, and touching this side suddenly jerks you, and everything goes black. Until, suddenly you find yourself in a locked closet. Somewhere. Breaking out of this closet and starting to explore this strange place, you find out you're in a prison tower in a different dimension. This dimension has already been taken over by the Guardian, and the humans who used to be the ruling species have been subjugated and are now ruled over by goblins who take great pleasure in torturing and using as slaves those who previously looked down on them. Being in another world is now also shown in the map screen, which has a new icon that has the same octagonal shape as the Blackrock gem used to travel between the worlds. When you're in a different world, the side of the gem that represents that world is lit up. While this is a cool way to keep track of where you are in the universe, I never found it to be actually useful. Just cool. This area was where I really began to enjoy the game. Not only because of the world building of a completely different world, but because this was the first part of the game where I felt like I had multiple choices on how to proceed. Before reaching this new world, the game had been a very cookie-cutter dungeon crawler. There was barely any dialogue since leaving the castle, and most of the game had been about killing rats and slugs while climbing down a rather generic cavern. But now, since I'm a hoarder in video games and potentially a little bit too much of it in real life as well, I had to pick up and look at almost everything in the basement where I had found myself in. And below a box I found a voucher, which listed an assortment of produce to be delivered to the kitchen. Wondering if this would be important, I obviously took it into my inventory, which ended up being an excellent idea, as the goblin guards above demanded to know why I was there, so I showed them the voucher and gained passage further into the tower. This allowed me to wander about and talk to everyone, finding out more about the world I had ended up in, making deals with both goblins and humans, planning out how to release the humans from their slavery. I was also able to impersonate a human ally of the Guardian and gain access to the most valued prisoner in the entire tower, a human resistance leader who had found a small Blackrock orb in his cell. Talking to the goblin leader again, invoking the name of the Guardian, he just handed the gem to me. And technically, I had now completed my objective. This is what the mages in Britannia wanted, the echoes of the Guardian spell in other worlds, which could be used to weaken the dome. But I'm the Avatar, so I couldn't just leave the people into slavery now, could I? Instead, I talked the goblins into giving me the keys to all of the cells, which allowed me to free a troll who proceeded to murder each and every goblin in the tower, freeing the humans and leaving them a nice little tower full of blood and guts. This was fantastic because I love these kinds of segments in games, where knowledge and cunning is power, and you can use non-violent means to solve the entire zone. Well, non-violent in the sense that I didn't kill anyone, I just let out a troll who did. But that's not the only option, since you can either choose not to bother with the talking, or even if you do want to talk yourself through the level, you might fail a portion of the dialogue and reveal yourself to be an enemy of the Guardian, or you may just not receive the information you need. And if any of that happens, everything in the world can also be solved with violence. It's beautiful. Of course, violent solutions can lead to a violent end, the result of which depends on where you die. If you die in Britannia, you just die and have to reload your game, as the dome prevents higher magic from working, meaning resurrection is impossible. You also don't have the Silver Seed, nor any kind of an analog for it in the game. But if you die in another world, the Blackrock gem ejects you out of that world in exchange for some of your experience. Having completed the objectives in the new world and made the life of the Guardian slightly more difficult, you return home and show the gem to Nistel, whose enchantment on the gem allows you to lock a facet of the gem. This weakens the barrier between the worlds and allows you to travel to that world again whenever you wish. But another change has happened within the Blackrock gem in the caverns. 2 more of the facets are now periodically brighter. This is an indication that 2 more worlds are available to travel, depending on which side is lit up. And now a major part of the game has been opened up for you. In a way, everything up until this point was a tutorial, showing the player how to talk to people, how to solve the basic problems, how to fight and level up, how some places will be beyond your skills and require you to come back later, and giving an introduction to traveling between worlds while also showing how some areas may be solved without ever drawing your weapon. From this point onwards, you're a little bit more free and can use the gem to travel to different worlds, learn more about these dimensions under the Guardian's control, and even help the inhabitants of those worlds weaken the influence of the Guardian. After all, that is your purpose as an avatar, helping other people regardless of the dimension they reside in. A sentence I'm sure will not come back to haunt me. All of the worlds you travel into have a clearly defined theme, and by talking to the inhabitants of these worlds, you learn more about what the world used to be like and how the Guardian corrupted it all. Some worlds tried to fight, but eventually lost and became desolate wastelands unfit for the living. Depending on what you're looking for in an Ultima Underworld game, these sections will either be great or they could be a disappointment, since the worlds are often very linear with only a few of them having an emphasis on exploring and puzzle solving. Instead of a dungeon crawler, Underworld II plays in many ways more like a traditional RPG, focusing on world building and character interactions more than a direct exploration of an unfamiliar setting. Personally, I enjoyed both aspects, at least until I got even further into the game when I realized that the focus on a more traditional RPG style meant that during development the game seemed to lose sight of what people enjoy in the dungeon crawling segments. Because the game has increased the 3-dimensionality in some of the areas, that has also increased the amount of mandatory platforming, which is not entirely pleasant. And there are mazes. So many mazes, with an abundance of lever puzzles, making you run around small sections of these mazes over and over again until you find the right arrangement for the switches, just to get to another maze. Thankfully, in some worlds, the most annoying mazes only hold treasure and don't have any plot significance, so they can be safely bypassed. Having found the gems and severed the connection of the Guardian spell to each of the worlds, weakening the dome around the castle, all that remains is to find the means to actually shatter the dome. This final quest has you completing a very specific ritual that allows you to trap a djinn of the air into yourself, so you can use a magical horn that is known to have the power to break down the walls of fortresses. As you return to Britannia to finish your quest, the Guardian's army assaults the castle, eventually falling to your blade, allowing Nistel to prepare his spells. Then, you blow the horn. The air resonates all around you. The deafening sound of the horn shakes the castle to its foundations. And then, the dome starts to crack. In an instant, the black rock surrounding the castle breaks, and the massive chunks of the dome definitely do not crash all over the castle, causing untold destruction to the town around it, and no one dies a violent and horrible death, crushed beneath a gigantic piece of black rock. You breathe the fresh air of Britannia, and feel pride in how once more the Guardian was defeated. not only in this world, but in several others as well, where his influence has now been weakened, with his army of oppression defeated, giving new hope to those who resist the Guardian's influence on those other, now very distant worlds. Ultima Underworld II was, honestly, way more different than I expected it to be. From the little I had heard of the game, I was led to believe that it's more of Ultima Underworld, just not as good. But I didn't end up feeling like that. Sure, there are things I didn't enjoy that much. The abundance of mazes in some worlds was a bit too much, and it felt like there was less of emergent gameplay, where you can come up with several solutions to an environmental problem, making the game much more linear. Which I can see as being a reason why someone would prefer the first game. But there are also things that in my opinion were vastly better than in the first Underworld. For example, while I did enjoy the stories of the little colonies in the Stygian Abyss, I never felt like I had an actual reason to pay much attention to them before I got very far in the game and some of the colonies suddenly became important in my quest. In Ultima Underworld II, the first worlds you can travel to acted as a way to show the player that yes, you should pay attention to all of these worlds and learn their intricacies, because each of these has a part of your goal hidden in them, giving me more of a reason to actually pay attention to all of the worlds from the very beginning. And I'm glad I did, because the stories told in those worlds were, in my opinion, very interesting. Other things I felt like were improved were, as mentioned before, the user interface and graphics. And also the soundscape, which now uses digitized sound effects instead of sounds from a synthesizer sound bank. Even though sometimes that doesn't quite work. There's also a very rudimentary version of a dynamic music system where the combat music changes depending on how you're doing in combat. The skill point system is much more first playthrough friendly, as it's no longer dependent on finding mantras, some of which could only be found from the very deepest levels of the Stygian Abyss, whereas now most skill trainers are available from the very beginning, allowing you to craft your character the way you want to. The movement was also tweaked to be more pleasant. In Ultima Underworld, I mentioned how I didn't like how it seemed like sometimes it was hard to go straight forwards and it felt like you were locked on this invisible axis, and how walls and corners made the camera jump around in a seemingly random and a very confusing way. In Underworld 2, it felt like you were always going where you wanted to, and the camera bounce from walls and corners was smoother and the turn angles smaller. Corners could also just make you stop instead of turning you around almost 90 degrees. Potions as well now follow a similar logic as they do in the main Ultima games and are color-coded, instead of always looking the same, forcing you to identify the potions to effectively use them. The dungeon crawling could have been better, and I think it was the part that suffered the most from the comparatively very short development cycle and the increased scope. The worst part for me was how some important items did not at all look like they would be important, and I was saved from a massive amount of backtracking only because of my constant need to loot basically everything. There are quest items that just lay on the ground, and if you look at them, you get a generic description of the item, and you just have to know that this item specifically is important. So, if you've gone through the game in an order the game didn't expect and missed an item, well, you're going through that maze again, chump! There was also a little tease that initially got me excited, when a goblin guard dropped a keyring. Sadly, it wasn't an item I could use to automatically test all of the keys in that keyring to open a door, but it was just a reskinned bag. Still, despite several shortcomings, overall I enjoyed the game and felt like the game was in many ways a significant improvement over the first Underworld. But I do see why people would not enjoy it as well, since the change of focus could be a massive disappointment to those who were looking for a different kind of dungeon crawling experience. A massive thank you to everyone who's been watching these videos. The reception and support has been unbelievable, and I'm very happy this project has resonated with so many people in such a positive way. Thank you also to everyone who's been supporting me on Ko-fi and who's been watching the Twitch streams. Anyway, that is it for this time. Thank you all for watching, and until next time, when we follow the footsteps of Gwenno into another new land in Ultima VII Part 2, The Serpent Isle. But until then, Fintrovert signing out. It has been 6 months since the Guardians' attempt to invade Britannia while trapping the heroes of the realm in an impenetrable dome of black rock, and the realm has been rebuilding in relative peace ever since. During this time, there has been no sign of the Guardian or his dastard Liminian Batlin, whose charismatic leadership during Ultima VII, the Black Gate, had allowed him to create a false religion to aid the Guardian in physically entering Britannia, a plan you managed to foil at the last minute. Finally, one of Batlin's final hideouts has been found, and within his belongings a magical letter which summons a recorded vision of the Guardian, ordering Batlin to follow Gwenno to a place called Serpent Isle, implying some evil plan to destroy Britannia will unfold in this mysterious place. Feeling the gravity of the situation, Lord British once more calls for the Avatar, who is still living in Britannia, unable to go home. The Avatar answers the call and gathers up their most loyal companions, Iolo, Shamino, and Dupre, and embarks on the dangerous trip to Serpent Isle, only reachable via a magical portal in the ocean marked by 2 serpent pillars. The ship sails into the portal, and we enter the main menu. Similarly to Ultima Underworld II, Ultima VII Part 2 was released less than a year after its predecessor game, and uses the same engine with several tweaks and improvements. This was a style that Origin had first properly tried during Ultima VI, with the Ultima Worlds as spin-off games, which I may play eventually, where the idea was to remain more financially stable by releasing multiple games using the same engine, as creating a completely new and increasingly more complex engine for a single game was not only time-consuming, but costly. So, getting more benefit from the single engine seemed like a reasonable idea. This would allow a part of the company to work on a new game engine, while still being able to release more games in the series without players having to wait multiple years for the next installment. As in the Black Gate, the main menu is rather simple, and an ominous music sets the mood for the game, implying this will not be a happy-go-lucky story. Starting the game is simple, as character creation is non-existent. All you choose are your name and portrait, which also chooses your character's sex. Once you've done that, you're immediately thrown into the game. Or, in this case, flown into the game. After entering the portal at the Serpent Pillars, your ship had entered the void, seemingly flying through it until finally ending up on a shore in this mysterious island. The game is once more played from an almost top-down 2D view, with some absolutely gorgeous sprite work, and the graphical details of the game haven't changed much from Part 1, with many other sprites being reused. Your companions are understandably shaken by the magical journey through the portal and implore you to check your belongings to make sure nothing was lost during this eventful journey. Character sheets are very similar to Ultima VII Part 1, with the exception that instead of many pieces of gear having a slot around your paper doll, now practically all items you can wear or wield are dragged directly onto the paper doll and have a visual representation on it. This is one of the few major graphical improvements in the game, and the detailed paper dolls are a welcome addition to the game. If you are using the Exalt distributable for the Black Gate, this same paper doll system can be used in that game as well. The other clear improvement is the increased detail in the character portraits during dialogue, some of which are also reused, but from Ultima Underworld II. The inventory system hasn't changed much either, and things like backpacks can be examined by opening a new window that looks like the container you've interacted with. Within these windows you can arrange items in any way you want, by dragging and dropping them, only limited by carry weight and container size. For once, your party is rather well equipped, having several pieces of magical armor, magical weapons, and a well-stocked spellbook. You also have the Black Sword, within which you trapped a demon in the Forge of Virtue, and the Serpent statue that you could receive from the goblins in Ultima Underworld II. This part could be rather confusing, since even if you've played through Ultima Underworld II, it's somewhat unlikely that you would have been able to receive the Serpent statue in that game, as it's locked behind a very specific set of actions. First off, you need to find the goblins in the sewers, and mostly be kind to them. Except, you also have to chastise them for trespassing, which will allow you to study tracking with them, which you have to do. After this, you have to kill all of the slugs in the adjoining chamber and then play through the game until one major plot point happens very close to the end of the game. After that, returning to the goblins triggers new dialogue, in which they have decided to reward you for helping with the slug problem by giving you one of their most prized possessions, the Serpent statue. If you've done everything except learn tracking from them, all you receive is a fish. In your pack is also a receipt for all of the items received from Lord British's armory, because even the Avatar cannot escape the power of bureaucracy. Feeling that everything is well enough, you begin to explore the new land, as a storm begins to worsen around you. Controlling the character is practically identical to Ultima VII Part 1. The game is designed to be played exclusively with the mouse, but has some keyboard alternatives. As you move the mouse around the screen, the cursor shape changes, and the arrow and its length determine which direction you will move when you click the right mouse button. Double-clicking the left mouse button attempts to use an object, such as opening a door or the character sheet of a party member. Clicking and dragging with the left mouse button attempts to move an object, which allows you to either rearrange items in the game world or pick up items into your inventory by dragging and dropping an item onto a character whose inventory you want to place it. You can also control the character and the cursor with a keyboard, but it's clearly an afterthought and seems to just emulate what the mouse controls would do. Lightning begins to strike, hitting all around you, eventually striking a companion, who immediately disappears. Then another, and another, until you are alone. The storm continues as you rush on the beach, trying to find a safe place to take cover, but you are stopped by a mysterious hooded figure. She tells you her name is Thoxa, a Zenkan monk, and subjects you to a copy protection questionnaire, the answers to which can be found by reading the manual. After which she reveals that your arrival has been foretold by a prophecy, which tells of a hero and their 3 companions who've come to Serpent Isle to save the world from a great evil. Serpent Isle has been subjected to strange calamities, such as the teleport storm you've just witnessed, and mysterious diseases are ravaging the population. Thoxa implores you to find your lost companions and hands you a magical hourglass, explaining that as long as you have the Hourglass of Fate with you, you can be resurrected upon death and can use it to call the monks to resurrect your fallen companions. Suddenly, another monk appears, but one who has a very different interpretation of the prophecy. He reveals to you that the prophecy in his view says that those who try to help the hero will instead subject the hero to their worst adversities, and says Thoxa is a renegade who was not supposed to help you. The 2 monks engage in a magical duel with Thoxa emerging victorious, albeit barely. She reiterates that you should find your companions and everything else you've lost before guiding you towards a hidden cave on the path to a city, and disappears. Here you are, alone in a strange land with barely an inkling of what is happening, but it is clearly something dire. Thankfully, soon after this, Shamino arrives and is flabbergasted about the situation as you are, and mentions how much of your gear has been transformed into something else, an effect of the teleport storm your party was subjected to. Going towards the city, you can find the cavern Thoxa mentioned and enter it. This area works as a sort of mini-tutorial. Finding the place requires you to pay attention to directions given in dialogue, or reading about it in the How to Play section in the manual, as the cavern is hidden behind an illusory wall. Inside, Shamino points out useful items such as a bedroll and a locked chest. There is also a poorly hidden bag behind a barrel in this cave which contains several lockpicks. From this cavern, you can also see another cavern, which can be entered through another illusory wall, but this part is dark, and Shamino suggests you use a torch to see better. This whole sequence is a brilliant way to familiarize the player with several game mechanics in a non-intrusive and intuitive way, without feeling too much like a tutorial. As you continue your journey in the only direction you can, Shamino quickly interrupts the process again, pointing out that there's a very familiar looking magic bow in the ground. He notes that in his belongings is a skull that looks very much like it would fit the skeleton next to which the bow now lies, hypothesizing that this is a way for you to find all of the gear that has gone missing due to the teleport storms. Earlier, when you met Shamino, he wrote a list of new objects that had appeared in your inventories. This list, in combination with the receipt of the magical items taken from Lord British's armory, will help you in your quest to find the missing gear. For once, proving that bureaucracy can be a benefit in some specific instances. Further down the path, the party encounters a large stone fortification, the first sign of civilization on this journey. Speaking to the guards reveals many details about this new land and gives you another goal. You've found the city of Monitor, a proud settlement dedicated entirely to the concept of courage. The whole social structure has been built around this concept, and the city is managed and protected by 3 orders of knights. If you do not belong to one of these orders, you are not seen as trustworthy. You also find out about an enchanter who appeared out of thin air to disrupt a funeral, and of the dangers people face outside the walls of Monitor, with groups of goblins coming closer and closer to the walls to attack traders and knights. Finally, you're let inside the city, but only under guard, to talk to the mayor, during which you find out more about the tensions in the city. With many patrols going missing because of the goblins, and the orders of knights are having differing opinions on how to deal with the situation. As you're conversing, Dupre is also escorted to the mayor, and your party is now almost complete. Unfortunately, the final member of your party was mistaken to be the enchanter, as the teleport storm dropped him into an unfortunate situation and is now in the city jail, from where only a knight can release them. Here is where I think was the first proper moment when I began to notice one major change from the Black Gate. Whereas in that game the world was extremely open and a large part of the game was quite free, even if the main story was, in a sense, quite linear. But in Serpent Isle, the story and how you can proceed in it feels way more linear than in the previous games. There is a very specific order the game wants you to do things, and certain things must be done or the game will outright refuse to let you explore further. While this is not necessarily a bad thing, it is something that is markedly different from most of the previous games. Sure, in the Black Gate the story did kinda railroad you forwards, but there were rarely many limitations on where you could go. Serpent Isle adds more of these limitations to player freedom, in exchange for having a more involved plot. I really don't see this as a negative aspect of the game, since there is still a lot of freedom, more so in the latter portions of the game, and it does allow the game to tell one of the best stories in role-playing games, due to the player having to experience most of it in a very specific fashion. To gain the help of the citizens of Monitor and free Iolo, you have to take the Knight's Test, which in a sense is a simple solo dungeon that acts as a second tutorial, which introduces some puzzle-solving concepts. Reading clues, using items on items, finding hidden passages and avoiding traps, and stacking items to reach otherwise unreachable places, since the game engine, while being in 2D, still has a height axis as well. This is also a place where you're likely to first encounter death, as you're only starting and are left with barely any equipment in an environment where you'll encounter combat. Fighting still works the same way as it did in the Black Gate. You activate combat mode and your party automatically targets enemies based on their chosen combat behavior, which can be changed in the character sheet. During combat, you can move the avatar and manually target enemies, but due to the hectic nature of the real-time combat, this is often completely unnecessary. You can also pause the combat by opening a menu screen such as the spellbook or inventory, which allows you to do things like heal without taking your attention off the action. A very positive addition that helps with the combat is a new status window, which has a quick reference of the health and mana pools of your entire party, and allows you to change their combat style without having to open the status screen of each character individually. If death catches up to you in this dungeon, it is surprisingly not a big deal. Having the Hourglass of Fate in your inventory means death is not permanent, but instead the monks seen at the beginning of the game resurrect you at their temple. Here, the second monk explains to you more about his interpretation of the prophecy and tells you more of the dire situation that affects the land, before teleporting you back to the location where you died, or at least somewhat close to it. As far as I know, there isn't a penalty for dying, unlike in many Ultima games where you lose experience that sets you back significantly, but it's more of an inconvenience, and most of the game's challenge is in trying to learn of this new and strange land, and figure out what you're meant to do to complete the game. In that sense, Serpent Isle embodies many features you'd see in adventure games, dying not being the end, progression being locked behind puzzles and learning about the game world, and so on. The Knight's Test is harrowing. You brave through explosions, various traps and magical creatures, and near the end of your trial, but suddenly a warrior appears as out of nowhere and fights you until death. In his possession is a letter in which a mysterious person only known as X contracts the warrior to murder you within the halls of the trial. Another sign that something about this is not right. Even worse, as you reach the exit, the overseer of the test also attacks you, clearly surprised you came out of the dungeon alive. Now it is all but certain, someone on this island knows of your identity and is already working to thwart your progress. Returning to Monitor, you finally get your knighthood. All that remains is to get a tattoo of the knightly order and attend a banquet in your honor, but even that does not go well. During the feast, the other knights are surprised by your account of the test, proclaiming that it is impossible, as such things are not part of the test. But as you continue, their suspicions rise more, and they too are convinced that some evil plot is afoot. A fight ensues, with each order accusing the other of treachery, and the feast comes to a violent end. Not only that, you feel deathly ill, and the town herbalist tells you that you've been poisoned with a rare poison, to which only known cure can be found from another city. This kind of storytelling with twists and turns and treachery is the key feature of Serpent Isle, and it's difficult to properly explain why this game means so much to me without also explaining quite large portions of the plot. The games taking place in Britannia have their benefits in the sense that those who are already familiar with the world can easily concentrate on the main story beats. But the negative aspect of that is that the world building is still in the game to get new players familiarized with the settings, meaning that somewhat large portions of dialogue are repetition to returning players, which in a way diminishes the amount of enjoyable gameplay. Changing the world also changes this aspect of the gameplay, and even players who are very familiar with Britannia can feel more of the joy of exploring a completely new world again. Being a knight means the citizens now trust you and give you clues about the path both Gwenno and Battlein have taken, pushing the main story forwards. Your new status also opens up the services of the city to you, which includes the list field, where you can spar with other knights of the city. This is a part of the leveling up system of the game. Once more, you level up by gaining experience, but leveling up itself does practically nothing. Instead, you gain training points every time you gain a level, and these training points can be used to increase your attributes, of which there are not many. Unlike the Ultima Underworld games, which had a very extensive skill system, Serpent Isle is using the very simplified system where you have 5 attributes that govern all of your actions: strength, dexterity, intelligence, combat, and magic. These attributes are somewhat self-explanatory. Strength governs things like health and carry weight, dexterity the chance to hit and pick locks, intelligence and magic govern your mana pool and chance to cast a spell, and combat just makes your fighting more efficient. As your explorations continue, you'll eventually end up in 2 more cities. The city of Fawn that has built their society around the principle of love, and Moonshade that has built their society around the principle of truth. These are important details since they mirror the primary principles of the Britannian system of virtues, or at least different interpretations of them. Why they are like that is explained either by reading the manual, which in my opinion is kind of a bad idea, since the game does a great job of giving you information about this world in an interesting way, and learning about that at the same pace as the Avatar, to me, was one of the most enjoyable aspects of the game, which is done by talking to the inhabitants of the cities. In Fawn, your companions make a grave error and toast to the greatness of Lord British. Potentially unbeknownst to the party, the world is very hostile to Lord British, and they know him by many very unflattering names, such as Beast British. This is another part of calling forth lore from older games, as all of these settlements are based on the cities in the older Ultima games. In Ultima II, the world went through an intense change due to Minax's tampering with the space-time continuum. While it was mostly returned to normal due to your actions, in Ultima III only one of the 4 original Caesarian continents remained, and the others had vanished. It is revealed that Serpent Isle is one of these lost continents, and the inhabitants are refugees who've left Britannia to form the country of New Caesarea in Serpent Isle, because they were opposed to Lord British declaring himself the ruler of the world and imposing a philosophy of the virtues on Britannia. Each settlement decided that this is wrong, and religious freedom and self-determination rule over all, and as such they see Lord British as a dictatorial despot. And so they fled through the Serpent Pillars to create their own society, where each philosophy has the freedom to rule over themselves. Of course, these societies are not perfect either, and in fact can be quite horrible. Monitor only respects courage, and the entire society is expected to take the path of the warrior. Fawn only respects beauty, rejecting unconditional love, and superficial qualities separate people into castes, with beautiful people ruling and the least attractive are seen as worthless and banished outside the city walls. Moonshade is the city of mages that disregards pure truth, since illusion is the keystone of magic. In the city, only magic users are seen as true people, and those without magical talents are little more than slaves. As you complete the main stories of each city, receiving the holy items in the process, you'll eventually end up on an isolated island with no means to leave it, where you acquire a serpent jawbone, which is said to be the key to teleportation. In game design terms, this acts as your way to see how many fast travel points you've unlocked. The only way to leave this island is by having the jawbone and using the ornate serpent gate you can find. It is very likely you've seen many of these before, and each of them acts as a fast travel point. By using the gate, you're teleported into the Dark Path, a mysterious place somewhere in the void that links all of these gates together. Each location you can enter is behind a door, and the only way to open these doors is to find a new tooth and insert it into the serpent jawbone. This way, the game limits where you can go and when, even after unlocking one of the most useful features of the game. One of the locations you can travel to is the Island of the Monks, who introduced themselves at the beginning of the game. Here you can learn more about the prophecy and your true purpose on Serpent Isle. Something has disturbed the balance of the universe, causing a sort of a cascade loop that is slowly but surely destroying all existence, and it is up to you to save it. What that specifically means and how you're meant to accomplish this task, the monks do not know. A nice little Easter egg can also be found on the island, as there is a book written about Lord Blackthorn, the villain of Ultima V, who was exiled at the end of that game. Having walked through the Red Moon Gate, he ended up on Serpent Isle, a defeated man. There, the monks of Zenka gave him hospitality and told him of the teachings that speak of us all being equal, and how birth, ranks, titles, power and gold are meaningless, for we all depart the world carrying none of it with us, and merely our deeds remain as our reflection. Now, with your newfound power to teleport around, it is much easier to complete quests around the island, and finally receive your spellbook, and a pair of serpent-shaped earrings. For some reason, you also begin to see visions of a vague shape that seems to recognize you.
I know that we have met before, stranger. Dost thou not recall?
The magic system of the game is very similar to that of Ultima VII, the Black Gate. Spells can be cast either by using single-use scrolls or by choosing the appropriate spell from your spellbook. If you cast a spell from your spellbook, you also need the appropriate magical reagents, which can be either found from the world or purchased from merchants, and enough mana. The game itself does not specify which reagents you need for each spell, but does show you how many times you can cast a spell in the spellbook. To find out which reagents you need to consult the manual. To add spells into the book, you need to either purchase spells from other mages or use the transcribe spell that comes with the book to transfer the spell of a magic scroll into the spellbook. This is an extremely useful feature, since transcribing story-required spells into the book lowers your chance of soft-locking yourself by using one of the few scrolls you can find. With all of the holy items from the 3 cities in your possession, you can finally open up the next part of the island. But before you can do that, you will encounter a new feature of the game engine: temperature. There are several areas in Serpent Isle where the temperature is either too low or too high for your party, and you need to appropriately prepare to not suffer damage. For example, in the hot areas you can use a spell that cools your party down, and in cold areas you can equip your party with warm gear, which lowers protection to damage but allows you to survive in the freezing cold. Traveling through the swamp that blocks your progress causes your party to fall asleep, transporting you to a dream world. Waking up from this dream teleports your party back to the entrance of the swamp, effectively acting as a roadblock to your progress. In the dream world, you can talk to the inhabitants and hear about how they're trapped here due to a spell gone wrong, and the only way to escape is to destroy the magical focus that maintains the dream world. With the use of the holy items, you can free the people from their centuries-long slumber. These parts of the game I find fantastic. The little stories of each settlement, including the dream world, are wonderfully written, and underlying each of them is some kind of a negative set of circumstances. Serpent Isle is full of these very human stories, and there's very little happiness to be found beneath all the tragedy. So much of what you're doing in the game is not about saving the world from a great evil being, even though that too is a part of it, but most of your time is spent trying to solve the very personal problems of the people you encounter. To me, this is much stronger storytelling than focusing mainly on the larger threat. In this new area, we mix everything together, as you're finally able to catch up to Batlin, who taunts you, proclaiming his power will soon rival that of the Guardian before teleporting away. This encounter takes place in an old castle, which Shamino recognizes as his own. Long ago, during Ultima I, Shamino was one of the monarchs of the four continents, and was separated from his kingdom during Ultima II, as he was visiting Lord British during the calamity brought on by Minax. In his castle, we see the destruction that was wrought upon his kingdom, as goblin tribes rose up and killed every human they could find, leaving behind only angry ghosts and sour memories. Chasing after Batlin takes you into the frozen north, where no human has lived for centuries. Here, you begin to see more of the aspects of Serpent Isle that have barely been touched upon until this point. As the north has been mostly uninhabited, except for wildlife and a friendly tribe of yeti-like creatures, this has allowed remnants of the ancient cultures of the island to survive, and the cold wasteland is littered with ruins of ancient temples and cities. To proceed in your quest, you must learn more about this ancient culture so you can unlock the secrets of their cities and chase after Batlin, who has holed up in the City of Order. Long ago, after Minax caused the lands to separate, the continents that would eventually form the Serpent Isle were trapped in the void between worlds, from whence the Serpent of Balance released them and taught the inhabitants about the nature of the world. Everything lies in balance between chaos and order, both being represented by their respective serpents. These three serpents reside in the void and control the existence of the multiverse. Now being free from the void, and knowing of the true nature of the universe, the ancient Caesarian cultures were replaced by a new culture formed around the teachings of chaos and order, each of which has their own forces around which balance is formed. The forces of chaos are tolerance, enthusiasm, and emotion, while the forces of order are ethicality, discipline, and logic. These must act together to create balance. Ethicality and tolerance create harmony, discipline and enthusiasm create dedication, and logic and emotion create rationality. The three forces of balance. The serpents of each facet are in constant conflict, and the Serpent of Balance ensures that neither side ever comes out victorious, as each force without its counterpart would inevitably lead to its corruption. For example, tolerance without ethicality breeds anarchy, logic without emotion breeds ruthlessness, and in that sense, as a wise man once said, chaos and order are not enemies, only opposites. Unfortunately, during Ultima III, something happened that would have far-reaching consequences to all existence. The Serpent of Balance was wrenched from the void and enslaved to serve Exodus as the guardian of his castle. This caused the conflict of the serpents to flare, and order came out victorious. Not only did this mean that the Chaos Serpent was no more, but their conflict caused their followers to engage in a similar conflict, which resulted in a grand war that ultimately brought the destruction of the entire Ophidian civilization. Now, you may ask, if Shamina was the king here before the lands separated, how could he still be alive and his old subjects are now considered an ancient and extinct civilization? To that, there are no clear answers other than somehow different dimensions experience time differently, and some people who seem bound by fate age at a slower rate. During your journey to the north, you find that Gwenno has been killed and enshrined by the locals in a graveyard of ice. You also learn of the teachings of order and learn to use their symbols to pass the ancient trials, which allows you to finally reach Batlin in the inner sanctum of the City of Order. His minions dispatched you surround him, but are unable to move. Batlin taunts you, proclaiming he will soon return strong and immortal from the void, but the wall of light he has opened does not let him through. Shocked, the full realization of what he has done strikes him, as does a lightning bolt summoned by the Guardian, who kills Batlin for failing him. As the wall of light dissipates, 3 beings are released from it, and quickly they find new places to inhabit: your companions. These beings are the 3 Banes of Chaos, each representing one of the perversions of the chaotic forces. In place of your old friends are now the Banes of Anarchy, Insanity and Wantonness, all of whom proclaim their intent to spread their will on Serpent Isle as they disappear. You're now alone, and your quest has failed. Not only did you not stop Batlin, but Gwenno is dead, and your friends are now possessed by evil entities wreaking havoc on Serpent Isle, which is exactly what they do. Returning to the settlement reveals the damage the Banes have wrought. Practically everyone is dead. Monitor has fallen to the goblin hordes, and Fawn has been filled with monsters, and bodies litter the streets. This is the part where I was convinced that Serpent Isle is truly the pinnacle of storytelling in the Ultima series. Not only is the new world well built, with each settlement and area having its own history, and each of those histories are woven into the larger lore of the series, but the game was willing to deviate from the traditional fantasy RPG storytelling tropes by not only having you fail, but making that failure be felt on almost every aspect of gameplay. Now you have no companions, and have to literally create new ones. The cities have been devastated, making it impossible to level up and purchase provisions, and your companions whom you've known through the entire series are in a way responsible for this situation. It is beautiful in its bleakness. Despite things seeming grim, the Great Earth Serpent will now act as your guide, giving you new objectives that will help you restore balance and save the multiverse. This leads to the final part of the game, where if you've not already done so, you are tasked to learn the philosophy of the Ophidians. As to rescue your companions from the Banes and to heal their souls, you have to pass the trials of each Ophidian virtue. In a sense, this part mirrors the ending of Ultima IV, which had you go through multiple trials that ended in a questionnaire testing your knowledge of the Britannian virtues, with the exception that in Serpent Isle the questionnaires are the trials themselves, and mostly take form of different kinds of puzzles, such as a murder mystery testing your logic. Once the Banes have been defeated and trapped and your companions' souls have been restored, only one thing remains: the restoration of balance to prevent the multiverse from collapsing. Unfortunately, you're missing one part of the solution, as only a great sacrifice can bind the broken Chaos Serpent back together. You and your companions draw straws to decide who shall sacrifice themselves to restore the serpent, and you draw the shortest straw. As you are about to throw yourself into the fires of the crematorium, Dupré forcefully stops you, declaring his shame for what his body was used to do, as he takes your place in the furnace, stating he thinks you are more important to the world, hoping his sacrifice will somewhat counteract all the evil he feels regret for. This allows you to finally restore the Chaos Serpent, and in a bittersweet moment you hear the voice of Dupré from within.
Avatar, it is I, Dupré.
My soul
Is fused with the Serpent of Chaos.
And you know that his spirit will live on in the serpent, even if to you he is forever lost. The loss of an important companion who's been a part of the journey of the Avatar in one form or another since Ultima II was not something I expected to happen, which probably made the moment even more impactful to me. The final part of the game takes you to the Shrine of Balance, where you're tasked to restore the Balanced Serpent to its place to mediate the conflict of order and chaos. You go through multiple more puzzles which test your knowledge again.
Previously, the puzzles were about the specific side of the Ophidian philosophy, either order or chaos, but the final area is filled with puzzles where the answers are based on the aspect of balance, acting as a logical conclusion of the quest to learn of the Ophidian philosophy. First learn the opposing sides, then how they act together to create the core tenets of the Ophidians. As the balanced serpent is freed, the immense power released also pulls the avatar into the void, where you witness the three serpents once more coming together. They speak to you, thanking you for restoring the balance, and as a result, all existence. Only the Guardian is not happy, as you've once more foiled his plans, and the game ends with him taunting you before whisking you away to parts unknown.
Perhaps you would join me on another world altogether. We do have a score to settle.
What plans, you might ask? And understandably so, as the game is not entirely clear about this, and the following is merely my interpretation of all the clues the game has given. First off, the Guardian knows of the importance of the serpents, and sent Batlin to release the Banes from their captivity, which hastened the destruction of the multiverse. He also knew that Batlin was power-hungry, and wanted him to absorb the power of the Banes, making it impossible to put the Chaos Serpent back together. This part, Batlin failed by not taking appropriate precautions and by using the wrong Blackrock Serpent. This was why he was killed, as he had outlived his usefulness, and led to a situation that the Avatar could correct, which you did. But why would the Guardian want to create a situation where all existence is destroyed? Well, for a creature living in the void, destroying everything outside of it would be one way to ensure you've gotten rid of all opposition to your power, after which a megalomaniac like the Guardian would likely just try to create new worlds in his own image, and be, in essence, a god. Serpent Isle is, in one word, amazing. It still suffers from some of the same issues I had with the Black Gate, but in general has improved upon most parts that they could in such a short amount of time that they had to develop the game. The worst part to me is still the combat, which feels uninvolved, and for the most part I just ended up casting mass might and letting things happen, as there wasn't much else I felt like I could do. The issue of keys has been fixed with the inclusion of a magical keyring. Unfortunately, you can only get it from the expansion pack, but it's still better than nothing. And once you have it, you can just press K and try every single key in the keyring on a lock, which is perfect. The expansion itself is only moderately interesting, which is a shame since it takes place hundreds of years in the Serpent Isle's past, allowing you to, in theory, see a part of the conflict between order and chaos. In practice though, you learn little you don't learn in the main game, and the only reasons to bother doing the expansion are the keyring and the most broken item in the entire game. The Ring of Reagents, which allows you to completely ignore any and all reagent requirements for spells, resulting in a situation where only mana limits which spells you can cast. The ending of the expansion is also decent, because if you complete it after the Banes have been released, you get some comfort in the knowledge that your actions will cause the land to eventually heal, and maybe even undo the damage caused by the Banes with enough time. The more linear nature of the game didn't bother me, and I feel like it did contribute to the way the developers could tell a story they wanted to. Serpent Isle is still mostly open, just not quite as open as the previous Ultima games, and I never felt constrained by it, as every roadblock was made to feel like the logical progression instead of an artificial way to prevent you from reaching things you're not meant to yet. Learning about the new philosophy and the links the island had to the older games was quite fantastic, and if the world had been completely open from the start, I don't think they would have had as easy of a time to present all of the knowledge in the game in as logical of a fashion. Another negative part of the game is the possibility of soft locks, one of which I managed to get accidentally at the very end, as I had forgotten to recover one item before going into the final area, and once there, I had no way to go back to where the item was, so I was forced to reload an older save. If I wasn't as neurotic about saving in multiple slots, this could have been the end of my playthrough. There are also multiple other ways to softlock yourself, as from the very beginning the game gives you small and important items, which you may not even know are going to be important, and if you misplace any of them, you've effectively stopped yourself from being able to complete the game. In some instances, the game directly tells you that you can only get this spell once, so transcribe it into your book, and if you don't, well,
better reload an older save because you're now locked out of finishing the game. Considering the short amount of time they had to develop the game, I can kinda forgive they didn't create more fail-safes to prevent the player from locking themselves into an unwinnable state. And thankfully there aren't that many of them, so none of it really ended up affecting my enjoyment of the game. And I did enjoy Serpent Isle quite a bit. The story is amazing, some of my annoyances with the Blackgate have been resolved, and even the parts I'm not the biggest fan of aren't really obstacles to me enjoying my time with the game. In the end, this is probably one of my favorites of the entire series, and Serpent Isle deserves a place with the RPG greats. Anyway, that is it for this time. Thank you all for being patient while I've been working on this video, and for all of the support this channel has received in one form or another. One of those forms is Patreon, which is now live and is the best way to support this channel financially. It's obviously not a requirement, nor do I expect it, but in this capitalist world we all need to eat, and to do that, I need to work as much as I can, which does mean that making these videos is not going to happen as fast as they could. Perhaps one day I can focus more of my attention to this and lower the amount of hours I work on my day job. Still, that is it for this time. Thank you everyone for watching, and I hope to see you all next time when we see where the Guardian took us in Ultima VIII Pagan. But until then, Fintrovert, signing out. At the end of Serpent Isle, the Avatar had restored the balance of the multiverse and was left floating in the ethereal void, from which the Guardian snatched them, ending the game on a cliffhanger. In 1994, the world would get an answer to the question, where did the Avatar end up? In the form of Ultima VIII Pagan, one of the more controversial titles in the Ultima series. As the game begins, the Guardian taunts you as he draws you from the void, and vows to conquer not only Britannia, but also Earth, promising to parade you in front of the fallen lands when he's done, before unceremoniously dropping you into the sea next to the land he calls Pagan, where none have even heard of the name the Avatar. This leads to the only thing you could call character creation, where you input your chosen name and are immediately thrust into the game. As the Ultima series had gotten further, so has the character creation gotten simpler. Granted, it wasn't that much more involved in Ultima VII, where the only significant difference was that, in addition to a name, you also choose a portrait, and as an extension, the sex of your character. You wake up on the shores of the island you saw as you fell, where a fisherman called Devon has taken you after you got caught in his nets. He reveals to you some basic information about the beliefs of the new land you found yourself in, and warns you that you're likely to face much violence during your time here, before pointing you towards the nearby docks, where some trouble is apparently brewing. Compared to the earlier games in the series, Ultima VIII is now played from a lower isometric perspective, where the entire world is in a slight angle. While this perspective can be more familiar to the player and shows many details that aren't as prominent in an almost top-down perspective, it also has its flaws, such as objects or characters being obscured by walls in some instances. Controlling the Avatar has not changed much since the last game, and you interact with the world almost exclusively with the mouse. To move, you point your cursor in a direction away from the Avatar, which changes the shape and size of the arrow pointer. This determines which direction and at which speed you will move. This time as you move, so does the screen, and the jerky position changes of Ultima VII have been replaced with smooth scrolling. Double-clicking an object or a character attempts to interact with them if the object is interactable. Unlike in Ultima VII, the game now also takes into account the distance between you and the interactable object, and you can only interact with objects if you are close enough to them. In Ultima VII, the only limitations to interacting with objects on the screen were if they were too far on the height axis, or if they were obscured by things like walls and doors. Dragging and dropping is once more used to move and pick up objects, and a vast amount of objects in the world are interactable in this way. This feature has been in some ways improved from the previous games. Moving an object now shows a transparent shape of the object you are moving, and the cursor changes shape depending on whether you can or cannot move the object to the position you're trying to move it into before you let go of the mouse button. This is so much more pleasant than how the similar feature worked in Ultima VII, as in that you could only know if you could move an object to a position after you let go of the mouse button, which also reset the position of the object, forcing you to start the process of moving it from the beginning. Due to the game taking distance into account, if you try to move an object too far away from the avatar, the object is thrown instead of just moved into the place. The avatar's inventory is also similar to the previous games, but improved. Interacting with containers opens a window that is stylized to look like the container you're interacting with, and you can freely move objects within those windows. That alone is not any different from the older system, but this time there's a massive improvement that fixes an annoyance I had with Ultima VII. When you close and reopen a container, all the objects are more or less where you left them, unlike in Ultima VII, where your backpacks and other containers could shift their contents, making it more difficult to find what you were looking for. Equipping the avatar is basically the same as it was in Serpent Isle. A large portion of the character attribute window is taken by the avatar's paper doll, and equipping and unequipping is done by dragging and dropping equipment to and from the paper doll. In the new engine, the audio presentation has been significantly improved. In most of the previous games, including those based on the Ultima VII engine, most of the audio has been purely music, with some sound effects being done via the MIDI interface. In Ultima VIII, though, the entire game has digitized sound effects. Just like in Underworld II, you can now hear the avatar's footsteps, which have a few variations depending on the surface you're moving on and your speed. There are many ambient sound effects such as clocks ticking, etc. The addition of more sound effects allows the world to feel just a little bit more alive than it would with just the background music, which is also amazing, and the Tenebrae theme has been stuck in my brain for years. As you approach the docks, you stumble upon several of the world's inhabitants, and the game shows you another improved feature of the engine. In Serpent Isle, the game engine was used to show rudimentary in-game cutscenes, which was amazing, but in Ultima VIII the improvements to the system allow for more visually striking cutscenes. First off, the game now has more animations for the characters, allowing for more detailed visual storytelling, and the game takes control of the avatar more liberally to ensure that you're not in the way of the events depicted in the cutscene. This first cutscene also shows you more of the nature of the world you've been thrown into, as you witness an execution of a man accused of blasphemy, presided over by someone who's clearly a ruler. In a sense, this mirrors things you've seen in Ultima Underworld II, where the worlds ruled over by the Guardian were not particularly pleasant, and the rule of the strong was favored. Here in Pagan, this seems to be the case as well, and deeds deemed illegal or subversive are struck down with extreme prejudice. Perhaps, as in those worlds, there are pockets of resistance here as well. At the very least, this seems like a good thing to investigate. As you leave the docks past suspicious guards who seem very likely to abuse their position of power, you enter the city of Tenebrae, which highlights another change in the game engine. The world is no longer completely open. Ever since Ultima VI, the game worlds of the Ultima games have been practically completely open and seamless. Sometimes there was some trickery involved, such as entering a cave which teleports you to another section of the map, but the clear intent was to make the players feel like that was not happening, and you were just walking from one place to another. In Ultima VIII, however, this is clearly not the case, and the world is split into different maps with a period of loading between them whenever you walk from one map to another. Personally, this isn't that big of a deal to me, but it does show some of the limitations of the new game engine. Exploring the city and getting to know some of the townspeople eventually leads you to the city library, which is a veritable source of important information, including accounts of the history of the world of Pagan. Long ago, the world of Pagan was inhabited by a people called the Zealans, who worshipped deities that were embodiments of specific emotions. But one day, the Guardian appeared, warning the people of a great calamity that would engulf the world, and the people should pray to the entities called Titans, that are the only ones who could spare their world from this impending disaster. This split the Zealans into two factions, those who chose to uphold the old ways, and those who believed the Guardian's words were to be taken seriously, and only by following him would they be able to save the world. These people came to be known as the Pagan. The resulting schism caused a great war that lasted for an untold period of time, so long that none believed that an end to the conflict would ever come. Until, one day, a being called the Destroyer appeared, and, as its name suggests, brought immense amounts of death and destruction with it, caring naught which side would suffer. All seemed lost, and the world seemed doomed to complete annihilation, until a miracle happened. The four Titans of the elements rose up and attacked the Destroyer. Seas swelled, the winds roared, and the earth shook violently, moving mountains, and the skies were filled with streaks of fire. The fight was long and brought with it a complete restructuring of the entire world, leaving only the island of Morgalen intact. But in the end, the Destroyer was gone, and the Pagan swiftly dispatched the last remaining Zealans, finally putting an end to the conflict. Ever since the day of the Destroyer's defeat, the sun has never risen again. But the Titans have been revered by all remaining inhabitants of Pagan, and their demands for followers and sacrifice are sacrosanct. As in this new world that only exists because the Titans willed it to be so, and life on Pagan is allowed at the whim of these powerful entities. Pacts were made with the Titans to benefit both the humans and the Titans. Each of the Titans were in one way or another persuaded to stop using the world as their playground, and to give some of their power to the human population in exchange for sacrifices and reverence. One of these Titans, Hydros, endowed only one bloodline with her power. The head of this bloodline is called the Tempest, and is appointed the ruler of the city of Tenebrae. Talking to the librarian will reveal even more information and push you forwards in your quest to leave this plane. He wants to help you and directs you towards Mithrin, a scholar who dabbles in magical arts and ancient knowledge, and has chosen to live outside of the city walls, since inside the walls rules a repressive government. And you have seen what happens to those who are not seen favorably by the Tempest. Following the librarian's directions, you end up in the first dungeon of the game, a cavern leading to the plateau from which you can find the mysterious scholar. Here you have to master one of, if not the most controversial new features of the game, namely jumping. The 2D Ultima games have included a height axis since Ultima VII, but unlike the Ultima Underworld 3D games, the ones made with a 2D engine did not include jumping. Now, in Ultima VIII, that is included for better and for worse. The good part about adding jumping into the engine is the increased player maneuverability. Instead of having to stack objects to use them as ladders, the avatar can now jump in place and grab ledges to climb onto higher levels. Another improvement from the Ultima VII engine is that the camera now centers on the avatar, even if you are on a higher axis than the ground level. In Ultima VII this did not happen, but the camera was centered on where you would be on the ground level. For the most part, this offset was not really noticeable, but in the rare instances where there were higher buildings, you could see how the engine did not compensate for the height axis when it chose the camera position.
How jumping works is that you turn the avatar and press the left and right mouse buttons together, which makes your avatar jump a specific distance in that direction. Combined with tiny platforms and instant death pitfalls if you miss, this makes quite a large portion of the game an exercise in saving and loading. Thankfully, you do have a lot of slots to do that. The save and load menus can be found in the main menu, which is now stylized to take the form of a book, where each page serves a different function. As in Ultima VII, you have several slots to save in, and can give each file your own description. The curious part about this system is that restarting the game is also done via this menu, and the first save slot is reserved for the new game option. In updated versions of Ultima VIII, jumping was made significantly easier, and this patched version is what you will get if you download the game from one of the digital distribution marketplaces, such as GOG. In those versions, the cursor can be used to aim your jumps, making the specific alignment of the avatar irrelevant, as you can just point and click on a platform to jump on it. This is a bit of a two-edged sword, since while this function does make the game much less of a chore to play, it also means that the platforming segments which were clearly meant to be a part of the challenge have now been stripped of practically all of that challenge. In my opinion, there's really no way to properly fix the jumping without completely redoing the maps, in which you have to take advantage of the mechanic. The platforming segments would be much more pleasant if they had taken notes from the Ultima Underworld games, and instead of having a failed jump mean death, it could just drop you to an area where you have to backtrack a bit and try again. This is because death in the game is permanent, as you are in a strange land, and there is no in-game reason why you should be resurrected somewhere, as was the case in almost every single Ultima game before. So, to avoid having to replay large portions of the game upon death, it is up to the player to save often to have a continue point nearby. In these caverns, you will also encounter combat, which has been completely redone from the ground up. And instead of the more tactics-style combat of Ultimas 3 to 6, or the more passive combat system of Ultima VII, Ultima VIII instead opts for a more action RPG-style combat system. To enter combat, you press the combat mode button, which causes the avatar to draw their weapon. In this mode, movement is slowed down, and trying to move will take one short step in the chosen direction. Attacking is done by double-clicking the left mouse button. You can also block by pressing and holding the left mouse button, and there is a kick which can stun certain enemies for a moment, which is done by double-clicking the right mouse button. The game also has several combat-oriented items to use, which include things like Molotov cocktails, exploding gems, throwing darts, etc. Using these, though, is more difficult than in the previous games, as the combat is real-time, as it was in Ultima VII, but opening the inventory does not pause the game. This is where the static inventory comes in handy, as the player can prepare combat-oriented items into handy stacks in the root of their backpack for quick access in the heat of the battle. Obviously, this system was meant to give the player more of a feeling of being a part of the battle, which unfortunately didn't manage to be as interesting as they likely wanted the system to be, as most often you just end up spamming the basic attack or stunlock enemies by repeatedly kicking them, which ends up making the combat quite repetitive in the long run. As you leave the caverns, you find yourself on a plateau filled with wildlife and many new kinds of plants, including red mushrooms, which are one of the environmental hazards of Pagan, as they explode if you step on them. On the plateau, you also find a lonely house, from whence you find Mithrin, who acts as another source of this world's history, and has a theory about how to leave this plane of existence and enter another. Dimensional transport takes immense amounts of energy, and Mithrin hypothesizes that the power of the Titans is preventing people from moving between different planes. To counteract their power, he suggests you should learn the elemental magics of Pagan. Magic on Pagan works very differently from the magic of Britannia. Britannian magic is not linked to any deities and works by manipulating the natural forces around you.
But since in Pagan, the natural forces are controlled by the Titans, this style of magic does not work, and all magic is drawn from the power of the Titans. The first school of magic Mithrin suggests you learn is that of the Necromancers, whose power comes from the Titan of Earth, Lithos, also known as the Mountain King. The sacrifices demanded by Lithos involve the burial of the dead, which gives a new layer of subtext to the execution seen at the very beginning of the game. The world of Pagan seems extremely strict when it comes to obeying the tenets of the Titans, and even the followers of a specific Titan still understand the need to respect the wishes of the other Titans, as crossing them can mean total annihilation, not only of them, but of the entire world. Therefore, the pact with Lithos was not respected, as the body of the executed man was not given to him as required, but instead was cast into the domain of the Lurker. To learn more about the Necromancers, you must go to the most obvious place imaginable, the Tenebrae Graveyard, traveling to which can be made easier with the recall tool Mithrin also gives you. The recall item is, in effect, a fast travel token, which is used to instantly teleport to a previously unlocked recall platform. These platforms are located in several important locations across the game, and to minimize the need to backtrack through the wilderness or the jumping puzzle-filled dungeons, it would be wise to try and locate each of these platforms when you reach a new area. The path to the graveyard is littered with the living dead, as zombies and skeletons wander the outskirts of the city, preying on the lives of the living. This is also a place that became very familiar to me, as the constantly spawning easy enemies were good fodder to use for the new leveling up system of the game. Unlike any of the previous games, Ultima VIII doesn't really have an experience system. There are no levels nor any training points to be used for skill improvement, but instead in their place is a system where your attributes increase as you use them. To gain dexterity and strength, which in turn increases things like maximum health and combat prowess, you just need to attack and eventually these attributes will raise. Casting spells, on the other hand, increases your intelligence, which increases your mana pool. This again is one of those parts of the game where the idea is not at all bad, and in fact with some improvements it could be an extremely engaging system, as shown by how the basic idea for this type of character advancement was used much more effectively in Ultima Online. Unfortunately, due to the lack of any actual skills in the game, there is little incentive to be thoughtful about leveling up, and even just grinding the attributes to their maximum levels doesn't necessarily take that long, taking much of the joy of improving your character away after the initial "ooh, this is interesting" moment. Wading through the undead, you reach the Necromancer's lair and find out more about their customs. The Order of the Necromancers has a head necromancer who apprentices younger hopefuls in the earthen arts, but the numbers of the Order have now dwindled, and only one apprentice remains. The current Tempest of Tenebrae has enacted a campaign of misinformation and fear, stoking distrust of the Necromancers, significantly decreasing the prestige and power of the Order. Her desire for control has now gone one step further, and the ceremonial dagger of the Necromancers has been taken into the palace, forcing the Order to request her permission whenever they wish to perform their rituals, one of which is imminent. To learn the magic of the Order, you must help the Order regain their dagger, which allows the Necromancers to perform the ritual of succession, as the current Necromancer is reaching the end of her life, and the tradition of the Order dictates that she be sacrificed to Lithos, transferring her power to the eldest apprentice, who will then take her place as the Necromancer. The Tempest's desire for power does not end there, and you find out the helpful librarian Bentic has been executed, and the fisherman Devon who saved you has been imprisoned, pending another execution. As the avatar of the virtues, it's obviously not in your nature to let people be killed unjustly, so you decide to investigate the matter. From the Journal of Bentic you find the reason for these actions. The power of the Tempest is hereditary, and the power of the firstborn in each generation has the capacity to override the power of their younger siblings. This firstborn is crowned the Tempest.
Bentic, an avid historian, had been doing inquiries into the Tempest bloodline and found discrepancies in the official history and reality. This led him to the realization that the current Tempest is not the firstborn, but instead the friendly fisherman Devon is the rightful heir to the throne. At the execution, you reveal this information to the people of Pagan, and a magical duel commences, with Devon emerging victorious. Now, having a friend in the court, and being in the favor of the current necromancer, you become his apprentice and are sent on a spiritual pilgrimage into the catacombs to speak with the necromancers of the past. This also allows you to start learning the first new form of magic. Elemental magic of the earth is somewhat similar in function to Britannian magic. First, you need to learn the spells, and while you as the player can read them from the manual, this does not mean the avatar knows how to prepare these spells, requiring you to still find the recipe within the game first. You also don't have a spellbook of any kind within the game, so to keep track of the spells, using either a notebook or marking the manual is practically a requirement, unless you have a very good memory. Each of the spells requires specific reagents to cast, and most of these can be found by exploring the island. Once you have the appropriate reagents, they need to be placed inside a bag, after which you wave the necromancer's wand over it, causing the necromantic reagents to transform into a magical focus. Each spell has its own focus, and you can prepare as many of them in advance as you wish. Using the focus, cast the spell and expend some of your mana. This system of using Foci does mean that spellcasting in combat suffers from the same issue as using items does, as the game does not pause when you open your inventory, requiring ample preparation from the player if they wish to use spells without putting themselves in danger. The pilgrimage of the necromancers takes you into the massive catacombs behind the graveyard, deep within which are the graves of the ancient necromancers, whom you are tasked to learn from. It is filled with traps, crumbling floors, and many other environmental hazards, and a plethora of enemies. The dungeon tests not only your reflexes, but also teaches you several new spells, and expects you to use them to survive. In classic Ultima fashion, you can get softlock within the dungeon, as certain spells are required to proceed, and reagents within are limited, forcing the player to think before acting. Similarly to some portions of Serpent Isle, the game does tell you what to do, and gives you enough materials to proceed, so this segment does not feel unfair despite the potential of a dead end. Granted, in the patched version, the amount of reagents and other necessary consumables has been increased, making it even less likely you'll end up in a softlock. Reaching the end of your arduous trek, you end up head-to-head with the Titan Lithos, who clearly deems you beneath him, but mercifully allows you to serve him, thus bestowing a portion of his power to you via the necromantic arts. This obviously pleases the necromancer, who orders you to embark on another pilgrimage into the depths of the catacombs to find the birthplace of the first necromancer. In this location, which in the patched version is actually clearly marked, unlike in the unpatched version, the disrepair of the catacombs becomes apparent, and a pathway deeper beneath the earth has appeared. Exploring this newly opened area leads you to long-lost caverns, once more filled with traps and numerous puzzles. In this dungeon, the game really seems to want to show off a lot of the interactivity features of the engine. There are lever puzzles, physics puzzles, and even one of the most common video game puzzles of all time, the Towers of Hanoi. At the end, you reach an ancient temple, which reveals even more about the true nature of the world of Pagan. This temple is devoted to the deities of the now extinct Zealand civilization, and they speak to you. With the speech pack installed, which as well is included in the digital distribution versions, they do it literally. The speech pack add-on adds voice acting to the Titans, taunts by the Guardian as he's assaulting Britannia, and to other deities you will meet. And overall, the voice acting is pretty decent for a 90s video game. Especially the Zealand deities have sometimes gotten flack for being poorly voiced, and I understand why, even if I do disagree with the sentiment. Each of the Zealand deities is based on an emotion, love, anger, and neutrality respectively, and their voice acting is meant to represent this as well.
As such, the voice of love is soothing and slightly sultry, while the voice of anger is much more forceful. And finally, the most maligned of them all, the voice of neutrality, which is purposefully as emotionless as possible.
Greetings, Avatar. We are aware of you and from where you come. We also know of what you seek.
And we wish to help you. You must become your destiny.
These deities also seem to know who you are, and are clearly not entirely pleased about the state of the world. After all, the rise of the Titans spelled out the downfall of the Zealand civilization, which has left these beings forgotten and trapped within this abandoned temple. Because of this, they want to help you in your quest, and point you towards a black rock object, which they tell will be useful in your quest to return to Britannia. The deities also suggest you should gain audience with the rest of the Titans and gain the power of the 5 elements, 4 represented by each of the Titans, and the 5th element, Ether, which will allow you to not only stand by the Titans as their equal, but as something more. At this point, one aspect of the game design philosophy should be clear. Ultima VIII is very linear, even more so than Serpent Isle was. While you can explore each area you find quite freely, the game locks you out of new areas until you've completed the main story segment of the previous area, either by withholding a key that opens a locked door to the next area, or by having the next area only be reachable by a spell you need to learn. I completely understand why this feature might not be that popular with everyone, especially considering the history of the series, where most of the games were open world and relied mostly on the player finding all necessary information, often in a non-linear fashion. But, as I mentioned in the Serpent Isle review, I really don't mind this that much, as the lack of narrative freedom does allow for the game to have a more tightly knit storyline than it might have if the player could roam the world more openly. You have learned to channel the power of 1 Titan and 3 more remain. As the only clues you have on leaving this plane of existence revolve around channeling the power of the Titans, it seems an obvious line of investigation to continue. And as such, your goal is clear: to go to the other magical schools and learn their powers. The School of the Theurgist is located on a small isle connected to the rest of Pagan via a network of tunnels beneath the island. There you will learn not only of how the philosophy of each order that follows each Titan can differ from each other, but also how different the magic systems of the game can be. The Theurgists are healers, and as such their philosophy respects this aspect of their order. Honesty and humility are held as the cornerstones of their order, and the quest to learn their abilities should not be clouded by selfish desires, but by a want to help others. The storyline on the Isle does reflect upon this aspect as well, as you meet a young student who wishes to fast track to the end of his studies to learn the power of resurrection, as the execution witnessed at the beginning of the game was that of his father's, and the student wishes that gaining the power of the Titan Stratos would allow him to bring back his father. Unfortunately for him, this is not how things work, and as he tries to complete the final step of becoming a Theurgist, a leap of faith into the dark abyss of the sea, he instead falls into the water to be devoured by the monsters that dwell within. You, as the Avatar, must follow the rules of the Order to learn their magic and gain audience with Stratos. You complete the Trials of the Order, which are rather simple in execution, and finally get to construct your magical foci, which act as the means to cast Theurgy spells. One of these trials has a chance of introducing the player to the addition of fall damage into the game engine. The magical foci are constructed from pure silver, which can be found from beneath the monastery, and can be crafted into the appropriate shapes by a professional blacksmith. After this, they must be imbued with the power of Stratos at the Theurgist altar. This makes the Theurgy spellcasting system much easier than that of the Necromancers, which relies on a reagent system similar to earlier Ultima games, specifically those before Ultima VII, where you had to manually prepare spells with the reagents instead of just being able to cast them as long as you have the reagents ready. Whereas using Theurgy only requires you to have the activated focus in your inventory and enough mana to cast the spell, making you prepare the spells only once instead of for each cast.
After passing all of your trials and constructing your Foci, you're sent to take the leap of faith the young student failed to make. There, you get to meet Stratus, who bestows upon you the final spell, the ability to jump really far. This part of the game is extremely segmented, as each of the areas you have to visit are isolated and have very little connection to the other areas, as practically all quest-relevant people and objects are located within these small enclaves of the magical orders. Why this is makes all the sense when you see the credits of the game, where specific people worked on specific parts of the game, thus clearly marking this kind of segmentation in the game design itself. For the next power, you meet the Titan Hydros, who has spent centuries being trapped within a mostly dried out lake, dispensing her power to the bloodline of the Tempests in exchange for not being entirely dried out. This obviously displeases her, and she's more than willing to promise you the power of Tempestry in exchange for releasing her, which, after a short dungeon, you're able to do. She does not keep up her part of the promise though, and instead proclaims that sparing your life is enough of a reward, before declaring her goal of eradicating the entire bloodline of the Tempests as revenge for her imprisonment, before directly threatening the first friendly face you saw on this land, Devon. Here is also the first extremely obvious part of cut content, as the threats of Hydros amount to absolutely nothing, and the only change her release inflicts is that Pagan is now pummeled by storms, ones which the Tempests used to be able to dissipate, and now just make the screen grey and foggy. Thankfully, Devon does not blame you for the situation, although he does expect you to be the only person capable of doing something about the storms before Pagan is flooded, guiding you towards the final order, the Sorcerers. The enclave of the Sorcerers lies deep within the volcano that the island was formed around, and once more requires the usage of spells from the previously visited orders. Before you even get that far, one of the sorcerers warns you to be on your best behavior, as the nature of fire and its servants is volatile, and one wrong word can result in a very violent response. How this volatile nature presents itself is evident from the very first steps you take within the compound, as you are immediately thrust into the middle of a power struggle between hopeful sorcerers who wish to be in a position to become the next master of the order. You learn that the nature of fire spells demands each sorcerer to imbue their true name with the spells. This true name is given to you by Pyros, and it not only gives power to your spells, but can be used to undo you. This is what the current power struggle centers upon, as the two opponents wish to know the true name of the other, so they can be destroyed, and is one of the few actual choices you can make in the game. Whichever sorcerer you choose to assist will then take you as their apprentice, and begin teaching you the spell casting of the order. In a sense, sorcery is a combination of the two previous spellcasting systems. Once more, the spells have to be learned by reading books, but how to use them is moderately complex, partially due to the sorcerers having their own terminology for practically everything. To cast sorcery spells, you must have a focus that is imbued with a specific magic you wish to cast. But, unlike Theurgy, the focus is merely a receptacle for the power of the spell, and only holds a specific amount of charges before having to recharge it, with either the same or a different spell. Recharging a focus is where things get complicated, as this can only be done in specific locations where you can find a sorcerer's pentacle. Each spell has its own ritual that must be followed to successfully recharge a focus, and some spells can only be imbued into certain foci. This is where the similarities to necromancy come into play, as part of the ritual revolves around placing specific reagents to the correct points of the pentacle. You also need candles, both black and red, which need to be in correct amounts and in correct positions on the pentacle. Once the ritual has been correctly prepared, you can use the pentacle, which then imbues the focus placed at the center with a spell. I honestly kinda love this. Is it a clunky system? Well, Yes, but sometimes I really love some complex clunkiness. And this kind of an involved ritual requiring you to learn about the terminology of the order and then perform a series of very specific steps I just find fun, if it's done well. And in this case, it's mostly done well. Having learned the magical talents of the sorcerers, your chosen teacher sends you into the Obsidian Fortress, the home of their master, and the location of the final deadly trials that determine whether you are worthy of being a sorcerer's adept. In the fortress, you encounter an old acquaintance, Arcadian the Demon, who you bound into the Black Sword in the Forge of Virtue, and whose help was instrumental during your quest on Serpent Isle. But he does not recognize you. Explaining that time works in mysterious ways, as you may have gathered during the other games in the Ultima series, you find out that this is a version of the demon who has yet to enter Britannia, and as such also has yet to meet you. This little meeting is another way for the series to tie its different iterations together, while also breaking down the nature of time within the Ultima universe even more than the series has already implicitly done. At the end of your trials, the Master Sorcerer tests you and appoints you as an Adept of the Order, immediately giving you your first task as one, to help with the summoning of the Titan Pyros. Scenes such as this really show how far Lord British wanted to push boundaries within the American society of the time, as the game includes a lot of imagery that could be, from a certain point of view, deemed as satanic. In fact, in later release editions of the game, the iconic box art with the very prominent pentagram were changed to only include the flaming background. The summoning goes well, but does not provide the desired results, as the world of Pagan has been mostly destroyed for centuries, and the battle between the Destroyer and the Titans blackened the sun. The inhabitants of this world only know of this world, held together by the power of the Titans. The Master Sorcerer has decided to summon Pyros for one purpose: to learn what the sun is, as it is only known in ancient legends, and the mere concept of it is so foreign to the inhabitants of this world. But Pyros does not take this lightly, as he sees himself as the only fire in this world, and takes offense to someone wanting to know about the ancient flame. The Master Sorcerer brings out an object he calls the Tongue of Flame, which immediately banishes Pyros back into his prison. Having learned the magics of the land, and of some strange objects used by these magical orders, you return to Mithrin for more information. He recognizes these objects you describe and guides you towards a book describing ancient history and the rise of the Titans, or, in other words, the final major lore dump. This book explains to you not only what you need to do to leave this world, but confirms certain facts about the past which you likely have already suspected. The Guardian never showed himself to the pagans, but instead acted only as a disembodied voice, imploring them to create a black gate and channel their power into it. This allowed the Guardian to imbue the Titans of the elements with grand power, while having the Blackrock act as a means to control these Titans. His final plan to subjugate this world required him to take another role, as the Destroyer, the description of which matches the Guardian exactly. He then allowed the Titans to wreak havoc, destroying almost the entire world, except those loyal to him. After which he slowly taught the pagans how to control the Titans, thus having people worship him without knowing that he was the means of their destruction, not of their salvation. Since each order has one part of the Black Gate as a totem, your only hope is to recover the pieces of the Black Gate, imbue them with the power of the Titans, and put it back together again so you can travel through it. Unfortunately, by doing so, you will also doom Pagan into suffering inevitable destruction, as you would be removing the world of the powers that keep this wreck of a world alive. But returning to Britannia is more important. You may have to doom one world that is already on its way to slow but sure destruction,
but by doing so, you may save many more worlds from suffering the same fate. So you travel to each of the orders, steal their Blackrock objects, and travel to the ethereal plane where you journey through the elemental planes of each titan and trap them into their respective Blackrock fragments. Finally, you imbue your essence into the final piece of the Black Gate, linking Pagan and Britannia together, and step through. You pass through the ethereal void and reach Britannia, but it is too late. The skies are red, and it is clear that the Guardian has already conquered another world. Ultima VIII is, as sad as it is, not finished. But it's also not as bad as you might think. There's so much good in the game that the negatives don't really bother me. Are many of the plotlines cut and incomplete? Yes, but the main plot itself is complete enough and coherent, even if we're lacking a lot of the world building within that plot, and as a result, many of the details surrounding the story are relegated to books. Is the fighting system simplistic? Yes, but no more than the click fight and things happen of Ultima VII. You can still interact with almost everything in the world, and the ability to jump and climb allows for more involved world exploration. Sure, stacking objects to climb things was an interesting feature in Ultima VII, but the ability to just use your hand to climb is, in my opinion, a much more fun feature. The game world itself is in many ways a subversion of traditional RPG tropes. Usually, chests are full of treasure and other goodies in RPGs, but in Ultima VIII this is not the case. Chests rarely contain anything useful and often are trapped, and can result in a swift death. Instead, most useful items are just sitting on some table or altar, or on a corpse. But this is just part of the world, and even mentioned in an in-game book, The Adventurer's Guide. The themes of the game are, in my opinion, fantastic and a very good continuation for Ultima. We've had games where you learn how to be a good person, immediately followed by a game showing you how those teachings can be corrupted, followed by a game showing how many of the deeds you thought were good ended up causing great harm to a completely different civilization. Now you've come from preventing the Guardian from invading Britannia to accidentally destroying a world while saving another one, and into Ultima VIII, where you have to actively deceive the inhabitants of the world while knowing your actions are more than likely going to doom them all to a slow death. And it all makes sense, as the Guardian is constantly taunting you during his conquest of Britannia, reminding you that if you stay here and let pagans suffer an even slower death, you are choosing to doom even more worlds to suffer that exact fate. It is quite brilliant, and yet another subversion of things you've learned before, which is exactly what I expect from Ultima. The worst part about Ultima VIII is not that it's bad, because in my opinion, it's not. It's that it could have been even better with more time. There are multiple reasons for why Ultima VIII was released as it was, and as much as it would please me to just blame EA for it all, that would not be entirely true either. As Lord British has in many interviews said that Origin was never told to release early, nor was the threat of cancellation held over their heads, but he was instead shown market research and with data made to believe that releasing as soon as possible would be the best for the franchise. This, he also mentions as one of the biggest mistakes during his career, but has often taken responsibility for it. So it's complicated, and I recommend listening to his interviews if you want to know more, as that alone could be a subject someone other than me could make a several-hour documentary about. Even the fighting system, as simplistic as it is in the game, does show what they wanted to go for, and how it could have been revolutionary at the time had they had more time to work on it. After all, it is described as trying to be Diablo before Diablo, and you can clearly see why. It's just not as smooth as it should be, so it ends up just trying instead of succeeding. And the same applies to the story. There's so much backstory that is hinted at and would have likely been touched upon in the expansion had that not been cancelled. But as we never got the Lost Veil, these teasers are unfulfilling and never got a resolution.
In short, despite all its failings, I really do enjoy Ultima VIII. The world of Pagan is intriguing, and the story of the Avatar having to subvert the virtues he embodies to be able to save several worlds from certain destruction is quite fantastic. I just wish the game would have been properly finished, as I would have loved to see what the entire plan for the game had been. Now we only have the cut version, but since even that has so much brilliance behind it, the original plan would have likely been even better. But something having the potential to be even better does not mean what we got is garbage. At least, I don't think so. Anyway, that is it for this time. Thank you all for watching, and special thanks to the Ko-fi and Patreon supporters, Tama7, Zai, and Daniel Supke. And until next time, when we get to the finale of the Ultima series with Ultima IX. Fintrovert, signing out.
Previously, the Avatar was trapped in the world of Pagan, stranded there by the evil Guardian with seemingly no escape. However, against all odds, the Avatar was able to defeat the 4 elemental titans who controlled the powers of Pagan and channeled their energies to restore a black gate, a dimensional portal through which the Avatar was able to return to Britannia and was faced with a disturbing sight. The realization that the Guardian had already succeeded in his conquest of this world. This is the cliffhanger on which Ultima VIII ended on, and the world had to wait 5 years until 1999 to play the continuation of the story. Ultima IX was faced with a very tumultuous development process and a fickle publisher whose priorities were constantly shifting. Originally, Ultima IX was intended to use an improved version of the Ultima VIII engine, but due to the success of Ultima Online's beta, EA saw success in this new and exciting arena of massively multiplayer experience, shifting manpower and resources from the Ultima IX team into Ultima Online. This obviously caused the game to be delayed, and as such, be completely and utterly outdated, causing Origin to restart development from practically scratch. But eventually, Ultima IX was released, and we did get a continuation of the Ultima saga. As you begin the game, you see the peaceful land of Britannia. Fields of wheat and sunny skies remind you of what you've been tasked to protect for numerous games so far, as a farmer pulls his cart through his farm. Suddenly, something happens, and the earth begins to tremble. A massive column bursts from the ground, and the pieces pushed up by the column fall into the ground, killing the farmer. After this mysterious scene, you're thrust into the game as the Avatar is woken up in his bed by a voice, calling upon you to journey to Britannia to defeat the Guardian for the last time. This is also the first sign of the many complaints many fans of the Ultima series have of this game, as you are now on Earth, even though the ending of Ultima VIII clearly ended back in Britannia, causing the entire sequence to feel out of place for those very invested in the Ultima storyline. In practice, this entire sequence is a tutorial and a part of the game design philosophy of Ultima IX. Due to the series being almost 20 years old at this point, and the last game having come out 5 years earlier, it's clear the development had a strong focus in being welcoming to new players in many ways. Such as the game not requiring the player to read the manual, as practically everything you need to know is explained within the game itself. The disembodied voice revealed to be Hawkwind, also known as the Time Lord, who has been a part of Britannian events since Ultima III, acts as your guide through the basic controls and functions of the game. The first major change from the previous games is that the world is now fully 3D and takes advantage of 3D FX, or direct 3D hardware acceleration. For the time, the game is actually pretty good looking, which of course didn't come without drawbacks. One issue with chasing the top of the line in technology was much more annoying to customers than it is now. Especially during the 90s, the technological development was so fast that practically every year introduced new games that just wouldn't work, or would work extremely poorly, with technology that was top of the line just a year before. Whereas now you can play almost every new game comfortably with components that are 2 to 3 generations old. Ultima IX was no exception to this, and was extremely demanding to play, and also prone to crashing in many instances. This was the reason why I originally didn't play the game, despite getting a copy from a friend, as the game did run on my PC, but kept crashing so often that I just gave up on it. These days, it's a little bit better with the unofficial patch that is included with the GOG version and much faster hardware, making running the game much less of a chore. Movement works by either using the mouse or the keyboard. With a mouse you can move by pointing in a direction and pressing the right mouse button. This causes the avatar to walk in that direction. Using Ctrl or Alt in combination with the button sidesteps, and using both makes the avatar walk backwards. With a keyboard, the arrow keys correspond to these same actions, and turning is done exclusively with the mouse. Interacting with objects works by pointing the cursor at an object, and if the object is close enough, the cursor will be green, and you can attempt to interact with it with the left mouse button. Clicking the button will attempt the basic interaction, whether it's flipping a switch or eating a piece of food, while holding the mouse button attempts to move the object, at which point you can drag the object to a new location. This in some ways is similar to Ultima VIII, as while you are moving an object it is transparent, making placing the object easier than if it were completely opaque, with the exception that moving the object further away does not throw the object. A huge amount of objects in the game world are movable, and for the time the interactivity of the environment is rather massive. Is it kinda pointless? Yes, but it's cool nonetheless. Dragging and dropping objects is also how you pick up and equip objects. By dragging an object onto the avatar will either equip that item or place it into your inventory. This is how you gather your basic gear from your home before embarking on your last adventure in Britannia. Due to the continuing focus on the interactivity of the environment and immersion, even containers in the game world now have the objects inside them, instead of containers being a separate menu. This obviously has its drawbacks, as examining a container in a 3D world can occasionally be difficult. Something that makes interacting with objects easier is the freehand mode, which allows you to toggle away from mouse look mode, and instead allows you to move the cursor freely on the screen. Doing so is important for things like interacting with the environment or moving things in and out of your hotbar, which makes its first appearance in Ultima. The hotbar acts as you'd expect. There are 12 slots, each corresponding to a function key on the keyboard, and placing items on the hotbar allows for a much faster access to those items, compared to having to open your inventory every time you wish to use an item. The inventory as well has changed, and is no longer a window where you freely place items in. Instead, your backpack is now a grid inventory, which might feel less immersive than a more free inventory system, but does mean the possibility of items being hidden by other items is no longer an issue in Ultima IX. When you receive bags and other such items, they work in a similar way, opening a new window shaped like a bag with a grid inventory inside it. The Avatar's house has some references to previous games, such as some of the art created by Denis Loubet as paintings on the walls, and also some very blatant EA property advertising.
EA Sports.
It's only a game. Why you have to be mad?
Including for things that never happened. The house is also littered with books that can be read. The book interface follows the immersive user interface philosophy, and actually looks like a book when you interact with one. You can turn the page by clicking on the corner of the page, and returning to the beginning by clicking the bookmark. Closing the book is done via either a right-click or using the escape button. Some of the books you can find are small tutorials in and of themselves, and some are merely set dressing. One of them is basically an in-game quick reference sheet for all the controls. This can be an important book to find, as unlike more modern games, or even many games released around the same time, Ultima IX does not have a control configuration screen. The system menu of Ultima IX also takes the form of a journal, which you must pick up before you can access it, and the interface works in a similar fashion as the other books in the game.
with the exception that this book has many more interactable elements within it. One section of the settings book has the configurable options of the game, which are somewhat limited. You can customize things like the draw distance and the volume levels of different audio sources. Saving and loading is also done via this journal, and new pages are created as you save into more slots. As in Ultima VIII, starting a new game is once more done via this interface, and the first save slot is reserved for restarting the game. In the journal is also a short synopsis of all the mainline games so far, which acts as a very basic explanation of the lore so far to new players. There is also a bestiary of the creatures you're likely to encounter during your travels in Britannia. Effectively, these sections of the journal replace the similar segments that were in the manuals for the earlier games, once more lessening the need to have a manual since more information is now contained within the game. Once you've collected all of your gear from the house, you can move into your yard, where some basic movement and combat training can take place. In the yard, you can find two weapons, a bow and a two-handed sword. Equipping these works as mentioned previously, by dragging and dropping them onto the avatar. Arrows are placed into a combined pool which will be drained as you shoot. To fight, you have to enter combat mode, which can be done by pressing the tab button. In this mode, you can fire your bow by holding the left mouse button, aiming with a cursor, and then releasing the button. Fired arrows do not just immediately disappear, but stick in the place they hit for an extended duration of time. Fighting with a sword is very simple as well, and you just click the left mouse button to swing the weapon. The hitbox of the sword is larger than just the aiming cursor, and you need to be careful to avoid collateral damage. This is also where the usefulness of the hotbar becomes apparent, as you can also drag and drop weapons onto it, and quickly switch between weapons by pressing the appropriate function button. Further in the yard are also two boxes which can be used to practice the traversal mechanics of the game. As in Ultima VIII, the avatar can climb over obstacles with the use of a climb button, and also jump. Jumping is similar to the patched version of Ultima VIII, where you aim the cursor at the point where you wish to jump, and then press the jump button to execute that jump, ending up more or less where you aimed. Once you're done with learning the basic controls, it is time to unlock the gate and enter the national park within which the avatar's house is located for some reason. This part of the tutorial introduces the concept of swimming, which is relatively simple in execution. To swim, you just enter the water and move as you would on land. With the exception that looking up or down allows you to dive in the water, giving you proper three-dimensional movement. Your oxygen supply is limited though, and too much time underwater will eventually kill you. In the park, you can also find several enemies to practice fighting with, but these enemies are weak and slightly out of place, considering you're supposed to be in a park on Earth, so they provide little to no actual danger. In case you manage to be poisoned, you can explore to find a cure poison potion from the park as well, which acts as a simple way for the game to show the players that exploration can be very beneficial. For returning players, basically all of these tutorial elements can be bypassed, and all you really need to do is collect all of your equipment and travel to the primary purpose of this area. A small wagon in which you can meet the familiar fortune teller who acted as the character creation system in Ultimas IV through VI. Here she has the exact same purpose and works identically to her previous incarnations in the series, as she gives you a questionnaire based on the Britannian virtues. Your answers to these questions determine which character class you will start as, and each of the virtues is once more linked to a specific character class. This follows what could be seen as a tradition of the Ultima series design philosophy, where in practice the whole system is extremely simple. If you wish to choose a specific character class, you just need to choose the options corresponding to the virtue. But that is kind of beside the point, as the primary idea of systems such as this is to make the player feel it's more meaningful and complex than it actually is, and I appreciate this kind of design philosophy.
Having answered the questionnaire, a moon gate appears in the Ring of Stones, and the fortune teller sends you on your way, explaining how you will end up in Stonegate, where your journey will properly begin, and from where you can find class-appropriate equipment. Unfortunately, the Guardian seems aware of your impending return and sends a gazer through the gate to prevent you from entering. However, you swiftly defeat the weakened monster and travel through the gate, finally entering Britannia. Instead of Stonegate, you end up on a high plateau, where you witness the Guardian's fortress on Britannia before a knight riding on a dragon arrives. Having no weapon, the situation seems dire, and the knight commands his dragon to engulf you in flames. Then we see the Guardian's new minion, Lord Blackthorn, witnessing this scene via a magical mirror, exclaiming you've somehow disappeared. He clearly wants to have you killed, but the Guardian has other plans. Being an entity of pure evil, he does not merely want the Avatar dead, but wishes to break his spirit first by letting you travel the lands, seeing what he has done to the land and the people of Britannia before finally putting you out of your misery. After this setup, you suddenly find yourself in Stonegate, with basically no explanation of how you got there. This is also, unfortunately, where more cracks in the game begin to show, which are in part result of a very difficult development process. Most of the cutscenes in the game were intended for a previous extended version of the game, making some of them feel kind of out of place. And that's because they are out of place. Being on a tight schedule and budget at this point, rendering completely new cutscenes would have delayed the game even more, so they took advantage of what they had and tried to fit the plot and cutscenes together as well as they could, which sometimes doesn't work as well as it could have. Stonegate itself is basically a second tutorial. In the room you ended up in, you can find a chest that contains a set of items that change depending on which character class you chose in the Virtue questionnaire. The bookshelves in this room also contain some lore books, including a little bit more history and another very useful book that's been seen in most Ultima games. The book that explains what each potion actually does. Each floor of Stonegate acts as a mini tutorial of a specific feature, mostly focusing on the new spell system. Once more, the Avatar needs a spell book to cast spells, which is conveniently provided to you here. At a first glance, the book seems to be full of spells, all of which are divided into the classic 8 magical circles of the Ultima universe. This is, however, not the case, as the book only shows you the available spells, and whether you can cast them or not is denoted by the box next to each spell's name, all of which at this point are empty, with a few exceptions. For now, your spellcasting is limited to 4 utility spells that can be found at the beginning of the book. To cast the spell, you can click on the icon next to the spell and then aim the spell towards your chosen target. A more convenient way to cast the spells is by taking advantage of the hotbar and dragging the spell icons onto your chosen slot. This allows you to aim the spell in the regular view and then press the appropriate function key, which immediately causes the spell to be cast. As you move down the levels of Stonegate, you are required to learn the basic functions of each of these utility spells to proceed, starting with the Ignite spell, which, as the name implies, can be used to ignite sources of fire, such as torches on the walls. The other utility spells are Stone, which is a basic low-damage ranged attack spell, Douse, which is just as self-explanatory as the name implies, and Gust, which can be used to remotely push items, which also acts as a showcase of the physics systems of the game. Other things the Stonegate tutorial teaches are things like picking up and equipping gear, jumping, climbing, and how basic lever puzzles function in this game engine. Once you reach the lowest floor of Stonegate, you're almost ready to enter the world of Britannia. But even the courtyard of Stonegate has many features which act as small tutorials to the game's features. For example, the first thing you see as you open the front door is a small pond that has a treasure chest laying at the bottom. And if you wish to gain the precious gold within, you must learn how to use the swimming system of the game. The outside also has several basic enemies, which can be used as practice for the combat features of the game, also likely causing you damage, which can be healed with the potions found within Stonegate. Getting close to the exit of this area, the Guardian taunts you, explaining to the Avatar his desire for the player to see the damage he's done to the world, while laughing gleefully in your face. Determined to thwart the Guardian and free Britannia from its oppressor, you move towards a teleporter but are stopped by an armored knight, one of whom you saw riding a dragon in the cutscene preceding the entry to Stonegate. This knight explains they are here to stop you, and they are a member of the Worm Guard led by Lord Blackthorn. Not much else is learned during this conversation, but it acts as a simple tutorial for the conversation system of the game. Finally, you fight the Worm Guard and enter the teleporter, which sends you directly into the castle of Lord British. You may wonder, why does it sound like Stonegate repeats many of the tutorials from the first segment? And the answer is, because it does. To me, it really feels like Stonegate was originally intended to be the tutorial, and the Earth tutorial was added later without then changing the Stonegate segment to compensate for the change of the flow of the game the creation of a new tutorial area caused. In the castle, you receive your first quest from Lord British himself. He tells you that the people of Britannia have been acting strangely ever since massive columns erupted from the ground, and sends you to investigate the source of these happenings, guiding you towards the Dungeon Despise. Being able to talk to more people also showcases how the voice acting is not limited to some of the main characters, as it was in Ultima VIII, but every single line of dialogue in the game now has a voice line corresponding to it. The quality of said voice acting is decent enough, but very variable.
How are you then? The name's Giovanni. I'm the blacksmith around here.
Greetings, my good fellow. I say, you look most familiar.
Including how there's no clear direction for what kind of accents people in Britannia should have.
I have heard all evidence. Does anyone have anything further to add?
Your Honor, I swear to you, I am innocent.
What is limited to certain characters, however, are facial animations. And most characters in the game have a static facial texture when engaged in dialogue. In the castle, you can also meet the gargoyle Vasagrilum, who tells you that similar effects have been observed in the gargoyles, and most of the gargoyle population has decided to distance themselves from the humans, who they now see as inferior and beneath them, and have moved into a domed city beneath the sea. To put insult into injury, the codex lens of the gargoyles has also been stolen, with no indication as to who took it and where. This part is also where some of the issues with the writing are very apparent. As the game is meant to be accessible to newer players as well, the game has many dialogue options clearly geared for this purpose. That in and of itself is not an issue, but the issue is how these questions were written, making the options feel somewhat strange to those who are already familiar with the series. Such as, why would the Avatar be confused about what the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom is, or not know who the gargoyles are, as they've played a major part in some of the adventures in Britannia? Thankfully for those who are not particularly happy with this, these optional dialogue options are not crucial to the plotline of the game and are easily avoidable. Exploring the castle more, you can find some items that will be helpful on the long journey ahead, and even the first trainer of the game. Training does not serve the same function that it did in earlier games, and instead of increasing your combat skills, learning from a trainer will instead unlock a new attack move for a specific weapon type. These special attacks can be used by pressing a modifier button, either Ctrl or Alt, while attacking with the weapon. Leaving the castle shows off a returning feature of the Ultima series, which was absent in Ultima VIII. The world is once more open, and besides teleporting, there are rarely any loading pauses in the game. Instead, the world is loaded mostly in the background. Even if it might seem like a little thing these days, having an actually open 3D world was an extremely big deal when the game was released. And if not the first, Ultima IX is one of the first 3D RPGs to take advantage of this kind of a background loading system. As examples, Might and Magic 7 was released the same year as Ultima IX, and the technological difference between the games is very apparent.
3 years after Ultima IX, the Elder Scrolls Morrowind was released, but even that doesn't have a completely open world, but things like buildings and dungeons are instanced and take place in separate maps into which you have to load into. In addition to the fascinating 3D engine, you may notice the world built within it seems quite lively. The city streets have people, wildlife, and a variety of ambient sounds to set the mood for a fantasy township. The skies are blue and the people seem to be living their lives quite normally, and the city of Britain does feel like a small medieval town. This is in stark contrast to the end of Ultima VIII, where the skies were red and at first look Britannia seemed to be conquered by the Guardian. So if that is not the case, what was the Guardian taunting you about all this time? The answer comes in the form of the town mayor and his assistant. In the Grand Ultima lore, each major town of Britannia is dedicated to one of the 8 virtues, and Britain is the city of compassion. However, that seems not to be the case anymore, as the mayor has enacted a moderately popular decision of sending all the homeless, the sick and disabled into the town of Paws to clean up the city.
Why, the weak and the sick and the others that were filling up the streets. We had no choice but to get rid of them. They were choking the life out of the city. Paws was the perfect place for them.
The people of Britain accept this solution as, why would those who work provide for those unable or unwilling to provide for themselves? The mayor's assistant, on the other hand, who even has the symbol of compassion hung upside down in his room, seems to have a hand in this decision. And considering his secret room full of guides on how to scam and steal, it seems like this assistant is not a man of good character. This paves the way for the main theme of Ultima IX, which is in many ways reminiscent of Ultima V. The virtues of Britannia are being corrupted, though unlike in Ultima V, not via legislation, but on a clearly deeper level, affecting the minds of the people somehow. Lord Blackthorn has returned, and he was the symbol of the major antagonists in Ultima V, that of the Shadow Lords, who were based in Stonegate, where you first entered Britannia during this quest. Some may wonder, wait a minute, wasn't Lord Blackthorn reformed? There was a book in Serpent Isle talking about him learning to value good deeds in Monk Isle. And it's an understandable question. But on the other hand, the book was written from the perspective of the monk, talking about what he had taught Blackthorn. Nowhere in the book does it specifically say that Blackthorn actually learned something, and having been written as a very charismatic and deceptive character, it's very likely he was just playing along until the Guardian whisked him away from Serpent Isle to use him for his own purposes, promising him Britannia as a reward. Exploring more of Britain will reveal more of the state of the world and provide some clues as to the nature of the unfolding events. Several things seem to coincide with the appearance of the giant columns. The runes of the virtues were stolen from the museum in Britain and were never found. The strongholds of the 3 principles were destroyed by calamities around the same time, and the holy objects belonging to each principle were lost, and magic in Britannia has been broken, preventing anyone from binding new spells to their spellbooks. The museum itself is basically a showcase of fan service, meant to remind you of your past adventures with several items from the earlier games. The existence of some of these items is admittedly not possible within the canon of the series, but in the grand scheme of things is a minor issue. Despite things seeming dire, and most of the citizens seem to be supportive of this new state of the world, not everyone in this world has yet been affected by whatever force is causing people to act in the opposite way of the virtue they are meant to uphold. In Britain, there are also several shopkeepers with which you can trade with. The buying and selling interfaces take the shape of a contract, which in practice is a scrollable list of items. To buy or sell, you need to click the add and subtract icons next to each item you wish to transact with, which adds a tally of the total price of the transaction and how much gold you will have remaining afterwards. After being introduced to the kinds of changes you can expect as you journey through the world of Britannia, it is time to leave the confines of the city and travel towards the first dungeon of the game. To make your travels through the world slightly easier, you have been provided with an in-game map accessible via the backpack. Not only does the map show most of the important locations of the world, including shrines and the columns, if you have a sextant in your inventory, the map also shows your exact position on it. The world outside the walls can be dangerous, and some of the enemies you encounter may be too much for the avatar to handle, and as such, you may encounter death. Unlike in most Ultima games, Ultima IX follows the footsteps of Ultima VIII by not having a resurrection system. This means that saving your game frequently is extremely important, since death is permanent. Thankfully, some aspects of the game are quite broken, allowing for some creative solutions for facing these tough enemies. The Road to Despise reveals even more about the state of the world. The Keeper of the Shrine of Compassion explains that ever since the columns appeared, the shrines began to slowly decay, and no amount of maintenance was able to stop this from happening. Talking to her further, she also tells you the mantra of compassion, which is the same it has been ever since Ultima IV. The trek to the shrine introduces you to a returning companion, Shameless, who has been trapped in the spirit realm and requires your help to return to Britannia. He also reveals the true nature of the giant columns by explaining how the Guardian is using them to corrupt the virtues. Meditating at the shrine reveals even more details about your quest. The shrines have been corrupted by the Guardian's magic, and this corruption has spread to the people of Britannia, also corrupting their views of the virtues. The shrine explains to you how to cleanse the shrine by finding the corrupted runes of virtue embedded into the base of each pillar within the dungeons, and combining them with the sigils of the virtues at the shrine, which allows you to cleanse the shrine and reverse the corruption that is plaguing the land. Sigils are a new part of the lore and have never been seen before. In a way, they take the place of the stones of virtues, but just in a more interesting shape than just a colored stone. And for the most part, these physical symbols correspond to the symbols in the runes of the virtues. Also, at the latest, you will be introduced to another quite amazing feature of the engine. Ultima IX features a real-time day-night cycle with somewhat dynamic lighting, and also a weather system. Even if all of this became almost a norm just a few years later, it is hard to explain how amazing these features were in the late 90s, in a fully 3D game of all things. Near Britain, you can also find Gwenno, an old companion and the wife of Iolo, who reveals to you that Iolo, and considering the fate of Shameless, possibly more of your companions have vanished. Reaching the dungeon, you can find the cart of the unfortunate farmer from the introduction video next to the giant column, and you can also see an interesting technical detail about the game engine. Despite the game working as if it is a completely open world, in practice it kind of isn't, and entering the dungeon in fact seems to teleport you to a new area as you pass a certain spot. The only real indications of this are the slight change in lighting and also a minor stutter as the new area loads. It's an interesting way to ensure the dungeons work as separate areas, giving more freedom to their design as you don't need to worry about whether the outside geometry overlaps with the dungeon, while still giving the player the experience of a completely open world. The dungeon itself is relatively simple, and in a sense yet another tutorial that eases you into how dungeons in the game work. Practically every room is a small puzzle that needs to be solved. As such, the dungeon teaches you that sometimes you need to climb things, or how you need to use items on the environment, shoot at objects, read clues to solve a puzzle, and so on. Another practically unmissable introduction is that of side objectives within the dungeons, as you can save a pair of people who have been banished from Britain, who came into Despise to search for a mythical treasure. Since you've freed them from their predicament, they decided to give you the information they've gathered and go back to their old life instead. Following this storyline as you progress through the dungeon will eventually lead you to a relatively simple puzzle room, solving which will give you a magical shield. You find the base of the column surrounded by lava and a lone worm guard protecting the corrupted rune within.
After a short battle, the Worm Guard yields and reveals they are in fact Iolo, your lost companion. This is a part of the Guardian's plan to break the Avatar spirit. Not only have the virtues and the people following them been corrupted, but some of your closest friends have now been corrupted as well, and are being used as guards in locations where you're sure to go. In my opinion, this is a pretty fascinating idea, using your old friends as enemy, making you consider how you could avoid killing them, and find a way to eventually save them from their mental imprisonment. While Iolo is resisting the commands of the Guardian, you grab the rune and leave the dungeon, only to be ambushed by Lord Blackthorn himself. The situation seems dire until a rogue who calls herself Raven appears and kills the Worm Guard holding you, causing Lord Blackthorn to flee. She tells you her employer wants to see the Avatar, but only if you can prove yourself to truly be them. Thankfully, you're already on the quest to purify the runes, so this will be an easy task once you've finished with more pressing matters. Your next destination is the small town of Paws, a disease-ridden hovel located in the middle of a poisonous swamp, where all the poor and disabled of Britain have been exiled. Here you can complete side quests and save the mayor's daughter who was taken from their home as she did the most unthinkable thing. She got sick. Doing so allows you to finally receive the first sigil and restore the Shrine of Compassion to its former glory. This introduces the new character advancement system. As you have been completing quests in Britain, you may have noticed that nothing of note happens as you do so. Sometimes you may get a reward, but for the most part, absolutely nothing seems to have happened, other than a chime that has denoted a completion of a specific objective. This is because Ultima IX does not have an experience system, and technically there are no character levels in the game. Therefore, instead of gathering experience, you gain more power by completing main quest objectives, specifically cleansing the shrines. Each time you cleanse a shrine, the spirits will give you a choice. Which of the 3 attributes would you like to raise? In this way, the game not only limits which places you can safely explore, but also completely removes the need to grind for experience, which was very prevalent and time-consuming in several of the older games, while also ensuring you have the opportunity to be at a specific level of strength at a specific point in the story. You may then ask, what's the point of side quests then? And for that, you gain an answer on the road to Paws, where a local fortune teller can explain to you the karma system, though she does it inaccurately. While her dialogue seems to imply the karma system in the game is very in-depth, in reality it's quite simple. Every time you do something good or bad, a different chime plays. This is the sound you've been hearing when completing side quests. The dialogue implies that the karma system affects your strength, the strength of the enemies, and the attitudes of the people in the world. But in reality, all that karma seems to affect is your maximum mana. So, being a good person will allow you to spam way more spells. The cleansing of the shrine also immediately changes some of the attitudes of the people living in the area, creating a nice concrete consequence of your actions within the game's world, and also finally unlocks the ability to bind spells into your spellbook, though only those in the first circle of spells. This follows the traditional symmetry of Britannia, where everything is linked together. There are 8 virtues, each of which has a shrine. There are also 8 circles of spells, so cleansing a shrine unlocks 1 circle of spells. Binding spells into your spellbooks is in some ways familiar, but also slightly new, and in a way is a combination of many other spell systems in previous games. First, you need to find a specific location to conduct the ritual of binding, similarly to how sorcery functioned in Ultima VIII. Then you need a scroll to bind into the spellbook, like in Serpent Isle. Then you need specific reagents placed onto the ritual pentacle, once more, like in Ultima VIII, after which you can complete the ritual by typing the incantation of the spell, which then binds the spell into your spellbook. After doing so, you can select the bound spell from your spellbook and cast it by expending a portion of your mana, which is dependent on the circle the spell belongs to. In the magic laboratory of Lord British's castle, you can also find a very important tool, the Potion Workshop, which allows you to take a magical reagent and an empty bottle and create a potion corresponding to the chosen reagent. This is very important since potions can be expensive and rare, and you do not passively regenerate mana. Instead, mana is restored primarily via the use of potions and while sleeping. Thus, having a way of making potions yourself is an extremely useful feature. From this point onwards, the game follows a specific pattern. You end up in a new area, help the local population solve whatever problem their column is causing to get the sigil of the local virtue, enter the dungeon of the anti-virtue and get the corrupted rune, and finally return to the shrine to cleanse it and gain attributes before moving on to the next area. For the most part, this is very linear, but eventually the game opens up a little bit more as you gain access to a sailboat. The world itself is not that large, and the boat is there mostly to unlock several new areas, and give you a little bit more freedom in backtracking to merchants and such. Since the world is comparatively quite small, the game prevents the player from proceeding to certain areas by swimming by having certain areas of the sea cause you significant damage. The only real problem I have with this system is that, unlike in earlier Ultima games with a similar system, in Ultima IX there is no clear visual distinction between areas that are safe to swim in and areas that are not. Later, you also receive the Orb of the Moons, which allows you to perform a ritual to summon one of the otherwise unavailable moon gates and travel to any of the previously cleansed cities. Before the game opens up and gives you control of the ship, the Guardian takes control of your ship and sails it to the Isle of Turfin, where he has set up his stronghold. Here he taunts you once more, demonstrating how you cannot hurt him, and all of the damage you would inflict on the Guardian is instead inflicted upon you.
Do you understand yet? Do you see that you can't hurt me? All of your energy, all of the damage that you would inflict upon me is reflected back onto yourself. It's futile, Avatar. You can't hurt me. You can't win.
Confused and concerned by this revelation, you continue on your journey. The corrupted cities and their troubles are one of the best parts of the game, and are unfortunately relatively short experiences, as most of the time you spend restoring each of the virtues is taken by the dungeons, each of which has its own theme and style of puzzles you need to solve. As the story progresses, you also find out that the corruption of the virtues, and that of your companions into Wormgard, is not the only plan the Guardian has in motion. Instead, the final plan he has is to draw the moons together, crash them, and finally destroy the entire realm. This obviously needs to be prevented, but how, since you cannot harm the Guardian directly? The solution to this problem becomes evident very late in the game, when you find out that the Guardian is in a way a reflection of your evil side. As learned in Serpent Isle, the universe relies on balance, and as you shed your evil side when you became the Avatar in Ultima IV, that part of you had to go somewhere, and eventually it manifested as the Guardian. Since, in a sense, he is a part of you, he cannot be harmed without harming you. So, only one solution seems viable: the ultimate sacrifice, where you destroy not only the Guardian, but also yourself at the same time. To be able to do this, you first need to cleanse all of the shrines, restoring the virtues to Britannia, and simultaneously restoring your companions to their old selves. Then, as your companions bring the cleansed runes of the virtues into the bases of the columns, you must take the sigils and infiltrate the Guardian's fortress. This is an arduous task, and the most difficult dungeon so far, requiring several different puzzle-solving techniques and fighting through difficult enemies, but eventually you reach the end. Set the sigils onto their proper positions, creating an unbreakable barrier within which you and the Guardian now reside, and then you cast the Armageddon spell. The spell devastates everything within the barrier, and the Guardian and the Avatar are no more. So ends the story of the Avatar. For one last time you've saved Britannia, and now the realm has to learn how to handle their problems on their own. Ultima IX is by no means perfect, and it's unfortunate how obviously rushed it is, since there's so much potential visible within it.
The game engine itself is pretty amazing for the time. Not only does it have a day-night cycle that changes in real time and a dynamic weather system, but it's also completely open world with no loading screens to interrupt the gameplay, and where items you've moved or placed persist for the entire duration of the game. In a completely 3D game, this was practically unheard of at the time. The ability to move and interact with almost everything that became a staple of the Ultima games is still there, even if it is not quite as extensive as it was in Ultima VII engine-based games. The fighting system is simplistic but functional, and the idea of learning new moves to use in the real-time combat is an interesting one, which expands on the action combat style of Ultima VIII, but once more remains as an interesting idea, and the implementation still ends up being basically button mashing. The addition of the hotbar does mean you can quickly swap between weapons depending on the type of enemy you are fighting, and you can also quickly cast combat-oriented spells without any hassle. The audiovisual presentation is mostly fantastic for the time. The music is an orchestral recording, and while there aren't that many familiar Ultima themes, the way the themes of the cities change depending on whether the area is corrupted or not is a brilliant way of conveying your progression in the game. There are also plenty of ambient sounds that work well in creating the kind of mood each area requires, but even this system doesn't work perfectly, and there are some areas where those ambient sounds go from being mood amplifiers to being straight up annoying. This is a great example of how unfinished the game still is, even after several patches. Sometimes the game is extremely unstable, and there were a few situations where I had to reload an older save and replay significant sections of the game because a specific flag didn't trigger properly, soft-locking my progress. The game also crashed several times, and alt-tabbing out of the game meant that I had to force close the game because it just did not want to reinitialize afterwards. The most unfortunate part is that the unfinished state of the game also extends to the game's story. The root of the story is, in my opinion, pretty amazing, and you can see what they were going for. And all of those ideas are amazing for the final part of the story of the Avatar. Ultima IX has a massive amount of references to older Ultima games, especially to Ultima V. Not only is Blackthorn back, wanting to be the ruler of Britannia once more, but so are the Shadow Lords referenced multiple times. The power words used to seal the dungeons make a return as well. So many things in the game try to create this feeling that everything that is happening has a connection to the past, but the resolution to those references is undercooked within the game itself. The main idea seems to be that just as the Shadow Lords were created because of your actions, so was the Guardian, and your fates are irrevocably linked. Not only that, the idea of having an avatar in the first place was flawed, as you've already seen in multiple games in the series. So many times you were called into action and you resolved the current conflict, but that just ended up creating an even more dire situation in the future, which you were once more called in to solve. This was never the intention of the Avatar, but you were meant to be a symbol, something the people of the world could look up to and emulate, but instead you turned into a hero who is called in to solve problems, and the people forgot how to deal with their problems on their own. This is a fantastic idea to delve deeper into, but in Ultima IX this whole theme is relegated to a few sentences said by Lord British near the end of the game. Which is also the case with the link between the Avatar and the Guardian. It's a massive shame, since the base of good ideas exist within the game. In a similar way, there are certain aspects of the game that could have been easily explained, but due to the game being cut to meet the deadline, we never got proper explanations within the game itself, such as the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom being out of the void. Sure, we're told that the Codex disappeared from the void, but are never told how it happened. It's one of those things that's likely very simple. The Guardian is a creature of the Void, so it makes sense he would have taken the Codex from the Void. Samhain was, in some form or another, working with the Guardian to ensure the safety of Buccaneer's Den, so he likely got the book from him. But we never actually got an explanation for this in the game. There's also the very beginning of the game that contradicts the ending of Ultima VIII, and seems to be an extended tutorial tacked on for some reason. A simple way to fix this would have been to take notes from Ultimas V and VI by having the Earth segment where you choose your class be a flashback to the events at the beginning of Ultima IV. Then the sequence of events where you end up on a cliff in Turfin to see the Guardian stronghold would have made sense, since that's where you would have ended up directly after Ultima VIII, as seen in that game's ending. Then there are the poorly phrased questions, some of which have gained some amount of infamy, such as,
"What's a paladin?"
And I can understand why these would be annoying to longtime fans, since they seem completely unlike what the Avatar would say. Yes, these are most likely in the game to act as an introduction to concepts of Britannia to new players, a feature which is necessary. But these are so poorly phrased and with slight rewrites could have felt less out of character. Yet another example of how rushed many parts of the game were. But if you're able to look past the flaws, many of which are rather minor by themselves, but can feel overwhelming since there are many of those minor flaws, the game itself is still pretty damn fun. And the story, while being clearly unfinished in many parts, still has many interesting philosophical questions to ponder, as is tradition with the series, and does act as a nice little finish for the story of the Avatar. In the end, I just wish the game had had a little bit more time in the oven, since none of the issues the game has are unfixable. And in fact, there is a fan project where the purpose is to rewrite parts of the dialogue to fix plot holes, add to the good ideas the game has, and fix some of the parts which don't fit the established canon. I've yet to try it myself, so I can't say how good it is, but perhaps one day I will. All things said and done, I still enjoy the game, and I think it's gotten a reputation of being worse than it actually is. Yes, it's very flawed, but there is a lot of good about the game as well. Even if I was very confused about why there was a Burt Reynolds cameo in the game.
You did it, Avatar! When you restored the final shrine, I was given my life back!
Anyway, that is it for this time, and is the end of the Ultima series. At least for now, since there are some spin-offs remaining. Thank you to all the Ko-fi and Patreon supporters, Tama7, Zai, and Daniel Zupke. And everyone who's been watching these, liking the videos and commenting. It does mean much, and I'm grateful for all the support and feedback. Next time, I'll be looking at another series that is very close to my heart. A legendary series that began as a top-down adventure game before going into 3D, where you explore a fantasy world as a lone warrior, finding new items that allow you to reach new areas, solving dungeons with your newfound powers, and best of all, it's about vampires.
Fate.